Hypocrisy.
Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Lawsplaining the Interwebs. I am your host, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, small, late, gay, actually criminal law firm in central Minnesota. How are we doing today, guys? I hope you are doing well. I hope you're doing well. We're here. I'm here significantly late for the closing arguments of Karen Read, which I believe are long dead and done. They are done and in the record, and the jury now has it in their capable, supple, sweet, sensitive, and a little bit craggy hands. I believe. The chat is free to correct me on that, but I'm 99% sure that's happened, and now everybody's just watching for the jury. The reason I was not here at the beginning, that I was not here for the Karen Read closing arguments live, is because, like every year, my kids, some of my children, were up at summer camp, and today was the day to pick them up. And I always go pick them up. It's been that way every single year for a decade. So I didn't want to change that tradition. I like picking up my children from summer camp and hearing about their stories and hearing them laugh. And as they get older, it's funnier and funnier and funnier. So that being said, I was not present for these live. This is being done as my live reaction to a replay. I did not watch any of the argument from either side. I don't know anything about it, so please don't spoiler it for me. For one specific reason in particular, I always get asked this, and I never want to do it because it's a bunch of work. I get asked a lot, what would you put in your closing argument? And to be brutally honest, like through a lot of these trials, especially ones that go as long as this one, it's really hard to put together an effective closing argument. It takes a lot of work, and the putting together all of these different parts that have been moving and moving and moving for weeks and weeks and weeks, and all of this different data and all of this different stuff is getting incorporated into your one argument. Right? Your one shot, your last shot to ask the jury, hey, please see this our way. Because once you see it our way, there's no other way for you to vote than, of course, if you're the defendant, not guilty. And it's a hard thing to do. Little old me who's sitting here. I mean, these guys have been preparing for this trial for months and months and months. They have binders like Mitt Romney's binders full of women. They've got binders and binders and binders full of facts and testimony and everything in between. The judges' rulings as well on what they can and can't say and everything. But I thought about it and I was like, you know what? The Karen Read trial is a great trial to do this on. One, the defense's case in chief was a week and a half long. And as opposed to being for 3 to 4 weeks, which would have been half of the time, the state took 5.5 weeks to do theirs, 5.5, maybe even 6 full weeks when you get down to it, to do their case in chief, which is insane. It's an insane amount of time for how little they had to say. MLS says the jury will convict. We'll see. I don't know if I agree with that, but we'll see. I think it's certainly possible. So what I want to do is before we watch the closing arguments, before we watch them, I want to deliver mine. Now, I don't think mine is going to be as long and robust as Alan Jackson's. Giggity. I don't think it's going to. It shouldn't be, right? He's he's a much better lawyer than I am with much more experience. 2, he has been working on this case for years now, directly and very closely with Miss Read. 3, he has way more interest in what he says, and it's way more important that he get things right than what I do. And but I'll be giving you again my version of this, and I think it's okay. I think it's an okay closing argument. And the reason I want to do this is because I want to show you guys like the importance of theme, and then we'll see how closely it aligns with Karen Reed's, right? Like we can do that, and that'll be fun. And you can all call me stupid or very smart. I don't know, whatever you think, and that'll be a blast. So I think I've only done this once before. I can't remember what trial I did it for. But that said, super tips are on. You can interrupt the show. You cannot interrupt the show. However you want to do it. There's no live action. So if you want to have those interrupting chats, do it. If they become too disruptive, as always, I can always turn them off. But they haven't been so far. They're good. Let me put that. Oh my gosh. Come on. Chat equals good comedic timing. Almost never is that true. That's almost never true at all. But that's okay. And if anyone is actually, so I'll do this one time and that'll be the end of it. There was a hilarious video last night. It was a live stream expose on me. I won't be addressing it at all. Go watch it if you want. I don't care. But if you guys want to talk about it or whatever, you can do it through Super Tip. Other than that, I'm not going to. Let's see. Anything else before we get started? Jim Bolsera says, hello. How can Karen be charged with both manslaughter and second-degree murder? How can you be guilty of both? You can't be guilty of both. She's charged with manslaughter, I believe, as a lesser included offense, which means that if they don't get to the requisite level of malicious intent for second-degree murder, the other elements could still be satisfied for a manslaughter charge. And so the jury is then asked to consider the manslaughter charge. I don't believe that lesser included offenses are appropriate. I believe they are a travesty of justice. And I believe that they lead juries to, quote unquote, split the baby and or compromise on the state's prosecution. The state has one job, and it is to prosecute a crime that they are going to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. They should prove the crime that they intend to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. Otherwise, they're just billowing in the wind with some random theory, and I don't think that's appropriate for taking away someone's liberty or constitutional rights. That's me. Not everybody agrees. Some people find lesser included offenses to be a logical extension of the concept of criminality, right? Like, well, just because we couldn't prove this one thing, we did prove the elements of the other thing. It's like, well, I'm sorry, but I don't think you can accuse someone of malicious murder and then be like, well, but manslaughter also fits. They're diametrically opposed. One of them requires malicious intent, and the other one requires reckless disregard for the safety of another person causing their death. And those are wildly, wildly different. One of them is swinging a hammer and hitting someone in the head. The other one is throwing a hammer in the air and having it land on someone that you didn't target. Those two crimes are different, and the state should have to prove the facts of the crime that occurred, not throw darts en masse towards the target and hope that one hits a bullseye. So that's my opinion on lesser included offenses. I don't like them. All right, what I need to do, I wrote a couple notes in the car. And I'm just reviewing them real quick before I get started. My notes are just very basic organizational notes. on where I would want my closing argument to go, and then we'll do the closing argument. It should be fun. Okay. Okay. Well, do you guys have any questions before we get going? If not, we'll go ahead and start this closing argument. I'll put up a banner even. This will probably be a disaster. This is nerve-wracking, though. It's easy to sit and watch the content flow and then, kind of react to it. It's generating an argument is always like it's a difficult thing to do.
Nick, I'm going on my first date in years. Any advice? Also, may Kurt suck the come out of legal mindsets ass.
God.
That fat fuck. Imagine having a wife that has, it's gross.
Whoa, that went unreasonably hard right out the gate. You're going on your first date in years. Any advice? Well, be you. I know that's a weird thing to say, but be you, because if you try and be someone else, it's gonna okay, what do you gain out of it? You gain some temporary thing, some temporary manipulation, and then it gets discovered later that you're not that person. It doesn't really do you any good, unless your purposes end after, like an hour or two of a date. If you're looking to actually, make a go of it with the date and have a good time, just be who you are. I mean, you somehow swindled a person into talking to you for an extended period of time, somewhere, at least in a semi-private setting. So keep swindling. Vienticus Prime says, here's another AI song for your collection, Nick. Okay. We'll take a look at it in a little bit. Can we look at the jury paperwork? She denied putting not guilty on the papers again. We'll do it. We'll do it in a little bit. I guess I'm going to go ahead and give my horrendous closing argument. So bear with me. All right, here we go, guys. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for listening to all of this. What I should be doing right now is telling you that Karen Read is not guilty. I should be screaming it from the rooftops. I should be yelling it from every bell tower. That's how I should start my speech. And I'm going to tell you that Karen Read is not guilty. We've been telling you the entire time that Karen Read is not guilty. But I'm going to show you not only that she's not guilty, that she is actually innocent, that there is no possible way that this crime could have happened in the way the state says it did. But also, I'm going to show you that there's no possible way that this crime happened at all, at least involving Karen Read. But before I do that, we need to talk about how this process works. You guys have sat here. You guys have listened to astute and some less astute legal minds bicker back and forth over the rules, over rulings, over the admission of testimony, over the words of strangers that you've never met and will never meet again. You've heard testimony that could range from completely insane to downright confusing to utterly enlightening. You've heard it from random people. You've heard it from normal people. You've heard it from experts. You've heard it from people who were at the scene. You've heard it from people who have reviewed video and audio and documents about what happened that night. People who could not possibly be there, but whose entire job is to reconstruct out of nothing that which most likely happened or didn't happen. You have sat through this for weeks and weeks and weeks, and we thank you for that. We can't actually thank you enough for participating in our justice system, for exercising your civic duty as jurors to give my client, the defendant, Karen Read, to give her the chance to just proclaim that she is not guilty. It's a powerful and important thing, the right to your own voice, the right to your own defense, the right to stand before your peers and say, I didn't do what they say I did. And you all sitting here and listening attentively and giving your thoughtful consideration to my client is that exercise. It's the other side of the Constitution. It's the scribbles on the back. And you guys bringing those scribbles, bring that Constitution to life in this most crucial moment for my client. So thank you. We can't thank you enough for participating in justice. The next and final step that you will endure is the most important one. We are asking you to come on a journey with us in this argument, and that journey culminates in a decision from you. And the decision is simple, but so complex. It is guilt versus not guilt. Sounds simple, but the reality is much, much deeper than that. And so I'm going to ask you, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, to understand what it means to be not guilty in America, what it means to be not guilty in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. And what it means is simply that the state has not proven beyond all reasonable doubt the guilt of my client. They have not done so here, but let's talk about what reasonable doubt is for a moment, because this is an important part. And I know you've heard instructions. I know the learned Judge Cannoni has given you instructions on how to assess this question, but I'm going to give it a shot here. I'm going to give it a shot and break it down in this particular way that I think helps. Reasonable doubt is the finding of any absence of evidence for any element of any claim. That's right. The absence of any evidence to support the Commonwealth's assertions is sufficient. The absence of any element of any claim is sufficient for a finding of not guilty on that claim. There is no ability to cover up an absence. Any absence is reasonable doubt. It's important to realize that we don't start backwards. The Commonwealth would have you believe that we start with the presumption that Karen Read is guilty, and we work backwards and look for holes. But that's not true. That's not true. We start with that blank green slat on a fresh Lego set. And the state has the obligation, the Commonwealth's job is to build a beautiful house to make a guilty verdict. Any missing brick in that house is reasonable doubt. With missing bricks, you don't have walls that are stable. You don't have a house that stands. You must start from the bottom. The state has the onus to build the case first. They do not have the presumption that the case has been built and that they're merely supporting it. They must start from nothing and build an entire and complete house. No holes, no missing bricks. Our job as the defense is merely to turn the house around and show you the missing bricks in each and every wall. Because in this case, with my client, every single claim has missing bricks. In fact, the state hasn't even gotten past that initial stage of laying a foundation. Instead, they rely on inferences and statements and excited utterances that mean nothing in the face of a forensic failure, of an investigatory nightmare. One that they brought to you unironically and without apology to try and show you a case against my client. But all they showed is that their entire investigation and subsequent conclusions, and finally their arguments and evidence that they brought to court, were lacking in the core areas and the core elements of each and every claim. And we're going to get to those core elements of each claim. But there's one element that the state cannot possibly overcome, one hurdle that they will never be able to leap over. And this was confirmed by multiple defense experts, from the crash reconstructionist at ARCA to the medical examiner, Dr. Russell, I believe, whatever her name was. No, Dr. La Posada, my apologies. The one conclusion that is consistent from all of these experts, all of these people whose very professions it is to do this job, and who did it without bias, who did it without self-interest, their one job was to reconstruct the scenario that the state put forward. Remember, the state has to build the house. And when they tried it, they found consistently one fact that is the missing brick in every single claim. There is no possible way that the Lexus SUV driven by Karen Read made physical contact with John O'Keefe on the night of January 29th. Now, the state may have you believe that Karen Read is supposed to prove somehow what happened to John O'Keefe, but that is not Karen Read's job. That's the state's job. They just picked the wrong target. But once they picked that target, they used all their natural abilities to fail at conducting a professional investigation. Their professional investigation involved solo cups, red solo cups to collect DNA evidence. It involved a leaf blower to blow away snow following a blizzard. It involved the movement of a motor vehicle into a sally port where evidence would be left unattended. It involved...
Ladies and micropeens of the jury, you must find my client guilty of the crime of love and being a hot mess. She is, however, not guilty of being a killer clown.
Thank you. Have that person removed from the courtroom, please, Your Honor. Where were we? It involved the moving of evidence, the improper storage, and improper access by an entire team of people. An entire team of people who had potential involvement in the facts that occurred that night. But it is not the defense's job to prove what did happen. It is only the defense's job to call attention to the fact, the unmitigated, unapologetic, and irredeemable fact that the state's house has too many holes. And the most important one, again, the only one that technically matters, is that there is no way, no possible way that a Lexus SUV came into contact with John O'Keefe's body on January 29th. None. There is no way. No matter how much blue paint you slather on an arm and pretend that it happened, it didn't. The experts whose job it is to tell you what did happen can tell you definitively that that did not. And they did. You heard their qualifications. You heard their extensive work experience, their extensive education, focused on these very specific things. And the conclusion that all of them came to was that it could not happen in the way the state said. Even the state's own experts did not come to the conclusion that this happened in the way the state claims. All the state has is the alleged words of a very scared woman who just discovered the lifeless body of her boyfriend laying in the snow under inches and inches of snow, knowing that he passed away alone in the cold, saying, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Well, thank goodness. We have so many people here who have analyzed the situation with all of their education, training, and experience. And all of them can reassure Miss Reed, no, you didn't. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. Whatever else you must do, whatever other facts you need to look at, whatever text messages you need to read, whatever conversations you need to endure, whatever videos you need to review, whatever pictures you need to put yourself back through. The resounding chorus of expertise brought by both sides in this case answers Miss Reed's questions so clearly. No, you did not. No, you did not. And no, you did not. No matter what the state tries to claim. We ask that you find my client, Karen Reed, not guilty of any and all counts of criminality brought forth by the state of Massachusetts, because John O'Keefe was not struck by her Lexus or any other that night. He died alone, the details of which may elude us forever. But that is not my client's fault or job, and it is not your job to find an answer to that either. Your job is only to find that there are not enough bricks to build this house. And find my client not guilty. Thank you. There we go. That's how I would do the closing argument for Karen Reed. If I was on her actual defense team, I would probably pepper in a little bit more details. I didn't want to drag this thing out to be 30 minutes. Guilty for gay Lego analogies. I know. Sorry, I was listening to Ed Sheeran. He had that stupid song Lego House came on. I was like, oh, that's good. AJ's was pretty banger. AJ's should be better than that, right? Like that. AJ's should be way better than that. He's paid to do this. That's his entire job, and he's got all the facts. So I hope his is better than that. For sure. This is just what I came up with, today while driving around the car. It sounded whiny, not compelling. Thanks for the criticism. All right, let's hit these super chats or super tips, and then we will go we'll watch the actual arguments. Daily Quick Bites. I haven't watched Jackson's argument yet, so I can't tell you. I can't tell you if he got too far into the weeds. You're gonna watch me learn about all this together.
Brennan ain't playing with no Legos. He playing with paint chips, bubblegum, and toothpicks. Stop eating them paint chips, Hank.
Stop eating the paint chips, Hank.
Objection, Your Honor. There is no such thing as too many holes.
Stop. Stop, stop, stop.
Actually, Your Honor, I did do it. Lock me up.
That one kind of undoes it, right? Like, thanks, Karen.
I won the lottery. I won the lottery. I won the lottery. That's how that works, right? That will be $7 million, please.
What shitty lottery are you playing? Get a better one.
Your Honor, this man is an imposter, I ask. No, I demand that you declare a mistrial to this farce of a hearing.
I love Alessi. I got an Alessi video. I actually have 4 videos in the hopper today. I got 4 videos. Well, we had 5, right? But I released one earlier. We have 4 more videos that'll be released. I just have to put thumbnails on them and descriptions and stuff. So, Blackblade, congrats on reconnecting with your family. Congrats on whatever the truth is and whatever the details are, you know, aren't my business, but congrats on saying that it's your fault, I believe you said. So, after 4 years of me being stupid and stubborn, it was beautiful. Good. And I'm glad that they presumably took you back with open arms. Retox Detox says, can we please add 5 ounces of Worcestershire to the closing? Yes. Now I do have, we also do have Cooking with Kurt to finish up, right? We still have that egg, that breakfast casserole going on. And, yeah, we're not gonna let that go. Okay, so bear with me here. Just getting everything all set up, of course. Wait, is it live? I mean, I have it live here. I mean, it looks like the fan's been up the entire time. Whoops. Wait a minute. They have Jackson going first? Okay.
So if the lawyers and I say anything that doesn't
Wait.
square with your memory, it's your memory that serves. Secondly,
I'm not going to sit here and
very
watch all of
important
Canoni's
constitution-
instructions. Oh my gosh.
It was corrupted by a lead investigator.
Is his mustache getting more magnificent as we go? Like, I'm seeing very, like, pronounced. Yeah, yeah. This man's going to sell me shaving products later and maybe cured meats. Like, what is happening, Jackson? What are you doing with that mustache to chops thing without shaving the rest? I don't get it. I think it's kind of distracting. If I were him, personally, I would have evened out that mustache with the rest of his beard. That's me.
There was no collision. There was no collision. There was
Wait,
no
That's how
collision.
he starts it, right? I just got to say, I knew 100% that was going to be the opening lines of Jackson's. I knew 100% that he would do it exactly this way. This is what I've been thinking for his closing arguments. Like, this is exactly how he's going to open this. And good job. Good job. I think it's a great, powerful opening. It's a powerful statement. It's perfect.
I want to take a minute to start off with thanking you.
There's an echo.
I want to thank you for your attention. I want to thank you for your patience. I want to thank you for your diligence. This is not an easy undertaking. Most of all, I want to thank you for your courage, because courage is what this moment demands. Not just to listen, but to stare directly at injustice and say, not here, not now, not on our watch. That's what you're being asked to do.
Superhero.
Stare down injustice.
The superhero moment.
I want to
I
start
like
with
it.
a simple truth. You folks, not us, nobody else.
So he's putting each of the jurors through the hero's journey right now. Like, you guys are the bulwark against all corruption ever. I did a little bit of that too. It's a very common tactic, and I think it's really effective here. And because they are, right? Like, if they find your client not guilty, they're the greatest 12 people on earth. You want to sit there and give them all hand jobs like as fast as possible. Wait, that's not how that works.
Ravioli, ravioli. Hank just finished stuffing my cannoli.
In the courtroom, you folks are the last line of defense. The last line of defense between an innocent woman and a system that has tried to break her, that
Good.
falsely accused her, that
Good.
tried mightily to bury the truth.
I like this. This is
This
great.
case was corrupted from the start.
Yep.
It was corrupted by biases and conflicts and personal loyalties that you heard about. And most fatally, it was corrupted by a lead investigator whose misconduct infected every single part of this case, from the top to the bottom. In our opening comments to you a few weeks ago,
Hank's going a little harder than I expected he would on the whatchamacallit, on the investigation. Look, they got their Bowden instruction, but I really don't know that they put enough on the record to really go after the investigation. I think they were hamstrung by the judge in doing so. I'm not saying it's their fault, but I'm surprised he went for it. I'm glad he did. And I think it was a risk. I think that little spiel about a corrupt investigation was a risk, and Hank Brennan could have objected to it. I think Brennan objecting to it would have had a Streisand effect and been very, very bad for the state in the long run. But I think he could have done it, and they could have gotten a corrective instruction out of Bev Cannoni, I think, without any issues. So that was ballsy of Jackson here, and I love that he did that.
we told you what to watch for. We warned you what to watch for. We begged you what to watch for.
Please.
Watch for the physical
Watch
evidence.
for it.
Pay attention to the medical facts. Pay attention to the science and the physics. But also pay attention to the integrity, the very essence, the integrity of the investigation. But you also saw something during the course of the trial that none of us might have expected, something that should sadden us, something that maybe would anger us. On full display, you saw the lengths to which some police officers will go to protect their own at the expense of the rest of us, at the expense of Karen Read, an innocent woman. Before we examine the evidence in the case, which we will do, we need to understand the very foundation of the entire system of justice in which we operate. It's the bedrock on which this entire system is built. Reasonable doubt. This isn't just a technicality, and it's not a slogan. It's a constitutional shield that protects the innocent and prevents the government from punishing without proof. The Commonwealth has the high burden to prove every single element of every single charge beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty. As I said, those powerful words are not just some legal jargon. They're your mandate, they're your obligation, they're your community's protection against injustice. In our system of justice, Karen Read sits here today, presumed innocent, cloaked innocence, cloaked in the presumption of innocence.
That was cool.
That presumption is not fragile. It doesn't just disappear because there's a charge or a badge or a theory.
This is a
That
good
presumption
shot of her.
stands firm unless and until the
Just imagine, like, if you will, as it were, what's running through her head right now. Every moment of the rest of her life depends on what Alan Jackson says right now. She doesn't get to say a word. She doesn't get to do anything other than look at him and listen, just like everybody else. Pray to God you're never in the same scenario as Karen Read. There can be nothing more terrifying to anyone than this moment.
Commonwealth clears that high bar, the highest bar the law provides, proof beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty. That means at the end of this case, at the end of the trial, you think about one or more of the charges, you think, you know what, maybe that's true. It might be true. Then you vote not guilty. If you think it's possibly true or probably true, your vote must be not guilty. If someone among you thinks it's likely true or even very likely to be true, your
Not
vote is
guilty.
not guilty.
Yes. Yes.
It's because none of those standards, maybe, might be, possibly, probably, likely, very likely, none of those meets the extraordinary burden of beyond a reasonable doubt
Exactly.
and to a moral certainty. A moral certainty means a level of confidence so strong, so incredibly unshakable, that you could go home, you would go home, look your loved ones in the eye and say, I am certain. Not
So I don't know if the moral certainty is part of, is that Massachusetts Constitution? Beyond any reasonable doubt. And moral certainty. Let's see. In legal terms, beyond a reasonable doubt and moral certainty are essentially interchangeable. Okay. I just haven't heard the particularly used phrase of moral certainty before. We always just, always just heard beyond a reasonable doubt. So that's interesting. I like it. That's cool. And I like the way you explained it. You would go home and look your loved one in the eye and say, yes, this is what is. That's moral certainty. Actually, I would go a little farther. I would say moral certainty is not just the knowledge that something is, but the moral conviction to express to someone else that it is this way. Like, you have such a moral certainty about it that it's almost an obligation to proclaim it.
probably, not likely. I'm morally certain, and my certainty remains unshakable. The law defines moral certainty as the highest level of certainty known in all human affairs. Think about that. You must be that certain about the entirety, not part of, the entirety of the Commonwealth's case. As we discuss this case, you'll see that the Commonwealth comes nowhere near, nowhere close to reaching that extreme burden of proof. Ladies and gentlemen, on January 28th, 2022, it was a Friday night. John O'Keefe and Karen Read made plans to meet up with friends, go out for drinks. You saw through video evidence and eyewitnesses that they were affectionate, they were loving, they were in good spirits throughout that evening. They started off at C.F. McCarthy's, which you've heard about, and eventually made their way over to the Waterfall Bar and Grill. When they got there, the Albert family, they were already there, and they were already drinking. The Albert family, it's been established as a very well-known family in Canton. They've got quite the reputation. Brian Albert was at the Waterfall, a longtime Boston police officer. His wife, Nicole Albert, was there. She was with him. His brother, Chris Albert,
does not seem to
was a
comport
Canton
with
board
Bev's
selectman.
orders. I love
He
it.
was there. His wife, Julie Albert, their daughter, Caitlin, and his sister-in-law, Jennifer McCabe, whom you...
Actually, I'm incorrect. there was only one person they're not allowed to bring the alternative or the third party actor argument against, I thought was Colin Albert, right? And I didn't hear him mention Colin Albert. So.
Met, and her husband, Matthew McCabe, whom you did not meet. They were all there drinking
Missing
before
witnesses.
John and before Karen ever arrived. But also present at the waterfall that night was Brian Albert's friend, Brian Higgins. We know that he had a
He's a
romantic
fun
design on Karen.
But he's a fun
That
guy.
becomes an incredibly important fact.
God, I wish you would
as
say
we
he's
discuss
tons
the
of
facts
fun.
in this case.
Come on.
As the bar was closing
Come on,
around
Alan.
midnight, the Alberts invited everybody back to their house. They wanted to keep the night going. But the evidence revealed something interesting, that the invitation to John O'Keefe appears to have been for a different reason, an alternate reason.
Murder.
Think about the video of Brian Higgins and what Michael Proctor in his investigation completely and utterly ignored. Higgins was agitated after a day of drinking, agitated that it was John and not Karen, John with Karen, not him. Recall that ominous text that he sent to Karen with her and John standing just feet away. Well? He got no response. And then we see this. That's what Brian Higgins was confronted with following his well text. What of all things starts going through Brian Higgins' mind? Where does his mind go? What is he thinking about after seeing this, after witnessing this? He shows you. And if Michael Proctor had been the least bit interested, this video would have shown him too. Take a look.
Oh, look at these. You know, when these were playing at trial, they were way worse quality, I thought. Look at these stout boys. Hey, what's up, Anthony? How you doing, buddy?
How often do great arguments get recycled by lawyers? Outlining the meaning of beyond reasonable doubt was solid.
Lawyers borrow from other lawyers all the time. That's a hallmark of the profession. Whenever anybody's like, oh, they lifted that. It's like, yes, of course. Your job is to zealously represent your client. If you find someone who says it better than you, you should immediately poach whatever they just said. Take it, take it, take it, take it, take it, take it, take it. It's yours now.
The Vice Rax is here to remind you that Massachusetts does not have closing rebuttal. This is because they are, in fact, cannoli stuffers with micropeens.
It's so weird, though, to have the defense go first, right? Like, the defense should be reacting to the state. The state is the one, like I said, that has to build the house. It's crazy to have the defense go first. Like, defend yourself. Like, from what? Why would I need to defend? Like, the state hasn't shown you why I need to defend myself yet. So it's kind of just a weird thing. I don't know. Jury has gone home until Monday. Okay, good. We don't have to sit and like, I hate when they're like, oh, well, you're going to wait around until like 2 in the morning. What are they doing? Oh my gosh. Sparring, practicing.
Practicing. Fighting techniques. Where was Brian Higgins' mind? What was he thinking about? And then
I think about anal insertion is what he might have been thinking about. What was going on there?
What happens? Before you look at the next video, think about what you're going to see. This next video is after he sees John kiss Karen on the forehead, after he sends that aggressive text to Karen with her standing just feet away. Watch closely, and this is what you're going to see.
They're pinning it on.
This is what Michael Proctor in his investigation completely ignored. Higgins is very clearly upset. He's agitated. Chris Albert tries to control him, tries to talk to him, calm him down perhaps. Chris forcefully grabs Higgins' arm. You'll see that in the video that you're about to watch. It appears that Chris is trying to calm him down from something. Brian Albert's standing right there with the other two men, but Brian Higgins is having none of it. He appears to be hyper-focused on one person and one person only, John O'Keefe. In an instant, Higgins angrily jerks his arm away from Chris. Higgins rubs his brow, and he directly gestures at John. A gesture that looks a lot like, let's step outside. Let's go outside. But John looks at him, takes a swig of beer, completely ignores him. Take a look.
Quentin Owens, I thought moral certainty might be an affectation of the Massachusetts Constitution. Thank you for clarifying that. There's a bunch of big backs. Look how
Michael
wide all
Proctor,
of them are.
The lead investigator in this case had all this
like a bunch of
footage,
platters
but
with
he
legs.
did nothing. He had access to the exact same thing that you saw. Why did he do nothing? A few minutes later, Higgins then texts John directly. You coming here?
Three question marks.
It's now 12:20 a.m. These guys are not good friends. They barely spoke or even acknowledged each other when they walked into the bar together, other than a quick greeting. So why was Higgins coaxing John over to 34 Fairview?
I'm a
You
lot of
coming
fun.
here after this?
I'll give you all
You
the
wanna
knuckle
text Karen?
sandwich you can handle.
Because at that moment, he wasn't interested in Karen. He was interested in John O'Keefe.
Gay?
This is about 5 minutes before John gets out of the SUV and walks toward the house. About 5 minutes before Karen sees him alive for the last time. So what happened inside that house, or that basement, or that garage? What evidence was there for the investigators to look into? What did they ignore? Laceration over John's right eyelid, black eyes, a large dog at the home, an obvious dog bite on John O'Keefe's right arm, a head injury from falling backward onto a hard surface, alleged surface, a text from Higgins, one of the last people to ever communicate with John O'Keefe. You coming here? Those words now echo in the wake of John's death. But Michael Proctor, he didn't listen. When John didn't come back outside, Karen, very oblivious to what had happened, thinking she was just left alone in the car, out in the cold, in the middle of the night, she got frustrated and she drove home. She arrived back at home, and her Wi-Fi connected to John's, her car or phone connected to John's Wi-Fi at 12:36 a.m. It's an important time, 12:36 a.m. She left John voicemail after voicemail after voicemail. He was unresponsive. He didn't pick up a single call. He didn't respond to a single text. The longer he didn't respond, the more upset she got. Her voicemails reflect that frustration after the fact. That's the frustration that you hear in her angry voicemails. She uses harsh words and foul language. She's obviously upset. She's obviously irritated because he didn't come back out of the house.
People who use harsh
and he
words
wasn't responding.
and profanity, they
But
suck.
Karen did not know what you know.
Terrible
She
people.
didn't know what the investigators should have known. She didn't know what was happening with Higgins and Albert and with her boyfriend, John O'Keefe. When he didn't come home at about 5 a.m., Karen went looking for him in a panic. As you know, her worst fears were realized when she found John beaten, battered, bloody, and left in the snow in Brian Albert's front lawn. At 6 a.m., when Karen found John, you heard about the scene. It was described in detail. It was chaos. To use Mr. Brennan's word in his opening statement, it was bedlam. The screams for help by Karen, the yelling and the hollering, ambulances, emergency lights, fire engines, ladder trucks, paramedics, patrol vehicles, patrol officers, all of them swarming all over the lawn just under Brian Albert's bedroom window. And of course, as you learned during the course of this trial, Brian Albert, a sworn peace officer, a first responder trained in being a first responder, never came out of the house. Never went outside to help a fallen fellow officer.
Well, to be fair, he could
was
have been
laying
having
on
sex
his
with the
own
dog.
property. Never came out. And you learn through the undisputed evidence that the lead investigator, Michael Proctor, for his part, never went into the house. The Commonwealth has struggled to try to prove that John O'Keefe ended up in Brian Albert's front lawn because he was struck by a vehicle. They have failed. They cannot and they will not ever be able to prove that John was struck by a vehicle beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty, because the science does not lie, the medical evidence does not lie, the physics do not lie. Their investigation was flawed from the start because their investigator was corrupted from the start by bias, personal loyalties. Folks, they cannot prove a collision. John O'Keefe was not hit by a car. There was no collision. So let's start there. I want to take a minute to discuss the actual science, the actual physics, and the actual medical evidence that was presented in this case. The science, it's an old saying, is known as the silent witness. It doesn't lie, it doesn't forget, and notably, it doesn't take sides.
Yes, it does.
If there was no collision,
Just kidding.
what are we doing here?
Exactly.
In order for there to be a collision, there has to have been an impact site. The vehicle had to have struck John, period. I want to remind you of some of the most important testimony in the entire case, and it comes from the Commonwealth's own medical expert, Dr. Irini Scortibello, the Commonwealth's medical examiner, someone governed by law to make these decisions. We know that a person struck by a vehicle suffers massive trauma, broken bones, fractures, soft tissue damage, torn ligaments, contusions, soft tissue injury, severe tissue injury, crushing blows. None of that was present with John. None of it. Not anywhere on his body, including his right arm. Not one bruise. Nothing. The fact is, the injuries are not from a vehicle impact. Not his head injury, not those scratch and bite wounds. Not a single medical expert, think about this, not a single medical expert called by the defense or called by the Commonwealth has testified that John was hit by a car. Not one. Think about the irony. Not one. That's not just significant. It's literally the most
It's
important
fatal
point
to
in
the
the entire
case.
trial.
Yes.
Listen again to Dr. Scortibello's words. Question. You did not include in your autopsy, in any fashion, any discussion of whether Mr. O'Keefe's injuries were consistent with a motor vehicle accident, did you? Answer. No, I did not. She told you, quote, I did not see any evidence of an impact site, end quote. She was talking about John's body. The Commonwealth's own medical examiner, Dr. Scortibello, performed the autopsy. She did it personally. She's the only one to have personally examined John's body, and she found no evidence of an impact site on his entire body. That in and of itself is reasonable doubt. You don't need anything more. The Commonwealth's case is done. It's cooked. Their own expert said there is no evidence of a collision, no evidence of an impact. If you want to know what an impact looks like, take a look at this. This is what a body looks like after being struck by a car at 25 miles an hour. And this is what a car looks like after hitting a person at 25 miles an hour. These are exhibits from Dr. Welcher, the Commonwealth's expert.
Boom. It's brutal.
John didn't even have a bruise. Make no mistake, Dr. Scortibello was presented with the Commonwealth's theory of the case, the same case that you've been presented with, and she refused to conclude that John's death was a homicide. She flatly refused to conclude that there was a collision. And you know who agrees with that? That silent witness, the science, the physics, the data. Dr. Wolf and Dr. Rentschler, you just met them recently. They explained they were not initially hired by the defense. They were asked by another agency to conduct their analysis. They looked at the evidence from both sides, not taking a side for the defense or the Commonwealth, completely independent. They looked at the damage to the SUV on the one side of the coin. They looked at the injuries to John O'Keefe on the other side of the coin. Both PhDs, both engineers determined there was no collision. I'm not saying it. The science says it. That SUV's taillight was not damaged by striking an arm, and John was not struck by a 6,000-pound SUV. Period.
Period.
Full stop.
That's it.
Dr. Dan Wolf
There's
did
nothing
the testing on the
else to
taillight.
say about
Actual
it.
testing, not some ridiculous blue paint
There's always more
kindergarten
to say.
project. He did lab testing. He did field testing. He did data testing. Actual impact force analyses. In every single test at every single speed, the taillight damage was inconsistent with striking an arm. In every test, the taillight damage was inconsistent with damaging the shirt, the sweatshirt. Remember that severe internal damage to Karen Reed's taillight. Not just the outer lens. The internal diffusers were completely smashed, completely shattered. ARCA testing established that all the internal components of every single test taillight, especially the diffusers, remained completely intact. Conversely, on Karen's taillight, the diffusers were almost completely gone. Folks, understand something. If any part of that diffuser, portion of the taillight is broken, there is no light. It doesn't illuminate at all.
Who
It's just
cares
black.
if one more light goes
Let's take a look at a
out?
couple of photos.
Sorry.
At 5:07 a.m.,
My brain
at
goes
One
to Lincoln
Meadows.
Park every time.
That's the photograph on the left.
I
What do
cry
you notice
every
about the
time.
right taillight? It's completely illuminated. Later, at 4:12 in the afternoon,
That is not a broken tail light.
photograph on the right. It's lit up. How can that be? How can that be if the Commonwealth claims that those diffusers, the portion that lights up the light, were already scattered all over 34 Fairview? That's their theory. But don't believe your lying eyes. The taillight's completely lit up. That would be impossible. Dr. Andrew Rinchler, a PhD, a biomechanist, explained that at those speeds, the other side of that coin, John's arm would be basically destroyed. Contusions, swelling, torn ligaments, hyperextensions, dislocation of joints,
Gang
and bones,
signs.
fractured, broken, and shattered.
Kurt
But
hid
as
you
you
from his
know,
chat.
John's arm
Someone said Kurt banned
was
autism
pristine,
from his
save
chat.
those dog and claw bites. He didn't even have a bruise. Think about this. Think about that photo.
Did he just say dog?
Those X-rays.
Claw bites?
As you deliberate.
Claws and bites?
You
Hold
can
on.
manipulate a taillight fragment. That's not that hard.
You wouldn't manipulate a
Can't manipulate
car.
a bruise.
Hold on. I didn't think they were
Was
supposed to
pristine.
talk about this at all.
Save those dog and claw bites. He didn't even have.
Whoa! This dog and claw bites. I mean, they weren't supposed to go there. That's amazing. Good job, Alan Jackson. What's she going to do? Mistrial it?
A bruise. Think about this. Think about that photo of those X-rays as you deliberate. You can manipulate a taillight fragment. That's not that hard. You can't manipulate a bruise. If they claim the car was going fast enough to shatter the taillight and shatter the diffusers, then it was also going fast enough to destroy and shatter John's arm, and it simply did not. How do they square that? They don't, and they can't. So they spent nearly $400,000 of taxpayer money to hire someone
Nope.
to dress up and look like John,
Closing isn't
paint
evidence,
his arm
but
blue.
closing has to rely on
which
admitted
told you
evidence.
exactly nothing. The ARCA testing, conversely, also established that it is impossible for John's sweatshirt sleeve to be damaged by an impact with the taillight. The Commonwealth's theory is that the sleeve of John's hoodie sweatshirt was damaged by flying shards of taillight slicing through the shirt and through John's arm. I have 3 questions. Number 1,
Shit.
John's arm
I
had
missed
about
something?
36 abrasions. How did 36 shards
Okay. So $400,000 taxpayer money will go back to here.
and paint his arm blue?
Yeah, that's good.
Which told you exactly nothing. The
That's
ARCA
great.
testing, conversely, also established that it is impossible for John's sweatshirt sleeve to be damaged by an impact with the taillight. The Commonwealth's theory is that the sleeve of John's hoodie sweatshirt was damaged by flying shards of taillight slicing through the shirt and through John's arm. I have 3 questions.
Insane.
Number 1, John's arm had about 36 abrasions. How did 36 shards of acrylic go through 9 tiny little puncture holes? How'd that happen? Somebody needs to answer that. Number 2, why are there no slices or cuts in the hoodie? All the
Exactly.
defects are punctures.
Doesn't
Punctures
make
that you might get from, say,
any
I don't
sense.
know, canine teeth.
Oh shit.
And number 3, if the
He wasn't talking
shards
about dog teeth, he's talking
cut
about
bloody
canines.
gouges into John's arm, that's their theory. Why is there no blood, no skin, no tissue on a single shard of taillight?
If you're in the
They
YouTube chat,
claim
make sure you
came
participate in the
contact
poll
with John's arm.
about my closing argument.
Commonwealth cannot answer a single one of
Please.
those questions because John's arm was not impacted by the taillight.
Correct.
It doesn't make sense simply because it didn't happen.
Also, why is it exploding
Compare and contrast the
outwards?
ARCA experts and their actual testing to Judd Welcher. He came to you in the Commonwealth's case in chief, and he told you that for the better part of $500,000, he'd come in and testify that John was tall enough to touch the taillight with his elbow. That's it. And even in that basic demonstration, he had to lean in to manipulate it, to get the results that he wanted.
Just real quick on the sweater as well. There's no reason for the sweater to be damaged for a sharp object to lacerate skin underneath. Like I don't know who needs to be told this, but a sweater, well, I mean, I guess hold on. They keep calling it a sweater, but it's more of a sweatshirt. I'm thinking of a knit or a crocheted sweater in which a sharp object could go into a hole and cause a tear. Although I don't necessarily believe that the this argument goes in favor more of the state, but they didn't make the argument very well. I don't think that you would have to have a parallel laceration to the sweater to cause a laceration to the arm, right? Like, because if all you need is a puncture and then a dragging, which would cause the laceration to the arm, but the sweater would only have the one hole. It doesn't necessarily have to be cut across. That being said, this still didn't happen. It didn't happen at all. I'm just surprised that their expert didn't testify about that specifically and about how those could have been puncture wounds rather than cuts, especially like, well, they didn't do rebuttal testimony at all, which I think rebuttal, if anything, if she's found not guilty, it's rebuttal by the state that missed that. I think it's a hung jury coming.
Dr. Welcher then claimed that the reason he didn't do the reconstruction, the actual testing, think about what he said. There isn't enough evidence to determine what happened.
Brutal.
I beg your pardon?
Reasonable doubt right there from the state.
What happens when there isn't enough evidence, in his words?
Reasonable doubt.
You
There's
vote not
missing
guilty.
Lego
That's what happens.
brick. Yep, you vote not guilty.
That's out of his mouth, not mine. The Commonwealth also used the
Great.
same company,
I love these
Aperture,
quotes.
to try to establish
Jackson-
a time of a collision
Jackson and
that
Alessi
never occurred.
both use quotes very
The Commonwealth
effectively
called Shannon Burgess, the supposed
throughout the
expert
entire trial.
from Aperture. There is a cardinal sin for experts, folks. A cardinal sin. It's called confirmation bias. It's when you decide to change your opinion to fit a theory.
Yes.
The most important takeaway from Shannon Burgess' testimony was how brazen, how shameless he was in trying to change the data to try to suit the Commonwealth. Remember Mr. Brennan's opening statement. He made some promises to you. He said, this case is about the data. He stressed it over and over again. They've had 3.5 years to get this right. The Commonwealth has had this case for 3.5 years to get it right. So his top expert, Dr. Welcher, prepares a report. And that report says that John O'Keefe was struck by Karen Reed's SUV at 12:31:38. Note that time, 12:31:38. He was struck, he was immediately incapacitated, he was immediately unconscious. So says Judd Welcher and the Commonwealth's theory. But there was a huge, huge problem with that. And somewhere in the middle of trial, somebody must have realized it. They must have realized that the very data they produced unequivocally establishes that they are wrong about a collision. It could not have happened. Why? Because John was interacting with his phone after 12:31:38. Remember, the collision immediately incapacitating. How could he be interacting with his phone afterward? He was on his phone, opening his phone, checking his phone, reading texts on his phone, and locking his phone, all of it after 12:31:38, which is the time Welcher clocked for the moment of the impact. And he was taking steps and walking with that phone after 12:31:38 also. That's what their own data showed, and it devastated their case, and it devastated that false theory. There must have been panic, I'm guessing, in the room. What do we do now? The data shows John wasn't struck by the car. What do we do? Enter Shannon Burgess. Question. Can you believe him? Can you believe Mr. Burgess? He came up with a brand new story right in the middle of trial. You might ask yourself, would an expert actually say something he knows not to be true? Would an expert actually say something he knows is not supported by fact?
Sometimes.
Would an expert shade the truth? You don't have to look any further than Shannon Burgess's CV
Ooh,
to answer that question.
that's brutal.
That was a shame.
Obviously, an expert will lie.
Even with the pull and push and stretch and manipulation of the time data that Mr. Burgess came in here and told you about, it still shows that John O'Keefe was very much alive and walking around after they claim he was hit and incapacitated. Think about that. Matt DeSogra looked at Burgess's report and told you that
He was
in
just
30
ping-ponging around
out of
himself.
30 scenarios of the possible time skews that Shannon Burgess identified, he came in the middle of trial and identified all these other time skews that he called it.
See, this is
In
the stuff
every
I
single
missed 'cause
scenario,
I was
John
too
was
bored.
alive and walking after they said he was hit.
That's
And
brutal.
that's a problem for them
That's
because
brutal.
there was no collision. Just
'Cause
look at Mr. Whiffen's
I didn't
data.
catch that.
Ian Whiffen.
From the testimony, but him
John
laying it out
O'Keefe
like
took
that is
31
devastating.
steps at a steady rate, about 83 feet. And then think about this. In a westerly direction, that would be right toward the house. Remember, it's 78 feet to that garage door. That's not a coincidence. The Commonwealth's witnesses, or the Commonwealth's witness, Mr. Ian Whiffen himself conceded that he has reasonable doubts about the accuracy of John's location data. You remember that question and answer on cross-examination by Mr. Alessi. Do you have doubts? I do. Are those doubts reasonable? They are. And remember, it's still the Commonwealth's burden. If their own cell phone expert has a reasonable doubt about John's location, so should you. John O'Keefe was inside, and the phone battery temperature further proves it. This is not speculation. This is science, and it's irrefutable. It tells us that he was not laying outside in the cold. He was inside somewhere a little bit warmer. Ian Whiffen told you that when the iPhone is exposed to freezing temperatures, think about these numbers. When the iPhone is exposed to freezing temperatures, it will drop from 81 to 21 degrees in 15 minutes. 15 minutes.
15
That's a 60
minutes?
degree drop in 15 minutes. Now look at John's phone. It was laying, according to the Commonwealth, it was laying directly on frozen ground. He arrived at 34 Fairview and his phone dropped only 20 degrees over the course of an hour. Then inexplicably,
Yeah, but he was insulated by his dying body.
it stayed steady, never dropping below 50 degrees for the next 4.5 hours. Never dropping below 50 degrees for the next 4.5 hours, basically through the entire night. He was not outside. He was someplace warmer, like a basement or a garage. Dr. La Posada confirmed that John O'Keefe
Florida Constitutionalist says, thanks, Ricardo. Love your channel. And your chat is so witty, they replaced my comedy channels. Continue being witty, Rumble chat, and I guess YouTube chat as well. Thanks, Florida Constitutionalist.
did not have hypothermia. No telltale signs, no telltale Wisniewski spots, no frostbite on any extremity. He did not die of hypothermia because he wasn't outside. Dr. Isaac Wolf, Dan Wolf, Elizabeth La Posada, Judson Welsher, Andrew Rentschler, all agreed. Every expert agreed. This is how John O'Keefe died. A rearward fall from a standing position. What could make you fall straight back like that? Let's just think about that for a second. What could make you fall from a standing position as Judd Welcher just showed us? Standing up, falling straight back. Add a laceration to the right eye consistent with a fist or a punch, and you've got your answer. He certainly didn't sustain that wound on the back of his head by falling backwards onto a lawn. Dr. La Posada told you that the patterned injury on the back of John's head could only be produced by hitting a hard, ridged, or ledged surface, like a concrete stair or step.
Yep. Maybe a granite counter? I'm still
What's
going with
just
granite
through
counter
that
theory.
garage door? Michael Proctor never stepped down in that garage to find out. What a shame. And look at the arm. Just look at John's arm. You don't need the top experts in the country, but you had them. You don't need the top medical minds on the planet on this issue, but you had them. These are dog bites and scratches.
Whoa.
These are animal wounds.
Straight out.
Not
No
one witness
animal bites,
has been
dog
called
bites.
in their trial. Not one. 8 weeks and counting. Not one witness who actually disputes that John O'Keefe's arm injuries are from a dog.
Amazing.
The Commonwealth could not find a single medical expert, a single medical witness who would come in here and tell you those are inconsistent with a dog bite or a scratch.
Or that they're
And it's
consistent with a
equally
car.
clear that there was no collision. Dr. La Posada told you in probably the clearest voice in the entire trial. You remember her testimony. He didn't get hit by a car, in her words. He just didn't get hit by a car. You remember the question that was posed by Mr. Brennan, did you consider the speed of the vehicle? And she said,
Doesn't
speed didn't matter because he didn't get hit by a car.
Done.
She repeated it 3 times because it's true, not just because she says so, but because the medical evidence proves it. The medical science proves it. There was
Well, she's also
no
asked 3
collision.
times.
Dr. Rentschler told you unequivocally and just as firmly he didn't get hit by a car. The Commonwealth has not met their burden. They cannot meet their burden. The Commonwealth hasn't called a single medical professional, not one,
Right, I'm
to
ending the
testify
poll in a
that
minute.
John's wounds came from being hit by a car. Not Dr. Scortibello, not Dr. Isaac Wolf. Contrast that with the caliber and the quality of the experts who came in here to tell you what is obvious to anyone with common sense. Those wounds on his right arm
I should
are
also
from a
stream to
dog.
Twitch at the same time, I
This
think.
was not an oversight by the Commonwealth. It's just that there is no one out there, no matter how big a check you write.
At least on
It's
these
not a
trial
medical
streams.
expert who's going to disagree with that. The fact is, this is the central fact in the case. The only fact that matters is literally uncontested by every medical expert. Uncontested, undisputed. There is no evidence that John was hit by a car. None. How much more reasonable doubt could there be? This case should be over right now. Done. Because there was no collision. So given all that, how did Karen Reed end up sitting here? Why is she even here? Why is she in that chair? Why is she in this courtroom? There is a reason for that. And it's a
Super Tip
reason
won't
they don't
get a
want to tell
ban.
you, and it's a reality they don't want to admit to. The reason we're here is because the system, the very system that was meant to protect her, that was meant to protect all of us, that system has failed badly. So
I
now let's
agree.
discuss the facts that were and were not presented by the Commonwealth in this case. Over the next few minutes, I want to talk about the utter failure of the police
Get
to
it.
investigate this properly and
This
to
is
investigate
dragging
this
out a little bit
fully.
longer than I like.
And what you're going to see is that Michael Proctor, the lead investigator for the Commonwealth, did nothing to actually and properly investigate this case. Let's start with the house. That's the most logical place to start. I think you'd agree. Brian Albert's house, where John's body was discovered lifeless in the lawn. A man, a police officer, is found dead on the front lawn, and no one secures the scene. No tape, no preservation of evidence, no crime scene log, no search warrants, no consent searches, no photographs of the house interior. They didn't treat the house as a crime scene, and shamefully, they didn't even treat the yard as a crime scene. The lame excuse offered by retired Lieutenant Gallagher, it was really
He takes a
cold
full
and
hour
windy,
20. Oh, shit.
and I
So
didn't
we have
know if there was
another
a crime that had been committed.
25 minutes or so.
What? You didn't know that a crime had potentially been committed? You have a man laying dead in the yard, and here are the undisputed facts that those officers were confronted with. Black eyes. Obviously, black eyes are consistent with a fight. Bloody nose, also consistent with a fight. Bleeding from the face, consistent with a physical altercation. A cut over the right eye, consistent with a punch. No coat in the freezing cold, not dressed for outside, dressed for inside. And one shoe on. I wonder where the other shoe could be. I don't know, maybe in the house 30 feet away.
Maybe in someone's
And then you
butt.
find a broken and shattered drinking glass next to him, the type of glass that you might find, I don't know, let me think about this, in a kitchen in a house 30 feet away. And John's phone was tucked neatly under his back shoulder. Lieutenant Gallagher actually claimed he did not know it was a potential crime that needed investigating.
Brandon's felt
The
at
neighbor
least an
across
hour
the
longer.
street,
Oh,
Detective
God.
Lieutenant Kelleher, had a
I
ring
can
camera.
wait.
A ring camera that was pointed at the exact direction where John O'Keefe would
I
have been
forgot we
hit.
still have to watch Brandon's. I
And
wanted to
nobody
watch
bothered
some
to secure it.
chili. Or breakfast
Nobody bothered
casserole.
to secure it. Nobody even bothered to look at it. Of course this was a potential crime scene. Of course it was. Let's not forget, this was Brian Albert's house, and that comes with privileges.
Ooh.
Quote, is the homeowner going to catch any shit? Nope. He's a Boston cop, too. End quote. That
Some
quote
of the-
starts to make a little more sense now, doesn't it?
It made sense
Michael Proctor
before.
wrote those words just hours after John's body was found. He sent this in a private chat, in a private text he never, ever believed would ever be revealed. He sent that text in a series of messages that now belong to you. You weren't given the opportunity to hear from Michael Proctor, but you can read his thoughts for yourself. And I urge you, go read them. They're in Exhibit 209, 209, in case
That's-
you're wondering.
Kind of a smart move here.
But here are the highlights.
Read through all of it.
Proctor
We didn't
starts
really
the
hit it all in
conversation.
court because
Quote, all the powers that be want answers ASAP. He's getting pressure, obviously. Get this done. His friend then asks what Proctor's probably thinking at the time. Quote, I assume you guys are out to make it cut and dry since it involves cops. Something stinks. And Proctor responds, yeah, to the something stinks. And then he goes on, but there will be some serious charges brought on the girl. Think about that. Hours into this investigation, there will be some serious charges brought on the girl. She's a whack job cunt. Yeah,
Babe.
she's a babe.
Wait,
Weird
what?
Fall River accent, though. No ass.
no ass having
No
cunt.
ass, bitch.
No ass
She's got a
bitch.
leaky balloon knot. Leaks poo. Zero chance she skates. She's fucked. And up to this point, Michael Proctor had done zero investigation. Nothing. Save talk to a grand total of 3 people, all of whom were named Albert or McCabe.
Damn.
That's it. And this was his mindset.
Wow. That's brutal.
This is the same lead investigator who sent
Again,
the group chats that you heard about.
This is
with
expertly
Sergeant
done.
Picnic.
I agree now
Late
that they
night,
shouldn't
sitting
have
at his
read all the
office,
Proctor
rifling
texts.
through Karen's phone,
got
bragging
the
about looking
salacious
for
ones.
naked pictures of her. That text wasn't sent to his buddies or his friends. That text was sent to his supervisors at the Massachusetts State Police, for God's sake. And what was their response? Sergeant Buchanan liked this conduct with a big old thumbs up. He encouraged it. Ladies and gentlemen, a lead investigator is every investigator is supposed to be objective, an objective fact finder. No bias, no agenda. Michael Proctor went far beyond just insulting Karen Read. He dehumanized this woman. He betrayed her as a human being. He was fired for this blatant bias. If the Massachusetts State Police can't trust him, how can you trust him with this investigation and with your verdict? And with Karen Read's life. The lead investigator in a murder trial was never called to testify. Think about that.
Good.
That
This
should
is
stop
good.
you in your tracks. Wouldn't you want to hear
It should
from
stop
Michael
you in your
Proctor?
tracks,
Wouldn't
but-
you want to hear from the lead investigator in the case? Don't you have questions? The Commonwealth did not present their own lead investigator to the jury, the very jury who is charged with judging the investigation. Michael Proctor clearly is radioactive.
Radioactive. Sorry.
Michael Proctor is no longer a Massachusetts State Police officer. He wasn't transferred. He didn't go on sabbatical. He didn't retire. He didn't resign. He was fired. He was terminated for cause. The Massachusetts State Police investigated him, found him guilty of dishonorable conduct, not just for those text messages, folks, for sharing confidential information with witnesses and for bias. Not just any bias. Bias in
Anti-Karen
this
Read
case.
bias.
Fired. This is the man who touched every single piece of important evidence in this case. All the evidence that was brought before you in this trial went through his hands one way or another. The shirts, the shards. Remember that when Mr. Brennan gets up and gives his closing argument. The
Nice.
shirts, the shards, all in Michael Proctor's possession. Mr. Brennan and the Commonwealth, I think, have pinned their hopes on some microscopic pieces of, or close to microscopic pieces of plastic that were claimed to have been scraped from the hoodie several months after the fact. What he failed to ask every single every single witness, is who had access to that shirt and who had access to those taillight fragments, and the answer is it was Michael Proctor. Not for days, not for weeks, for months on end, for months unaccounted for, before they were submitted to the crime lab, before they were ever scraped. Just go look at the chain of custody documents. You've got them. Why didn't Michael Proctor give those clothes to Maureen Hartnett with the crime lab when she was at Canton PD just days after the fact to receive those Solo cups? Remember that? Just a few
Red
days later,
Solo
she
cup.
was there. She drove up. She did the driving to take the Solo cups in the grocery bag, which has a ridiculous aspect to it in and of itself as well. Why not just give her the shirts as well? Give her the taillight fragments if any were found at that point. Why hold on to them? What could possibly be a reason? Why wait until March to book those into evidence? Now let's talk about some of the other problems with the Commonwealth's evidence. As I indicated, there was no blood, no skin, no tissue, no DNA found on a single piece or shard of the taillight that the Commonwealth claims cut and sliced into John O'Keefe's arm. Where is that trace evidence? Where is that biological evidence? The DNA. Where is it? They've got nothing. Not a single piece that the Commonwealth wants you to believe cut up John's arm. How is that possible? It's not possible. The only way it's possible is if those shards never touched his arm. Because it was a dog.
Nice.
Oh, and the one sample of DNA that they did find, by the way, was found on the outer, smooth part of the housing. Not any shard. It was the outer, smooth part of the housing. Nothing that they claim actually came in contact with John O'Keefe. Number two, that sample had DNA of two other men, two other unidentified
Right.
males. That tells you that that DNA had nothing to do with a car strike. that DNA would be expected to be, John's DNA would be expected to be all over that car. Inside, outside, he had access to that car.
I spray all
for
my
months
cars
and
with
months and
DNA
months.
immediately.
He was in and out of it all the time. Show me some blood, then we'll talk. They can't.
Show me some
And they
blood.
won't because it doesn't exist. That SUV never hit John. The hair found on the bumper. The Commonwealth really stretched its own credibility on this one. That magic little hair on the SUV supposedly survived a 37-mile drive in 47-mile-an-hour winds. But that little magic hair just clung there, just hung on. That same hair that moved in between
Kinda
photos
looked like a
in the
pube,
Sally
I
Port.
believe it.
Remember that? There were 2 photos taken, and it was either the breath of the photographer or just the movement of walking by the hair. It literally moved between the 2 photographs. But that hair is supposed to have hung on
I
in a
actually think
37-mile
that
drive.
hair
in a
evidence that
blizzard.
they used was really weak.
The only thing that hair proves that the Commonwealth is embarrassingly grasping at straws. That hair has nothing to do with anything. But it doesn't stop there. There was another revelation at trial, a big one, a huge one, and it came from a very unlikely source. Christina Hanley, the quiet, reserved criminalist who told you something the Commonwealth likely did not want revealed because it's devastating to their case. Absolutely devastating. And it's this. The glass on the bumper didn't match the cocktail glass. None of it. Remember, February 11th, Michael Proctor, without any other person with him, no witness, no supervisor, no other person with him, claims to have found a single piece of glass at the scene. February 11th, single piece of glass, Michael Proctor. Keep that in mind. Interestingly, the glass on the bumper that didn't match the cocktail glass, one piece did match one other thing.
What's
The
that?
Proctor glass.
Oh.
Those 2 go together. The only 2 things that go together from that bumper are the Proctor glass. We know that there's no glass in the taillight. We know that nothing else was shattered on the vehicle. Therefore, that glass had to be placed there. Didn't come from a crash. Didn't come from a cocktail glass. So how did it get sprinkled on the back of the bumper? Whose proverbial fingerprints are on that glass on the bumper? The only thing it matched was Michael Proctor. What about the Ford Edge and that snowplow driver, Brian Loughran? He observed that Ford Edge parked outside Brian Albert's house at 3:30 a.m. That vehicle was moved directly in front of where John's body was found sometime between 2:30 and 3:30 in the morning. The only person connected to a car of that make and model, Brian Albert. Michael Proctor did nothing to investigate that point. Did nothing to investigate whose Ford Edge was parked in a spot specifically to block the line of sight in the exact position where John's body would be later found by Karen Reed. No one, not Michael Proctor or anybody else, checked it for evidence. No one even asked any questions about it. That Ford Edge, Brian Albert's Ford Edge, completely ignored. Michael Proctor failed to interview obvious witnesses in this case. Why? Why didn't he want to speak to the snowplow driver, Brian Loughran? Why did he falsely claim that no one plowed the roadway that morning? When police dash cam video, you saw the dash cam, it shows plows going back and forth all morning. Why did he wait so long, years even, to interview Heather Maxson and Ryan Nagel, individuals who were literally outside 34 Fairview at the exact same time John and Karen arrived at Brian Albert's house that night? Brian Loughran, had he been investigated or interviewed, would have told Michael Proctor that he drove past the lawn multiple times on January 29th, and there was no body on the lawn. He would have had a perfect view. Remember, the weatherman told you there was only enough snow at that time. I think he said, in a very charming phrase, only enough snow to track a cat. I think that was it. There was no body there. Heather Maxson and Ryan Nagel would have told him that they arrived at 34 Fairview shortly after Karen and John pulled up behind them, and they would have told Michael Proctor, at least Heather would have told Michael Proctor, that when she left 10 minutes later, she drove past the SUV and observed Karen Reed in the driver's side, dome light on, passenger seat empty. So where was John? He wasn't outside, wasn't sitting down, wasn't laying down. There's only one place he could be. We could all say it together if you could talk with me. He was in the house. But Michael Proctor did not want to have those answers. He did not want to have to disclose those answers. He didn't want the truth. The Commonwealth hasn't presented a shred of evidence of when Karen Read consumed her last drink that night. Think about that. It's critical information that the Commonwealth has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty. They have to prove when her last drink was that night. They have to prove it. We don't have to prove or disprove anything.
Yet neurotic Andrea's amazing.
Every single witness
I love
who was
her.
asked.
She's awesome. She's a great,
And who had an
great
opportunity to
attorney
observe
watch
Karen that night
if I'm
said the
ever
same
not
thing.
around.
She wasn't drunk. She wasn't stumbling. She wasn't slurring her words. She was, in the words of Ms. Kolakithis, completely normal. Even Jennifer McCabe, grudgingly, had to admit that fact. It's on video. Instead, they used Yuri Buchanan to try to come into court and count sips of alcohol, which he admittedly got wrong. According to Ian Whiffen, the Commonwealth's own expert, the location data, using location data on John's phone, showed Karen driving lawfully. She was driving safely. She was under the speed limit. She was slowing and stopping at stop signs, slowing around corners. And Ryan Nagel corroborated that when he saw her make that left-hand turn onto Fairview. The Commonwealth has an incredibly high burden to prove that Karen was driving under the influence. They have failed to prove that
They can't.
beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty because it depends on when she had her last drink.
And they have no
What happened
idea.
after she got home and she was upset with John for not coming back out of the house. That would end.
Okay, now see, this is, I do have one problem with this. Fair to call this out. There is no testimony. There is nothing in the factual record that says that Karen Read had a drink after going home. I do have a problem with that. I think that Alan Jackson saying that that's what happened is that testimony was only entered into the record by questions from the attorneys. There wasn't anyone who could positively state that she did, and she did not take the stand in her own defense. So I don't actually like this part of it. I think he should have raised it as a possibility, not as a fact. But other than that, this is going great, and I don't really have that big of a problem with it because fuck the state all over the place. Fuck the state every single time.
Answer that question. As you well know, no one searched the house for signs of a struggle. Not that night, not the next day. I'm talking about 34 Fairview. Not ever. Not once. Not with a warrant, not with consent. They never went into the basement, the stairwells. They didn't look at the walls. They didn't look in the garage. Nothing was ever examined. Nothing was checked for blood. Nothing was checked for DNA. They didn't look for a ledged or ridged surface. Zero. You'll remember how surprised Jennifer McCabe was to recall that there was a garage door even on the house. Except this was her sister's house. She's been going to that house since she was 5. She's seen that house. She's been in and out of that house hundreds of times, maybe thousands of times. She's been going to that house her entire life, and yet she acted surprised when I asked her about it. Remember Jennifer McCabe's answer when I asked her whether there was a door at the garage. I was asking her about the front door, the side door, and the garage door, and her answer was, oh, actually there is a garage door right there. Investigators never opened that door. Let's change the scenario. What if it wasn't the house of a Boston cop? What if it wasn't the house of Brian Albert? We can be certain that investigators would have torn that house apart to get answers about why a fellow police officer was laying dead on the homeowner's lawn.
Yep.
You can betcha. But because this was Brian Albert's house, a Boston cop, nope. And because he was a fellow cop, an insider, they didn't even open the door. That is not justice, folks. That's just pure favoritism. Each of these facts is more than a question mark. They're failures of duty. They're blank spots on a map where justice is supposed to live. And every single one is a reason why you cannot convict Karen Read. Reasonable doubt abounds. If the Commonwealth failed to investigate every reasonable alternative, how dare they come in here and ask you for a verdict? They didn't investigate the case fully, and yet they're asking you to take the easy road and do their job for them.
Yep.
These facts do not represent reasonable doubt. Nothing does. Every one of these facts that you're seeing that we're talking about represents reasonable doubt. Every one. The police and the prosecution are in a position to take people's liberty. It's the most dire and consequential act a civilized government can take against one of its citizens. Their obligation is not just to try to get it right. They have to convince you to the highest degree of certainty known in human affairs. They have to do it all, every bit of it, beyond any and all reasonable doubt. And they have not done that here. And how about the homeowner himself? The host, the first responder, the Boston cop, Brian Albert, who was sparring and practice fighting with Brian Higgins just minutes before John O'Keefe appeared at his house, 34 Fairview. Brian Albert, who was watching Chloe that night, the German Shepherd. Brian Albert, whose phone and his wife's phone were never secured. Brian Albert, who never came out of the house. But that doesn't mean he wasn't awake. It doesn't mean that he wasn't on his phone. Think about this. Jennifer McCabe claimed that her sister and Brian Albert both slept through this complete chaos right outside their bedroom window. But Jennifer McCabe's phone records tell a different story, and they tell the truth. She spoke with them for the better part of a minute, 38 seconds.
Better part of a minute.
Detailed about it, at 5:07 a.m. And then she lied about that call. Remember that?
Remember
What was the reason for that call at 5:07? Was it panic? Was it a warning? We know that conversation took place at the precise time Karen left her house to go search for John, 5:07. We could answer those questions if we just had access to their phones. Brian Albert, Brian Higgins. But Michael Proctor wasn't interested in their phones. Not only did he not secure their phones, he never even asked. And what about Brian Albert's dog, Chloe? A dog with a history. A dog that is, quote, not good with strangers. Dr. Russell confirmed that John's patterned injuries were from a dog, just like the dog Brian Albert owned. And then Chloe just disappeared. Not there the next morning. None of the officers that you heard from said that there was a dog in the house. They didn't see her. She was just gone. And then ultimately gotten rid of altogether. Who gets rid of their family pet? Unless they had something to hide. Michael Proctor wasn't interested in that either. And recall the group chat with the Alberts and the McCabes. They were getting their story straight. Matt McCabe, whom the Commonwealth did not call in this trial, instructed the group in that group chat, you'll recall, tell him to say the guy never came in the house. Think about that exact quote. Tell him to say the guy never came in the house. And Brian Albert, the patriarch of the family, exactly, exclamation point. He blessed it. With the truth, as we all know, you don't need to get your story straight. You don't need to tell someone what to say. It's just the truth. And what about the Google search? A Google search that Jennifer McCabe admitted having made. A Google search that was time-stamped by Celebrite at 2:27 a.m. A Google search that read, Hoslong to die in coal.
Hoslong!
It is uncontested and undisputed
you know it.
that that search was deleted. If the 2:27 a.m. timestamp is not true, why does Jennifer McCabe have to lie about it? Why delete it? If the 2:27 a.m. timestamp is not true, why create a false story about Karen screaming ghoul hypothermia? That's just a fabrication. That's just a made-up fact.
Hypothermia.
And by the way, if
Google.
someone does tell you
it was Google.
Google hypothermia, why would you Google how long it takes to die in cold? Wouldn't you just Google hypothermia?
She was just trying to figure out what the hose like.
Jennifer McCabe enlisted Carrie Roberts to help shift the blame to Karen. Why go to that much effort unless you're trying to cover for something? Keep in mind the entire foundation of her claim that Karen said Google hypothermia is this fantasy about Karen screaming it at the location, at the scene. That's her entire excuse. But that story went completely off the rails when Carrie Roberts admitted that she perjured herself to back up Jennifer McCabe's false story. That was a dramatic moment in court. It's an admission of perjury, and you don't see that very often in a courtroom. That tells you everything you need to know about the character and quality of the prosecution's case and their witnesses. Lying and perjury and admitting to it.
Yep.
A
Brutal.
fundamental tenet of any investigation is to ensure that witnesses
know that
are
Hank has- or
independent
that-
and not influenced by other witnesses.
I don't know that Alan has to go
You
this
start
far,
by
but
separating the
he's
witnesses. Michael
going
Proctor
roto-rooter,
did
and I
none of
like
that
it.
in this case, and we see the results. Think back to Jennifer McCabe's own text messages with Carrie Roberts. About Carrie Roberts, not with Carrie Roberts, notably. What Carrie Roberts didn't know was at the time she was being interviewed by the police, Jennifer McCabe was, in real time, she was bragging about having influenced Carrie's testimony or her statements to the Alberts and the McCabes. Quote, she's telling them everything, all the stuff. Remember that timeline that we talked about with Jennifer McCabe? That's what she was referring to. She's telling him everything that Jennifer McCabe had put in Carrie Roberts' timeline. The Commonwealth wants you to believe that Karen Read made a statement at the location, at the scene. I hit him. I'm sure you'll hear that from the prosecution in their final arguments. But their own witnesses contradict that. Jennifer McCabe admitted on cross-examination that her very first statement to law enforcement, confirmed that Karen didn't say anything. She asked, could I have hit him? Did I hit him? Is he dead? The physics and the science answer that question. Could you have hit him? No, you couldn't have. Sergeant Buchanan also testified that the only statements Karen Read made at the scene, according to his conversations with the first responders, was, could I have hit him? Did I hit him? It wasn't a confession. It was confusion. And Dr. Russell explained that confusion. She told you why Karen Read, or anybody in that position, might ask those questions. She was suffering from extreme grief reaction, which, according to the evidence, can last for years. Even her medical records confirm that diagnosis. It's common to ask those questions in grief. It's common to ask those types of questions in shock. You're trying to make sense out of the nonsensical in the moment. And the Commonwealth has tried to twist those words into a confession. There is no evidence that any officer at the scene ever heard Karen Read say, I hit him. Not a single police officer at the scene came in to support the Commonwealth's claim.
Nice,
It's not
very
on
good.
video, it's not on audio, it's not in a single police report.
It's just
not in
made
a single
up.
EMT or EMS report. Nowhere. The fact is, Karen never said, I hit him. You saw the video. Multiple officers were right there. She simply never said it. What did Jennifer McCabe do and not do when she got to 34 Fairview? She would have you believe, I want to set the scene for you, that she's confronted out of the blue with John O'Keefe's lifeless body. Her friend, John O'Keefe. He's bruised and battered, bleeding. His eyelid is cut. His nose is bleeding. Karen is screaming at the top of her lungs. Carrie is screaming back to Karen, shut up! Both women begin crying. Both women are giving CPR. There's chaos everywhere. It's building in the yard, just feet from Brian Albert's house. Brian Albert's window. Jennifer calls her sister at 6:07 with all this chaos going on. No answer. Jennifer calls her sister at 6:08 with all this chaos and bedlam going on. Still no answer. No lights come on in the house. In the midst of all this screaming and this chaos, Brian Albert doesn't come outside. Nicole Albert doesn't come outside during this maelstrom. And yet, Jennifer McCabe never goes inside to check on her sister. There's literally no signs of life inside the house. And Jennifer McCabe doesn't take a step inside that house to check on her family. Why is that? Does that make any sense? anyone, everyone would sprint inside the house to make sure that there's no one in there that was hurt or injured or, God forbid, dead. Everyone would do that. But not Jennifer McCabe. The only way that makes sense is if Jennifer McCabe already knew that Brian and Nicole were just fine. That's the only reasonable explanation. And the only way she would know that they were fine is if she knew what happened. But Michael Proctor never explored this incredibly suspicious behavior. Don't you have questions? This would give anyone reasonable doubt. And don't you have questions also about Brian Higgins? Michael Proctor certainly didn't. Higgins had been sending flirtatious and romantic texts to John's girlfriend, Karen Reed. You'll remember I asked Sergeant Buchanan a simple question. Were those texts flirtatious in nature? He refused to answer that simple question. Do you remember that? Quote, I'm not comfortable putting a label on that, end quote. We read the texts. It's not a secret. Of course they were flirtatious. Of course they were romantic in nature. The reason he refused to answer that simple question is telling. It's because these flirtatious texts establish a motive for Brian Higgins. Sergeant Buchanan could not bring himself to tell the truth. His bias was on full display. He was covering for another cop. Investigators also ignored Higgins' suspicious late-night visit to the Canton Police Department. That was after a night of drinking, by the way. Why didn't they investigate this? What was so important that Higgins needed to go to the police station at that time, 1:30 in the morning, while drunk, by the way? Why weren't they interested in those facts? Remember, he's an ATF agent. He's a cop, a member of the Blue Wall, and best friends with Brian Albert.
Dun, dun, dun.
He would know that the CPD would be the first to get the call when someone reported John missing or injured.
They should have tried
He would know what to look
COPD.
for, what to listen for,
It's got cop in
to
it.
determine if a report had been made and when and what the response was going to be. You saw the skulking through the hallways with his hood up, moving bags between cars, and of course, that late night mysterious phone call on his cell phone, a phone that you don't have and that you'll never see. All of that, and Michael Proctor never gave him a second look. All of that, and the Commonwealth, who's supposed to be after the truth, didn't call him to the stand. If you have any unanswered questions about Brian Higgins, that's reasonable doubt. The police didn't interview Brian Higgins on January 29th, 2022, but he was at the police station, as we've just seen. You heard evidence that Higgins and Chief of Police Kenny Berkowitz, also good friends, were in the Sallyport together with the SUV for a, quote, wildly long time.
This is starting
Kelly
to be
Dever,
a wildly
another
long
Boston cop, told you that.
close.
She also told law enforcement
really
agents
should be
that she
over
found
soon.
it, quote, weird that Higgins could have access to that very sensitive evidence, the SUV. Folks, there is never a situation in which a witness, a potential suspect even, should be given access to the evidence in a case. But that's exactly what happened here. Higgins was given unfettered access to that SUV and its taillight nearly immediately, according to Kelly Dever's statement to law enforcement. And it was at that exact time, the exact moments that Higgins would be in that Sallyport, that the 42 minutes of the Sallyport video is just missing. It's just gone, vanished. Well, that's convenient. Now put in context the condition of that taillight when it was actually seized in Dighton. It was cracked, but not completely damaged. I ask you to compare and contrast Officer Kelly Dever, her attitude, her demeanor. That's all for you to judge. Her attitude, her demeanor, her truthfulness, her motives from the witness stand. Compare and contrast that to Sergeant Nick Barrows. Who's more believable? Officer Barrows is unattached to any of the players in this grand play directed by Michael Proctor. He's truly independent. And what did he tell you? Was the taillight, he was asked, was the taillight in this condition when Michael Proctor picked up that SUV at 412? His answer? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. It was cracked, but not completely damaged, not smashed out like that. So how did the taillight get cracked? How did it end up in the condition where it was cracked, as Officer Barrows saw it, but not completely damaged? Well, you don't have to guess. There's a video. Just watch. That's how it got cracked. And Judson Welcher's own recreation confirms it. Look at the contact. That's from the Commonwealth's expert. And that further is confirmed by the fact that there were no taillight pieces found in any of the initial searches conducted at the scene. 2 searches, 50-foot area searched. Not a single fragment was found until after Michael Proctor had access to and control of that SUV and its taillight. What does that say about the character and quality of this case? It's revealing what happened here at trial. One of the most dramatic moments probably of the trial, Kelly Dever. How can you trust this investigation when you saw how far a police officer will go? You had a front row seat to the power of police manipulation and police corruption, a front row seat. Kelly Dever was interviewed by a separate law enforcement agency, not a friendly department, not Boston Police Department, not Michael Proctor's MSP, a different independent agency. She told those law enforcement agents in a formal interview that she saw Brian Higgins and Chief Kenneth Berkowitz alone in the Sallyport with the SUV. She was detailed, she was clear, she was unequivocal, she remembered the specifics, she recalled how it made her feel, quote, weird. She recalled how long Higgins spent, a quote, wildly long time, as she described. These are all incredible details to tell law enforcement. She couldn't have been clearer, she couldn't have been more specific. But then she's put on a witness list and she's subpoenaed by the defense. Oh boy. Then this rookie cop was called up to the police commissioner's office, the same commissioner that was the boss of Brian Albert. They have a meeting, a private meeting, and he says, wink, wink, nod, nod, we support you, Officer Dever. What else was said in that meeting? What else is reasonable to believe was said in that meeting? She claimed she couldn't remember. She claimed not to remember if he instructed her to do the right thing. But the commissioner of the Boston Police Department certainly said something to this rookie cop, and all of a sudden, that detailed, unambiguous, unequivocal statement to law enforcement became, what did she say? A false memory. Not I didn't say it. She admitted she said it. She admitted she detailed the entire story. She just said, it's a false memory. What?
Yeah, I was
she's
shown
called
that
to
it
the
was a
commissioner's
false
office to
memory
make sure
by my boss.
that she would do the right thing. That's why she was called. And now we know what that means. In her words, my entire career depends on what I say here on the stand. I'll quote that again. Quote, my entire career depends on what I say here on the stand. You bet it does. That's how it works. And that's how we got here. At the end of the day, you have to ask yourself, can you trust the Commonwealth's case? Can you trust their witnesses? Can you trust their evidence? And here are a few of the highlights. A video that was played in a courtroom and sold as accurate. Turns out it was completely inverted, flipped backward, completely false. The test that formed the basis of their entire theory of the case. Watch closely as Dr. Welcher stands as a surrogate.
Oh, there we go.
Is that a righteous test? Or is that a manipulation?
I thought it was righteous.
Dr. Welcher tried to deceive and fool you by leaning into the car, manipulating the results of his own test. When the truth was revealed by Dr. Rentschler, the Commonwealth spent the next hour cross-examining him about how that test was meaningless. It actually didn't mean anything. Well, that's convenient now that we realize that it was a manipulated test, and it actually does mean nothing. It didn't represent the theory of the Commonwealth's case. That's what was suggested. That test does not represent the theory of the Commonwealth's case. Really? Then why was Dr. Welcher playing dress-up in John O'Keefe's clothes, or identical clothes to John O'Keefe, when he was holding a glass? Why was he holding the glass right behind the vehicle? And why was he standing with his right arm oriented to the right rear taillight if he wasn't trying to recreate the circumstance that is the Commonwealth's entire theory?
He was definitely trying to do that. Is it?
The Commonwealth
is that in
stood up here with a
dispute?
straight face and told you they weren't trying to suggest that that's how John was hit by the car. Of course they were trying to suggest that's their theory of the case. They only abandoned it 2 days ago when it was revealed by our experts that it's physically impossible. That silent witness, that science, that physics, has become very pesky to the Commonwealth because there was no collision. Dr. Welcher also told you under oath that there were no x-rays taken of John's arm. He tried to deceive you into believing that John's arm might have been broken. I don't know. I didn't see any x-rays, so I can't tell you what the damage was inside the arm. Really? The Commonwealth has had those x-rays in their possession for 3 years. And again, it took the defense to bring out the truth. The x-rays do not fit the Commonwealth's theory, so you weren't shown. And Dr. Welcher wasn't going to admit it. And my goodness, then we get to the sweatshirt. That was a moment. Mr. Brennan stood here in front of you and dramatically held up John's sweatshirt.
This moment.
Not just to the witness, but to you. And asked Dr. Wolf about it multiple times. Specifically, while it was in that plexiglass, asked Dr. Wolf about the multiple holes in the back of the sweatshirt. He interrupted Dr. Wolf, and Dr. Wolf started to look at the sweatshirt and say, well, and he said, how about here? Here's a hole, here's a hole,
Here's a hole.
here's a hole.
Everything looks like a
Dramatically
hole when you're a
tapping on that
micropene.
plexiglass. It was clear what the suggestion was, that the holes in the back of John's sweatshirt were from January 29th. That's the impression that was expected to be left with you. That's the impression that he wanted to leave with you. And that's false. The truth is, the Commonwealth created those holes. They aren't holes from road rash. They weren't made on January 29th. Those are cuttings from the Commonwealth's own crime lab, folks. That's what those holes are. And even with 3 prosecutors, all 3 of them, sitting right there in the room at the time, it had to be the defense to correct that record, to bring out the truth. If we hadn't done that, what impression would you folks have been left with? That's more than negligence. That's dangerous.
It's downright
It's dangerous.
dangerous. It's dangerous. Dangerous, yeah.
I'm going to guess that Mr. Brennan's not going to say much about this, about the fraud that was attempted on you. And if he doesn't, that speaks louder than any concocted excuse that the Commonwealth might come up with. It's shameful. It's shameful. We are after the truth in this courtroom.
I think we're going to do
You're
about.
entitled to it.
We're going to do a little bit of breakfast
Demand it.
casserole between these 2 arguments because I need some levity. I don't know about you guys.
Why would the Commonwealth stoop to a stunt like that?
We're not going to do the whole thing. Just
It's
maybe 10
desperation.
minutes or so.
They know what you now know, what their experts know. There was no collision.
I think this is overdone. I think he's gone too far.
So now we've reached the final moments of the trial, and you've seen the facts, and you've seen the evidence.
I think in
and
his quest
we've
to be
just talked
thorough,
about
he's
dozens
losing
and dozens
what's
and
important.
dozens of facts that are reasonable doubt. Each
This is
one
a
of them
good
are
close.
reasonable
Don't get me
doubts.
wrong. I just
These
think
facts,
there's a
these
little
note
too
cards that
much.
you're looking at,
He should
piled
cut
high,
10 minutes, 15 minutes off it.
one on top of another, literally stacks and stacks of them covering the table. As you mentally sift through those cards, realize that every one of them is a massive hole in the Commonwealth's case. Every single one of the note cards represents a hole in the Commonwealth's case. If you're holding mentally even one of those cards, you're holding reasonable doubt, folks. You're holding a not guilty verdict. Reasonable doubt is not a sliding scale. It's a wall. If the Commonwealth cannot get over every one of these dozens of walls, you have to acquit Karen Read. The truth is, Karen Read is not guilty. Not because of technicalities, but because the facts, the law, the science, the physics, the data, they all say so. They demand it. The Commonwealth does not have a theory about how John was hit by the car. They haven't even shown you that it's possible that he was hit by a car. And the reason they haven't is because it's not possible that he was hit by a car. There was no collision. Your job is not to do their job, their burden entirely. It's theirs. They have to prove this case and their theory beyond all reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty. And not only do they not have a theory, they can't prove one that doesn't exist.
That was a weird line. I didn't like that
All
transition.
you need to know is that the Commonwealth failed. They failed to provide you with a truthful representation. They failed to prove the essence of their case, that John was even hit by a car to begin with. They failed to prove any intent on the part of Karen Read because she has none. They failed to investigate the actual suspects in this case. They failed to present the lead investigator to you. They failed to justify the perjured testimony that you heard discussed in this case. They failed to hold accountable an officer who came in here and lied to you and claimed false memories so she could do the right thing to cover for a fellow cop or cops. They failed to maintain a fair and unbiased and honest investigation. They failed to present you with the truth.
It's a good
And
line.
this is what you get.
Oh, no, you should have ended
An
it there. It
investigation
was
that's
good.
riddled with errors and omissions and a rush to judgment and conflicted and corrupted from the start. Every part of it.
No, from the middle.
That is the literal definition of reasonable doubt. How can they ask you to be morally certain based on this evidence? It's a tragedy. When the government fails so completely, so catastrophically, when there are dozens and dozens of points of reasonable doubt on the table, your duty, your oath is clear. Your sworn obligation under the law is to acquit Karen Read, not just because you can, because you must. Justice demands it. Do not let the Commonwealth get away with this. Don't let them get away with this. Do not endorse and sanction an investigation that is broken and corrupted top to bottom. But just as importantly, do not let Michael Proctor get away with it. And make no mistake about it, folks. If you convict Karen Read of anything, if you convict her of anything, science, the physics, the data, they lose. But
And
tragically,
science is really banking on winning right
Michael
now.
Proctor wins. Remember his texts. Something stinks. Yeah, but serious charges will be brought on the girl. She's fucked. Could you ever say to yourself, this is justice? The fact is there was no collision. A car did not kill John O'Keefe. So I ask you, let your voice be heard, not in whispers, but in truth. Let the community feel, through your verdict, that justice cannot be bent and that it will not be buried.
Will it be broken, though? I hope not.
Find Karen Read not guilty, not guilty, not guilty.
Good.
Thank you.
Okay, that was pretty good. That was really long, though. Like, that was... I think it was too long. honestly. I think it was a little bit too long. I do think he should cut 10, 15, 20 minutes off it. I think any cuts he could make would be good. He had a lot to go through, but he really didn't. Like, he got the core message out right away, and he kept the core message consistent through everything. He went into a ton of individual detail, which is always good. Show them all the deficiencies. I really, really liked when he's like, read the text from Proctor. Basically, we didn't read them in court because they're so bad, but go read them. There's 38,000 of them. Take your time. Take your time and read about it. And think about why they didn't call this guy, the lead investigator, why you didn't hear from him, why the state didn't call the one guy who's supposed to introduce all this evidence. How do they expect to get this evidence in? And like I said, I think that Alan Jackson's opening statement was better than mine. That, again, should be the outcome. If it wasn't the outcome, he should consider, like a checkout job at a grocery store or something, where he can talk to people and they'll just go, yeah, plastic, please. So that being said, I think his statement was very good. It's very thorough. I just thought it was a little too long. I started getting really, really like tired of hearing the same things and the same approaches and getting really bored through the end of it. And I think he put a lot of the meat of the factual deconstruction in that last third. In the first, we'll say in the fifth, sixth. So the first half of the last third, I think he really starts to open up about all the details that they got wrong. I think he gets right into drilling down on all these individual witnesses and their testimony. And I thought that was really awesome. But I was so bored by then that I was like, God, I can't get excited about this. It just didn't do it for me then. By that point, I was so tired. Now, of course, you want to leave everything on the table. You don't want to feel like you left anything out when you're making these arguments. And so my criticism of Attorney Jackson is very mild, just that I thought that it was a little long and I started to lose attention. That being said, I'm not looking at the jury. I'm not making eye contact with them. I'm not, he's not making sweet, bedroom eyes at me. He's making them at juror number 7 and 4. From what I hear. No, I made that up. Just kidding. Please don't take that to heart. I was kidding completely. But no, he's making it directly to them. And so he's in a much better place to gauge how they're taking in this very long closing argument. But if the judge gives you an hour and 15 minutes and you take an hour and 25 minutes or whatever, great. Good job. Although I think someone said it was 86 minutes. So he's only over by 1 minute or so. And that's... Wait, right? No. That'd be over by 11 minutes. So that's too much. He's fired now. Kimberly Ashcraft, welcome to Paralegal Status. Thank you for joining me. I really appreciate that. What do we got here?
Kurt's fat ass brought down the plane in India. Who the fuck cooks a steak on a George Foreman? Someone needs to wrap him in bacon and baste him in that prison butter. His micro penis smells bad.
Gross. Look, I will confess to having made steaks on Foreman grills, but they were back when I lived in a dorm and I didn't have a regular grill or a pan of any kind. I just had a Foreman grill. So occasionally, I'd go to Walmart and buy a sirloin or something, or sometimes a strip steak. I was not rich in college, but you'd go to Walmart and buy a steak at midnight. Remember when you could go to Walmart at like midnight, 2 a.m., 3 a.m.? Oh my God, 3 a.m. steaks in college were amazing. But I would go get a steak and then I'd come back to my room and I'd throw it on the Foreman grill because there wasn't anywhere else to cook it. Like that was my only option. But believe me, any other thing would have been better. Carrie says, have a good weekend. Great streaming. Thank you, Carrie. Thank you. We're going to take a little bit of breather from the closing arguments before we get into Hank Brennan's. And I'm sorry if like you're just dying to have Hank Brennan come up and woo you. We're going to do that in a minute. For now, I just want to do 10 minutes of Cooking with Kurt. Just 10 minutes. Okay? 10 minutes of video. So we're at 31:48. So 42 minutes of video. We're gonna stop and we're gonna go back to the closing arguments. This is just I need a little recharge. I need a little recharge.
Yeah.
If you're just joining us, if you're new or if you have short-term memory loss issues or whatever, and you don't remember, Kurt has mixed up 14 eggs plus all sorts of foulities in this bowl, and he decided that he's about to fill up these casseroles, the 2 casseroles, because he's like, I think this is too big for 1 casserole. Go figure. But that being said, he's like, okay, well, this is too big for 1 casserole, so now I need 2. So what he decided to do next, inexplicably, was to take all of the food and put it all in the bowl with the eggs, which doesn't make any sense at all. I cannot figure this man out in his thinking. Like, where did you come up with this idea that this would be the proper thing to do? What you do is you take half of the ingredients, you put them in, split it between the 2 casseroles, and then you pour half of the eggs in each one. That's so simple. Why would that not be the way you do this? I don't know. Maybe I missed out on math. Oh, God. Oh.
I think it can.
Oh, you just spilled it on your floor. Yeah, throw more in there. That's good. You definitely need to do that before pouring it into the casserole. You couldn't just pour it in, like put it in the casserole. Make sure the egg is spilling over the rim of this bowl.
Okay. The bowl may now be full, I think. I think the bowl may now be full.
Oh, you think so?
All right, let's add it to our pan and see what we've got. Now, how am I going to do this?
Coringill says, look, going to be 100 with you, chat. From my experience, the more a dish looks unpleasant, the better it is. No, that level of mental self-delusion is not true. The reality is that not everything needs to look like a Michelin star dinner to be delicious. In fact, most steakhouses do not serve, Michelin style. They don't serve Michelin style dishes. They serve a big friggin' steak, a pile of mashed potatoes, gravy, and meat sauce dripping all over the place. And that's awesome. That's how it should be. It is like contextually, that's great. Barbecue places are just a tray with a piece of butcher paper down and meat just thrown all over it. Fantastic. That doesn't have any impact on the taste. This is not that. This is not that. This is a Holocaust. This is Egg Central. This is Egg Central Station burning to the ground, being covered in onions and random peppers thrown haphazardly about. This is not at all just like, oh, well, this food isn't presented at the top tier $400 a plate level. No. You don't get to come in here and skate on this. This is disgusting. This is foul and vomitous. How dare you?
I have to get it from the bowl into the thing. I could use the measuring cups I had earlier. That'd be good.
Yeah, just use the same ones. Just scoop with measuring cups. Oh, look at the stains all over his pants.
Just clean out this measuring cup, and I can use it again.
What did you use in it before? I don't remember. Is he using soap?
1 cup at a time, baby. 1 cup at a time.
1 cup at a time? That's a big bowl. That's a medium mixing bowl, I think. How many cups are in a medium mixing bowl? Those are what, 3 quarts? 3.5 quart? He's got it brimming, so... He used a cup for the heavy whipping cream. This should take about 5 seconds then. You should just rinse off the heavy cream with some warm water and it should be done. Right. Like, what are you doing? Then dry the cup. Oh!
This is going to take a hot second, guys.
Why don't you take it off the thing? Why don't you use a spoon? Why don't you do anything other than what you're doing? Why would this be your choice? Oh, it's just dripping everywhere. Guys. Oh, it's just everywhere. Oh, he just pours it all in.
Worked out pretty well.
Turns out he only needed one casserole. The eggs aren't gonna. There's no air incorporated into them, so they're not actually gonna fluff up like a souffle or anything. So you should be fine. Grab the meat off the burner.
All right.
Bulldozer 74 says curtain brimming should never be in the same conversation. Squid Pro Quo, what a great name, says, I was going to ask you for a fat shaming, but this will do the job. I've just become bulimic. Thanks, buddy. No problem. No problem. Just don't vomit anywhere near a 9x13 pan. Kurt will call it a casserole and eat it.
Next, we need the cheese. So we've got ourselves 8 ounces Mexican.
I think he's only going to put a
with
pound
touch
and a half of
Philadelphia
cheese on top.
Craft blend.
I think he's only doing 3
Gotta
of
have your
these.
cheese.
I can't wait. Just to see it just dumped on top and then pushed down with a spatula. I put in middle. Cheese time
Great.
is a glorious time. Fork time is a mixing time. You know what would have been better? If he would have gotten a block of cream cheese and a block of, I don't know, Colby Jack, anything, really anything, and just shredded it. Shredded
We
it
can fit
into
a little
there.
bit more veggie in there.
What about the meat clumps on the counter? Oh, gosh. How do you still have more vegetables in that thing? That thing's amazing. It's like Jesus just producing food out of nothing. How did that one get
Bell
by?
pepper.
He just threw that in raw eggs and then he ate it. He's just like, bell pepper.
Okay. I think it's ready to go. What do you guys think?
Just throw your forks
I think it's ready to
anywhere.
go.
Why wouldn't you put it in the bowl that's right there where you just throw it all over the... I don't know what to do.
What do you think?
Ah! Soup time is a glorious time. Oh, the smile. Ew. That's the look he gets when you're trying to figure out,
All right,
or when
cool.
he's trying to figure
All
out
right.
your age.
So we'll put that in the oven for 45 minutes.
He didn't even respond. He
Which
didn't
we have already
respond to
preheated?
anything that he read. Something was good for him, and he didn't
That's
say
preheated.
anything about it.
Great.
Yum. That looks delicious. To some people, I guess.
Vice baby, what's up, man? I think at some point we need to review your dad's cooking video, which I'm pretty sure was a direct response to Kurt cooking a steak. But your dad did a video about how to cook a steak like a man, and we'll watch that sometime.
Let's see. Timer. 45, 0,
What about-
0, 0. Go.
Got about 3.5, 4 minutes. Island says, don't pretend cream cheese would save this. I was having a snack and literally couldn't finish it. Every time I crave fast food, I'm going to watch this. I don't think cream cheese would save this. But he goes to the store and he buys these Kraft pre-shredded cheeses with cream cheese in the blend. But if he just grabbed 8 ounces of cream cheese or even 4 ounces of cream cheese, and he put that into his dish, and then sprinkled in a whole bunch of freshly shredded cheese, it would produce so much better of a cheese flavor and a cheese outcome than having the powdered anti-desiccant cheese that he layers on top of there. And it's really easy to do. It's not hard in the slightest. And why don't you do that? I don't get it.
We still have a little bit of vegetables left over.
Just eat them with, just
We've
grab them
got
with your
most of it in
paw
there.
and shove them in your mouth. Vegetables.
So, cooking time was glorious time.
Times.
I'm not planning on signing off. We're going to wait together for 45 minutes.
45.
Do you have something better to do?
45 minutes of Kurt just staring at the screen awkwardly and making that smiley face. Hello. Good morning. What is he chewing on? Is he like a cow just chewing on his cud? He just brought it back up.
So yeah, that should last us for a week, probably at least.
I doubt it.
It's a lot of food in there, right?
Yes, this is 4 pounds of meat and 14 eggs. It's so much food. How much does 14 eggs even weigh?
Yeah, I've frozen it before. Yeah, I added just salt, pepper, garlic powder. I didn't add it to the broth. I added it directly to the meat. I added salt, pepper,
approximately
and garlic
1.75
to the meat.
pounds. So we figure this out. Kurt's got 4 pounds of meat, 1.75 pounds of egg. So we're up to 6.75 pounds now. He's got way more than a 1/4 pound of vegetables in there. Probably a 1/2 pound of vegetables, right? And then I'd say he's got a 1/2 pound of cheese. He put 8 ounces of cheese in there. So we're pushing 8 pounds. We're at 7 3/4 pounds of food in there. That doesn't count the 5 ounces of Worcestershire sauce, which is pushing. That's got to be 8 pounds. Then this is an 8-pound casserole. Wait a minute, he's cooking a breakfast casserole in an oven for 45 minutes. That, and he already cooked the meat. So he cooked the meat all the way through, and now he's going to put it in there for 45 minutes with all those eggs. He's way overcooking this. Unless he put it in if this man pulled off a magic win and put it in a smoker at 275, for like 2 hours, that is a smoked breakfast casserole. Sounds really good. I'm going to do this now. Thinking about it right now, it's like, oh my gosh, that sounds good. I'll make a smoked breakfast casserole by putting it in a smoker for like 2 hours at 275 instead of 35 minutes at 350. That'd be great. But I won't make it like Kurt would make it. I'll make it like I would make it. The riveting.
The oven's fine.
The oven's fine. 45 minutes of this, y'all.
Any Memorial Day plans? No, not really. Just planning on doing the same thing I always do. I'm going to do my improv class in the evening, planning on streaming with you guys.
God, I wish I wanted to see that improv class so much.
You could add wine to it. You could absolutely do that. Yeah.
Curtis talked to me about his improv class in person. I won't talk about the details of what he said. I thought that the improv class is a really good idea for him to meet other people and stuff like that. So I don't have any shame on him for the improv class, but I definitely want to see it. It's gotta be funny.
Is Kurt the turkey man that filmed himself without knowing?
No, I think you're thinking of DSP, although Kurt did film himself without knowing he was rubbing biofreeze on his buttocks. We're almost there. We got think I said we're going to 42 minutes, which is 90 seconds of film left.
The Sackett decision, yeah, we covered it. I covered it on my own channel and covered it on Law and Lumber's channel. It was a correct decision. I don't know if I've posted the edited video for that yet or not. I know I completed the edited video, but I'm not sure if I uploaded it yet or not. Sometimes I have trouble remembering what I've uploaded and whatnot, but yeah, the Sackett decision was completely correct.
Let's see.
It was fun discussing it on Law and Lumber. I wasn't feeling very well, but I'm feeling better now. I met with 3 ladies last night who are fans of my channel. Posted it on my community tab.
Oh my God. Did you record it? Oh God, did you record it? Oh my gosh, when was this? When was this? 2 years ago. It doesn't say the exact date. Shit. 2 years ago. It just doesn't say. 2 years ago is when? When was 2 years ago? Oh my God. Gotta find that. We've got to find at least the community post. Met with 3 ladies from my chat last night. Why couldn't it be recorded?
I get lost in his eyes and scream to be let out.
Yeah, it's like the guy who was in the labyrinth with the Minotaur, right? Was it Midas? Midas? Whoever it was. That guy. That's what you're stuck with. It's like he's always coming around the corner.
For those of you who haven't seen it, we went to dinner in Austin, got together. It was nice.
Get it, Kurt. Come on, tell me something. Anything. You have 4 seconds. Tell me anything.
Well, the Worcestershire sauce wasn't really for the eggs as such.
You'll have to wait to find out what the Worcestershire sauce was for, because it wasn't for the eggs as such. That mystery will remain. This has been a brief segment of Cooking with Kurt, and we are back for Hank Brennan's closing. Sorry, guys, I needed a palate cleanser. I couldn't do an hour and 15 minutes of Hank Brennan's closing after that hour and 26 minutes or whatever of Jackson's closing. I know Brennan's going to be brutal. Oh, look at him. What a fucking dweeb. Feel free to send in super tips. You can check them out. supertip.gg/RL.
Big shout out to my non-naked snake Keanu for swiftly swinging her broom for me last night, fending off Bargain Bin Alex Stein. Just kidding. She done me dirty. Kiki and Gaping. Gabe got wrecked worse than a redo of Healer After Party. Would still smash, though. Oh, and Kurt's blood type is Ragu. Gopeen.
I don't speak for Camelot. Someone else tried to speak for Camelot and Zia. That was pretty funny. Oh, they're just joking, but Nick's super serious. Okay. Love redo of Healer. Everyone should watch it. Everybody should be forced to watch it in kindergarten. That's the appropriate way to handle that. All right, back to this. Oh, as I was saying, yeah, feel free to send in super tips and either interrupt or not interrupt the show. You can do that at supertip.gg/RL, just like that. So have fun with it. Enjoy your time with it, and make me feel all wiggly with it.
John O'Keefe,
was 46 years old. 46 years old. He spent his life helping people.
Oh my God, this is terrible.
He's described as a good man, kind, generous, thoughtful. He was a Boston police officer. He worked to help the community.
Wrong. This is the wrong approach for Hank Brennan. Wrong. He should come out immediately saying, I hit him. He should be countering Jackson in the way that Jackson was pre-countering him. He should say, don't you dare try and wiggle that thing at me. I'll wiggle it for you. And he should dive right in. Because that's their only case. Doing this weird sympathy bid on John O'Keefe. Yes, he's dead. Everybody knows he's dead. The whole purpose of this trial is that he's dead. He's been dead for years now, and nobody gives a shit about him. Everybody gives a shit about Karen Read. Why are you trying to focus on John O'Keefe now? Oh, it's such a tragedy. We know. Why didn't you guys investigate it? This is a bad start.
Everything you've heard about this man, he was a good man. He helped people.
I don't believe that at all.
When his niece and nephew
I believe it
had
less
nobody,
because this guy
he
said
took
it.
them in.
He took them in probably as foster care, full-time foster children, and probably got paid a pretty decent amount of money from the county to do so. Like, which he should. Like, if the parents are gone and the county has to find a foster parent who's a parent to raise the kids in the absence of the availability of a parent, they should be compensated. The county has asked someone to do something, and they should do that. I don't know if John did it as a foster thing or if he just took them in or whatever, but if he did it with any assistance from the county, and as a cop, I would think he probably did. He was likely he was likely well compensated for taking on the quote unquote burden of these children. Let's not pretend that civil servants don't use the civil services that are available, and they should. They're available. They should definitely use them. But this whole he did this, well, I mean, kinda. But it's not like he did it completely thanklessly.
He took them in. John O'Keefe seemed to be the type of person who...
Shinny Graham says, Nick, you are a little boy that goes after a sweet-hearted person. Keep trying to deflect your issues. I was married to your issues. The signs are tell-telling. My kid survived as one parent was good. Good. Take your issues and shove them into your anus. Like, for all I care, you don't get to take whatever you went through and put that on me. That isn't happening here. That happened there with you in your situation, which is just fine. That being said, Kurt is not a sweet-hearted person. I've spent a lot of time talking to him, so if that's who you're referring to, no thanks.
Brennan looks like Marty McFly's dad. Quick, someone girr the DeLorean he needs to go back to him own time.
Are you okay? But Kurt is not a sweet person. Kurt is a person. He has sweet opinions and unsweet opinions, and I've heard many, many, many of them throughout the years. All I'm doing is making fun of him. That's it. I'm not sending it to him. I'm not dragging him into it. I'm not bringing him on and ambushing him with it. I'm just making fun of him. And it's all stuff that he's put out on his channel. It's out there. I didn't go digging for it or trying to find shit that's hidden. It's all right there in public. Everybody can go look. Quit your whining.
Nick, I want you to poll the chat on the results of this trial. Also, grounds and axe.
We did, we did a poll on the result of my closing statement. I'll put up a poll on what people think, guilty, not guilty, hung jury.
Would help anybody at any time. And on January 29th, 2022, John O'Keefe needed some help. He needed help from somebody else.
No, he was dead.
You see,
Quickly.
John O'Keefe had just been hit by Karen Read in front of 34 Fairview Road, and he lay on the ground dying. and he needed help. Someone to reach out a hand, someone to knock on a door, someone to make a phone call to 911, even anonymously.
The amazing thing is, yes, that's true, but he was still dead. Like, he was going to die. His head was bashed so hard, he was toast. That's the testimony we got from the medical examiner. So he didn't need help. He needed a fucking coroner. One that you guys seem to keep away from him, which is very, very weird.
James O'Keefe was not hit by a Lexus on January 29th. He was
bell peppered.
Not take responsibility, just to help. And there was only one person in this entire planet who could help him that morning, to give him a chance.
What
Maybe it was a
lunatic
33%
world do
chance
you live
he met
in?
the Isaac Wolf of the world. But to give him a
Insane. You have several people at the party who could have easily gone, hey, where's our friend who is supposed to come in here? One of them texted, like, you coming tonight? He's like, I am now. Woo. You also had the plow driver. You had the plow driver who could have offered assistance if only John was actually laying in on the ground when you said he was. But you're a liar, Brennan. I don't know if I'm going to get through. Like, I'm going to keep
chance.
Stopping
And
this
that
if I
one
don't stop
person
myself.
who could help him that morning was this defendant right here, Karen Reed. And she made a decision. In her Lexus with the shattered taillight, debris field all over the front yard, and John O'Keefe lying helpless like a child on the front yard. She made a choice. She didn't call 911. She didn't run to his aid. She didn't knock on a door. She made a decision about herself. In her Lexus, she drove away.
There's no evidence to support that she made a conscious decision to drive away.
She was drunk. She hit him.
That would be
and she left him to die.
Cataclysmically
She was
against
drunk.
what you just said.
She hit him, and she left him to die.
Wait, so you're taking away the malicious murder from the second-degree charge? Like, because that's what you're arguing right now, is that she was drunk and she hit him, which would be the DUI murder charge. You going to drop that other charge there, Hank?
Before I go through and detail the evidence,
Dishonesty.
let's talk a little bit about
Fucking
the
hate.
evidence as a whole. She was drunk. She was drinking that night. She was drinking McCarthy's with John. She was drinking at the waterfall. Her blood was taken with samples of the retrograde analysis, almost 2 to 3 times the legal limit. She was drunk.
Where do we get 2 to 3 times the legal limit? She was at the biggest number I saw was a 0.98, which wouldn't be 2 to 3 times the legal limit. It's barely over the legal limit. And actually, it was in the margin of error to be under the legal limit when you had to correct for the error of that type of analysis, especially on someone with MS. So, why the fuck you lying? Why you always lying?
She hit him. The timeline in this case is beyond dispute. You can accuse, assault, characterize, malign, twist. The timeline doesn't change. It is data. Data is data. The black box.
You literally brought
the
in
forensics
an
from the
expert
SD
to
card.
change the
We know
timeline.
exactly, step by step, where they were.
How can you say this? How can you unironically stand there in front of a jury and say, no, the timeline is it, data, when you brought in a lying nerd to come in and be like, no, actually, the data was wrong and we're going to change it. And he'd be like, you can't change data. You actually brought in a guy who lied about his CV for 17 years to come in and say, no, actually, the data is wrong and we have to adjust for it now. And data can't change.
We know in that window, she hits him because he never moves again. His healthcare data, the temperature on the battery of the cell phone, the physical evidence, the debris field, the DNA, the hair. And then she left him to die. He had a basal skull fracture. Count the coop. You've heard all about it when the back of your head hits the ground.
Count the coop. He doesn't even know what he's saying.
Dr. Wolf told us The reason why
JJ,
they have
I'm
level
gonna-
one
I'm gonna
trauma centers
stop.
around the country
I'm gonna
is
stop
because
pausing him.
people can survive this injury if they get help. That's why they have
Hands
this
where I
care.
can
That's
see
why
them.
they have these hospitals. But you gotta get help.
I lied.
You gotta get help.
I'm not
And if
keeping
you
my hands on
don't,
my tits.
You develop symptoms, ecchymosis, raccoon eyes, your brain swells, and you die.
Oh, what help could have saved
She was
him?
drunk.
She was drunk.
And that night was a recipe for disaster. But before we get
It's
to
every
the
night
drinking,
with you.
in some ways, the fate of this night was sealed well before that night because John O'Keefe and Karen Reed were in a toxic relationship. This relationship was crumbling. We hear lovey-dovey, and it was crumbling, and we know it. And we know it because a month before, his niece Kaylee talks about when they went to Aruba. It should have been a wonderful event. It was discord. It was fighting. It was aggravation. And when they got back, the discontent was palpable. Miss Reed reaches out to Brian Higgins, text messaging. John O'Keefe, the relationship is crumbling. And
You
heard
still a
little
lot
bit
of
about
fun,
what that
Higgins?
relationship was like. Kaylee, his niece, told you when there was an argument, John would do what John does. He would walk away. She described to you one time to get away from the scene. He walked into his bedroom, but the defendant wouldn't let it go, pounding on his door, having to get the last word, never letting go of the fight.
It sounds like
Kind of
every
mirrors what
woman in a
happened on
relationship
January
ever.
29, 2022.
Also,
And
like every
maybe
guy in a
outward
relationship
appearance, they
ever.
got along. Maybe sometimes quietly they got along. But behind closed doors, relationships have up and downs. We have a bird's eye view into the relationship on January 28, 2022, because we have the text messages. Not so lovey-dovey. The relationship is almost over. The tensions are simmering beneath the surface.
Right, that's why she killed him. That's normal.
They are not getting along. She believes Mr. Keefe is already halfway out of the relationship and he's not into it anymore. You will read them, you saw them. This relationship was unstable and at
Maybe
its
his
end.
tongue down that hoe's throat
And
was
so
her
fast
first
forward
indication.
That night, after this discord, after the arguing, they go out and what do? They drink. And
So?
they drink a lot.
So?
So Keith drinks a lot, and Karen Reed drinks a lot.
So what?
You've seen the McCarthy videos. You can call it 6, 7, 8, whatever you want to call it. You can see the shots into the mixed drinks. More shots into mixed drinks. Count them yourself. Over a half dozen mixed drinks in just a few hours. Sober? And then at the waterfall, a shot, a mixed drink. Now, it was brought up the waterfall that there was some type of discord between Brian Higgins and John O'Keefe. They knew each other. They were friends. Brian Higgins' conduct of speaking to Karen Reed is not honorable. It's not. But they were friendly. There was no adversarial relationship. There was no anger between them. What we heard is they barely greeted each other. Could we have slide one, please?
No.
At the Waterfall Bar, when you see John O'Keefe come in, here's him barely greeting him. That's him and Mr. Higgins. Barely greeting each other. Reality sometimes is different than argument. This is a celebratory mood. Take that down, please. Celebratory mood. A bunch of friends. They're playing around. They're hugging. They're grappling. This is a fighting
It's
technique
so
for a
gay.
murder 2 hours later. Is that the story? They're practicing their moves to murder John O'Keefe.
Yes.
In the celebratory mood, you don't see any aggravation or animus between Brian Higgins and John O'Keefe. Inevitably, the next morning, Karen Reed is brought to the hospital and they take her blood. Now, the government doesn't have to prove that she was drunk. It is either that she's over the legal limit, 0.08, or she had enough alcohol to affect her ability to operate a motor vehicle safely, but you will know
That's
that
drunk.
she was far beyond the legal limit. After the retrograde analysis, almost 2 to 3 times the legal limit. Almost 2 to 3 times the legal limit.
Low watermark with a big pink boy. Thank you so much. Says, I hope you're doing well, Nick. You look really warm. Turn up the AC. AC's up a bit. I've been dealing with an illness for about a week, and I think I'm on the downslope from it, so it's good. But yeah, if I look a little warm, that's why. But we're all good. We're all good. A little congested, but in general. Thanks, man. Appreciate the super chat, of course.
It's been intimated.
Nobody
Tom
intimates
said
anything
that
with you,
maybe
Hank.
She went home and started drinking after she got home. No evidence, mind you. No evidence.
No evidence.
And
That's-
that somehow that is why she had a high blood alcohol level.
That's actually a good point by Hank, though. There was no
Not
evidence of that.
appropriate For me to comment on the credibility.
I think it's a
Another
reasonable
character,
assumption,
so I
but it
won't
was
do that.
not introduced into evidence.
But Karen Reed will do that for her. So if we listen to slide 2, she'll tell you exactly what she thinks about that claim.
My alcohol intake's probably about 5 or 6 or 4. The drinks that they report me at more parties, which is where I consumed most of the alcohol, was the weakest fucking time. It tasted just like old soda water with lime.
Slide 3, please.
I wouldn't have gotten on the expressway. I wouldn't have gotten on the expressway at 12:15 on January 29th. I mean, it was quiet. The roads were very quiet. You can see it on the videos. And I was going, when I've had a few drinks and I drive, I always drive extra slow. I know my alerts aren't as sharp as they should be. But I shouldn't have been driving.
Thank you. Do you think she drank when she got home?
Yes. See, here's the crazy
When they
thing.
leave the Waterfall Bar at 12:12, you see a video.
This guy tells us what a luscious drunk she is and how she can't stop herself. He's like, you think she drank when she got home? Yes, yes. Everything you said leads me to the conclusion that she drank significant amounts of liquor the moment she got home after a fight with her boyfriend and a long night out. Yeah. Why is that weird? Why? You think she drank when she got home? Yes.
You have in evidence, there's a still photo of John O'Keefe holding a glass. Not from the Albert's home. He didn't sneak into the house in the cupboards and grab a glass. From the waterfall, you see him with a glass, and in it is a straw. Take a look at that picture. And now from 12:12 on, we virtually have a historian in the data that tells us exactly where he went, exactly step by step where he went. And how do we have that? Well, we know the defendant's car had like a black box, and Judd Welcher, Dr. Judd Welcher, took the data from the black box and downloaded it so you can see the movements and the triggering events. And then Shannon Burgess, well, you don't like what he says, don't attack the data, attack the man. He can be mocked for his LinkedIn profile or his unupdated CV. But
No,
what
his
he did
his
is
lies
he found a key
wasn't
critical
unupdated,
piece
it was
of
a
this case
lie.
that did not exist before. He found it recently. And it was that SD card. The SD card that everybody missed.
And you're going to say
including
now
the
that
defense
data can be
expert.
changed
Everybody
when you
missed
said
it.
earlier that it
So
can't.
as much as you want to make fun of him, Shannon Welcher found the key so that we could have the time and date and location coordinated for an impenetrable timeline that can't be broken.
Tell me
That's
about
what
penetrating
Shannon Burgess
again.
did. And so we know on the way from the waterfall to 34 Fairview, Ms. Reed is driving drunk. Mr. O'Keefe is in the passenger side of the car, and they're heading their way to 34 Fairview, and they get lost. And now we have more data because John O'Keefe has a cell phone. And I said it in the beginning, it is a historian. It doesn't suffer from bias, it doesn't suffer from prejudice, it doesn't suffer from memory loss. It has data on it. and he puts on Waze, high location data, as Ian Whiffen would say. And it tells you second by second the speed, the location, the movement. That's what it does. And he has healthcare data on that phone. The healthcare data separately shows his movement. And that is critical. It is critical because it not only shows his movement, it shows when he does not move. That healthcare data is critical. And it's not subject to bias. It's not in dispute. There's no other contrary evidence. It is data. On the way to 34 Fairview, alcohol fuels tension. We know that. And we know from those text messages the tension.
Alcohol
in that
doesn't
relationship.
always fuel
And then
tension.
there's a trigger. There is a trigger.
We don't know that.
On the way
What
because
expert
they're
came and said that
lost.
alcohol fuels
And when
tension?
John
What
O'Keefe
psychologist
calls
came in and did that, or
Jen
addiction
McCabe for
specialist?
directions, Jen McCabe says something that triggers what's going to happen next. Could I have slide 4, please?
I don't remember an expert coming in and testifying that alcohol, increases tension or whatever, but maybe they did.
This guy looks like a dying sperm cell that's wriggling its way towards Bev's moist cannoli.
Why moist? Why do you have to do this? Okay, I'm ending the poll here. We have 71% not guilty, hung jury at 23%, and 5% at guilty. So we've got pretty significant idea that Karen Read is not going to prison on this one. I agree. I think hung jury, though.
Very close to the outlets. In fact, when Jen was navigating John to the outlets when I was driving, she said it's near Ashley's house. Ashley and John had hooked up prior to John and I dating.
And so as they travel to 34 Fairview, under the duress of this crumbling relationship, fueled by intoxication, we have triggers. Now, we know on their way there, we know from the data, where they went, how they moved. If we look at slide 5, Ian Whiffen showed you a guide. You could enlarge that just a little, please. And it shows you, with the healthcare data, it registers as flights climbed, but it doesn't mean someone's climbing upstairs. What it means is there's an elevation, and he breaks down the data, the red, the green, if you could move down, please, Ms. Gomez. And then in the bottom left, that's 34 Fairview. You can see, second by second, the circles of their route, even the three-point turn.
Like Post Malone's song
That's
or
what
whatever.
you see. At that point, they've left the bar. Remember the
Bar.
battery temperature was 82 degrees. They're now in a car. It's now 77 degrees. Think about how accurate the battery temperature is, that it reflects the difference between being in a bar and being in a car. They take a three-point turn at Cedar Crest. And because of Shannon Burgess and because of Judd Welcher, we have the data, and it's a triggering event. Remember, if there's an acceleration past 30%, it registers data on the car, and that's exactly what happens. Is a three-point turn, and it all lines up with the cell phone after you synchronize the times. It's that simple. It's nothing complicated. There's nothing tricky. There's nothing devious about it. It's data. They do the three-point turn.
It's data that we changed because it wasn't working out for us.
Clock with the Lexus clock, and when you do, you can reconcile the difference. There's been a lot of talk, a lot of argument, a lot of fights. Shannon Burgess says 21 to 29 seconds. Mr. DeSorga comes in. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to actually do anything. He wasn't given the invitation to test the data. He just looked at the report and made
he
he
wasn't able to do anything.
But even he, looking at the data, says, well, it's 3 seconds off or 2 seconds. Same window.
He wasn't able to
Same
do anything.
time. They
I
have
don't
all
know.
the arguments we want.
He didn't have the invitation.
They're together. The data matches up perfectly. Perfectly. And so they make their way down to 34 Fairview Road. They don't stop. They don't stop at the driveway. They don't stop. And John O'Keefe gets out of the car. They go to the flagpole, and we know for two reasons. One, the data. And secondly, Mr. Nagel and Ms. Mason at Cedar Crest, at that intersection before it goes down to the right, they meet. They let Karen Read go first. They fall behind in the truck. Now, at this point,
Oh my God, there's an hour left.
Mr. O'Keefe has about 8 more minutes before the beginning of the end of his life. And he's in that car. He's in that car for most of it. Because Miss Mason and Mr. Nagel don't see anybody get out of the truck. Nobody crosses the lawn.
Okay.
Nobody goes to a garage. Not just because they didn't see it.
That's fine.
Not because they didn't see it. Because the healthcare data on the phone shows that John O'Keefe is not
Took
moving. The car is
85
stopped at the
steps
flagpole.
after
the
he
healthcare
died.
data stops. The battery stays at 77 degrees. The data is the data. You can't change it as much as you want to. It's data. And they sit at that flagpole for minutes. It's 12, 24, 33 when they get there. They're there past 12:30. Remember, Miss Mason and Miss Nagel said they were there about 5 minutes and then they go. It's not exact, but about 5 minutes they said. So there's about 2 minutes left for John O'Keefe. And what are they doing in those 2 minutes? What are the last 2 minutes of his life that he can remember that would be open to him? They're arguing. They're arguing. They're arguing. And we know they're arguing because Miss Reed tells us through first responder Becker. She was sad. Remember, he sees her in the back of the ambulance and he's trying to calm her down? She was sad because her last moments were arguing. They're in an argument. That's why they're not going in the house. But John O'Keefe decides to get out of the car, and we know because the dome light goes on. That's what happens when you open a door. Whether he's bent down, he's standing outside, or on the other side, the dome light is on. And then you see the data. John O'Keefe begins to move. 12:31:56. It's the first time he has moved since they got to the flagpole, and it will be the last time he moves in his life. And he moves to 20 seconds. Ian Whiffen said that the satellites, they move, they reconnect, they pull information. He's no longer on.
Oh, the
high-frequency
satellites
data.
just
The
missed
waves
that
shut
chunk of
off.
time. That's amazing.
Now it's more random. It's low frequency.
Now it's low frequency.
We would never suggest, and Mr. Whiffen did not claim, based on location data alone at that point, you can tell exactly what John O'Keefe is. What he said is it was readings all night. The bullet is always near the flagpole. That doesn't mean he was always near the flagpole. He could have moved. He could have moved in the circles and come back. Location data is consistent.
The circles which go all the way to the front door and even inside the house?
That's not enough. But there's more. There is more. There is the healthcare data. There is the temperature of the cell phone battery. And so he moves to 20 seconds. It turns west. It does not say he walks to the house. That's not what the data says.
Yes, it
doesn't
is.
say that he goes straight line.
Your
and he
testimony
walks
that there's
over to the
86
door.
steps
In
that
fact,
occur.
Could he even get to the door in 75 feet? Could he get there?
Yes.
When the investigator for the defense testified, he measures from the driveway. He never stopped at the driveway. He never measures from the flagpole. He never measures from the flagpole to the garage door. So this fantasy that somehow he walked in the garage, even though there's no evidence, there's no witness, there's no data. 20 seconds of his life, and he moves. And healthcare data registers his steps. It could be pacing. It could be a straight line. It could be shaking the phone. We don't know. We don't know. We don't know everything. We don't know every little detail and every little second. We don't have to. That's not doubt. That's not reasonable doubt. We know for that 20 seconds he's moving. And in that 20-second window, when he moves, he has his phone and he looks down, 12:32:09, he sees a text message from his friend, Jen McCabe. And he looks at the text message and he closes it. And then it happens. We know from the uncontroverted data from that black box, we know that Karen Reed, after he gets out of the car, drives away. She drives for at least 33 feet away from him. He's back near the flagpole. She's gone. It's over. Whatever argument is over. Whatever anger and flame has been dispassion, she's moved on. He's separate from her. He's safe. And then she makes a decision. That's what this case is about.
Then she makes a decision to go kill him with her car in the face.
She could have driven home. She could have broken up with him. They could have talked about it the next day. Or like knocking on the door, like Kaylee said, getting the last word. She doesn't drive away. She takes that 6,000-pound Lexus and she makes a decision. And the decision is that she steps on the gas after banging it into reverse. Before we talk about what happens next, I want to talk to you a little bit about the charges in this case. And I hate to digress, but it's important so we really understand what we're talking about here. I have no authority to talk about the law in this case. The Honorable Judge Cannoni will do that. But I want to talk to you a little bit about the charges. Don't rely on my interpretation of the law. It's the judge who has that special power. But I want to explain to you a couple of things so when you think about what happens next, you can really assess the facts of this case with the charges against Miss Reed. She is charged with second-degree murder. It sounds ominous. It is. It's a serious charge, second-degree murder. When most people think murder, they think shooting or stabbing somebody. It's natural to think that. Second-degree murder is different. It's not first-degree murder. I told you at the beginning of this case, I told you that we were not going to suggest or try to prove that Miss Reed intended to kill John O'Keefe. That was never part of this case. We're not claiming that. I told you that we were not ever going to try to prove that she even intended to hit him. We never suggested we would try to prove that, and we're not trying to prove that she intended to hit him. We're not.
Wait a minute. How are you getting second-degree murder with malicious intent if you're going to say, well, we're not going to try and prove she tried to hit him? I mean, that's the entirety of your fucking claim.
Nick, is that a ham sandwich?
No.
Don't let Brennan see you with that, or he might accuse you masterminding the Air India crash.
No, it's not a ham sandwich. It is a cold cut trio, the same sandwich I've been eating at Subway for like 35 years now. It's really good.
What we are obligated to prove and what we have proven from the evidence in this case of second-degree murder is that she intended an act, and that is putting the car into reverse and heading back towards John O'Keefe. She intended that act. The question then becomes, did her conduct create a clear, plain, strong likelihood of death? Late at night, dark, beginning to snow, under the influence of alcohol, knowing where she stopped and left him after an argument, heading back in reverse to the exact spot or right near where she left him at over 24 miles per hour, accelerating at over 75%. You need to ask yourself, are you
accelerating it over 75%? That's not a thing. You can't accelerate it over 75%. What does that mean?
There's no doubt in your mind that she intended to hit that accelerator in reverse.
Almost all the way.
Create a clear and plain
but not
likelihood of
quite.
death. Then she is guilty of that crime. Whatever the label is, she would be guilty of that crime. Now think about this. Let me give you an analogy. If somebody, maybe a teenager, someone young, impulsive, is on a bridge, and they see cars going by, and they have a boulder, and they want to throw the boulder off, they're not looking to hurt anybody. They're not meaning to kill anybody, but they throw the boulder off the bridge because they want to see the car break, the thrill. And when they throw that boulder off the bridge, and it comes down and lands on the car, and there's somebody, passenger, child, anybody in that car, and it then goes through the roof and kills the person in the car, did they intend to kill that person? No, they were trying to have a thrill throwing the rock. Did they have the malice to want that person dead? No, they didn't. But that would be an example of second-degree murder. When you take a boulder and throw it off a bridge, there's a plain and strong likelihood of death. When Karen Reed, in the midst of that tension and fight, after she drove away and was gone, disengaged, when she came back for the last word, in the darkness, the beginning of the snow, under the influence of alcohol, and decided to stop her Lexus, decided to put it in reverse, decided to accelerate 75% in the exact same direction of where she left him, and then hit him, and he died. I suggest to you that is second-degree murder.
What? Where's the malicious
The other
intent?
charge, operating under the influence of alcohol, manslaughter. It's different. It's a totally different and separate charge. Was she under the influence of alcohol? And then secondly, did she operate her Lexus wantonly and recklessly in a way that would very likely result in serious injury? When you're under the influence of alcohol and you drive a 6,000-pound Lexus in the heat of the moment at the direction of where somebody is, whether you intend to hit them or not, I submit to you that is wanton, it is reckless. And any reasonable person would think it's very likely that serious injury would result. It's not a matter of intending to kill. It's not a matter of intending to hit. It is the conduct of the operation.
Wait, what?
The
It
risk
is a
that
matter of
created.
intending to hit.
And
What are you
so those two
talking about?
charges are two of the three. The three is leaving the scene knowingly. Causing
She
death.
has to intend to hit him. That's the mens
we'll get
rea.
to
He's
that.
improperly stating
So
the
now,
law. It's really
sadly, we
fucking
need to get back
frustrating.
to 34 Fairview Road where we left. We know from the text stream data that she drove 33 feet at least, because it only picks up a 10-second window. And when it starts to pick up the data, we know she's driving at a speed. So it's more than 33 feet. We just don't know. And then when she comes back, she covers the 33 feet and 50 more. 80 feet. 80 feet. Over 80 feet. Now, nobody has ever suggested, even Dr. Welcher, when she collided with them. This data doesn't tell you collisions.
You and
6,000-pound
I
Lexus,
collide.
it's a 216-pound man. It's not going to show a blip. It could have been in that 10-second window. It could have been 2 seconds after. It could have been 4 seconds after. But it's in that pocket of time, and we know it. We know it because when you reconcile the data with the phone, that 20 seconds is in the same window of that 10-second window coming back. So even if it's a couple seconds later, 4 seconds later, whatever Mr. DeSorgo wants, he stops moving. John O'Keefe stops moving. Forever. Forever. Next slide 6, please. You'll get to see this more closely, and you can't probably see it where you're sitting, but there's important data. Data doesn't lie. And you will see acceleration.
Sure it's not
75%. You will see speed, 24 miles per hour backwards. You will see distance, over 80 feet. That's what you're going to
He's
see
going
in this
the
data on that
distance.
night. Anger,
He's going
although not
for
necessary
speed.
in any of these charges, anger can be inferred. For somebody to come back that hard, that fast, that reckless, that obvious, likely to create a plain and strong likelihood of death. That data tells a story that can't be changed, can't be attacked. ARCA, they did some crash test dummies. You know what else they do? Text stream data. There's nothing about that data that is uncertain. Nothing.
It just doesn't say what you keep saying it says.
Take that down, please.
That's what is uncertain, is that your conclusions about the data are
Hits
not
John
correct.
O'Keefe, hits John O'Keefe, collides with John O'Keefe. We don't know if he went in the air a foot. We don't know if it was how much of a clip it was. We don't know if he stumbled back.
We know he didn't do
But
any of those
know
things.
There's no doubt there's a collision because her taillight's all over the yard. It's all over the yard. And when he falls back, and he hits the back of his head, his basal fracture, he's then lying there helpless. When Miss Reed leaves, she leaves behind tons of her taillight all over the yard.
Except she doesn't.
Yeah, it's called debris field. And you've seen videos. You can't
Debris.
replicate the exact contact. You can't because you need where the person was hit, how fast the person was going, but you know what happened because when you look at the debris field, when a light is broken, it's no different than what was on the front yard. It's no different.
It's no different.
She leaves him behind. She leaves her taillight behind. She goes home. And on her way home, you know she's still angry.
How do you know?
She's still angry because she starts leaving him voicemails.
Why would she do that
Slide 7,
if she just hit him with a car? Why wouldn't she just say, "Hi, you just got hit, you stupid piece of garbage"?
Healthcare starts at 12/31/56. 12/32/04 to 12/32/12 is the data, which is adjusted when you reconcile the clocks with Alexis. 12/32/09 is when Mr. O'Keefe closes his phone after looking at Jen McCabe's text. 12/32/16 is his last steps. Mr. Disordi says that red range should move a little bit, 2 or 3 seconds. They can move it 4 seconds, 5 seconds. It doesn't matter. It's all in the same window. It doesn't change.
Postman Matt says
Yep,
second-degree
slide
murder and
10,
manslaughter
please.
statutes have extremely similar wording. It would be confusing to try and tell them apart. I agree, but if he keeps saying that there's no intent to hit, then it's not second-degree murder. Thank you.
Each one of those pegs represents 10 feet.
Each one of
You
the
can't
pegs
place that
represent
car
10 feet.
Where it was in front
Used
of
to
you. You just can't. The date
identifying
doesn't tell you
pegs
that.
there?
That tells you the movements of that car. Now, as John O'Keefe sadly lays on the ground, abandoned, you're going to have to ask yourself a question for charge number 3, leaving scene knowing somebody was injured and then died. You're going to have to ask yourself, is there evidence that Miss Reed knew that she had hit him? Don't need to prove it for murder 2. Don't need to prove it for OUI manslaughter. But for the 3rd charge, Commonwealth has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt she knew she hit him. We weren't there, but there was an eyewitness. There was a guide. And that eyewitness tells us that she knew. And that eyewitness is Karen Reed herself. She tells you that she knew. Could we have slide 8, please?
Could I have hit him? Did I hit him?
How could that have been? I mean,
I don't know what that could have been. It was howling wind. I had YouTube blasting on the stereo, and I thought, did he somehow try to flag me down, which was the reaction I was hoping to garner as I slowly pulled away from the house. Did he come out and maybe trip or bend over to pick up his cell phone, and I ran over his foot, and then he passed out drunk? I mean, I didn't think I hit him, but could I have clipped him?
I don't think that's over. Like, I know that Hank thinks it's the most damaging thing, but I think
When she
asking,
left,
like, did
there,
that happen? Did
left
something
John
happen?
She didn't think he was mortally wounded.
She didn't even think that she hit him. She just thought that the possibility could have, like, it could have
So when
happened.
she made her way back home, not only did she
But she should not have given that interview. That's terrible.
all over the front lawn, but she took evidence with her too. Hair, DNA on the taillight, and she drove back to John's house. And she started calling on the way back, 12:33.
She took evidence
A
with
minute
her.
and a half later.
She drove the car.
And then her messages
Her car.
show her anger. You see, this was John's fault. This was John's fault.
Yeah. She doesn't know he's dead, you weirdo. Even if your theory is correct, even if you think that she hit him here, you said you're not proving that she tried to hit him, which logically leads to the conclusion that she wouldn't know that she hit him, that she wouldn't know that he might be in mortal danger or even wounded at all. She's just sitting there going, why isn't he answering me? Why isn't he answering the phone? I mean, did something happen? Did I do something? I don't know. But this entire concept is like, why is she calling a dead guy?
Objection, Your Honor. This Timu Gilbert Gottfried is so bad, Your Honor's cannoli is drier than the Sahara.
Sustained. Mr. Brennan, if you want to continue, you need to jam that micropene into me harder than Karen Reed stepped on the gas to kill John.
That's harder than 75% is what I'm getting. I don't like this. No, that was terrible. Why would you bring... Gilbert was a saint, and you just brought him into this for no reason. The Squid says the grand jury indicted on the theory of intent, but Hank wants to convict on the portion of second degree that doesn't require intent. Two different theories of the case, and it shouldn't stand. I agree. It shouldn't stand at all. The state should always be held to fight the case that they believe happened and not be given any leeway to just bring in something else as a compromise.
And her phone calls tell you about the tone and the destruction of that relationship. 53 phone calls that night. 53 phone calls. Not one to 911.
Bitch is crazy.
Not one to Jen McCabe, please go outside and try to help. Not one to a hospital. Not one to anybody but him.
It would indicate one of two things, and you haven't eliminated the second one. The first one is that she knew and wanted him to die or whatever, and she's like, suffer, die in the cold. The other thing it would indicate is that she had no idea. That's called reasonable doubt. Until you dispel that notion, show us where she had an idea. Show us at all. TLCG, welcome to Paralegal. Thank you for joining the channel. I appreciate that. It's Mormon Cozy here.
Calls. Slide 12, please.
Like a fat guy's butt cheeks. Warm and cozy and squishy and everything. A little oppressive, though, and kind of smelly. Okay.
The calls keep coming.
The calls keep coming and they don't stop coming.
72 degrees. He's been
Tell him he
outside
should die,
now,
then he hits the ground
not
running.
moving, on that cold, hard ground with his cell phone under him. The warmth of his body, the cold.
How does he hit the back of his head and have the cell phone under his chest? Like, right? Oh, God. Hit the back of my head. Dying immediately. But my cell phone's under my tummy.
Ground, 72 degrees. It tells you the story. As this temperature plummets and that cell phone battery is compromised, so is John O'Keefe. And him and his cell phone alone on that yard. 66 degrees at 12:45. It is plummeting.
Plummeting. It's not
Taking
plummeting.
your phone and putting it in a freezer, not a same analogy. The idea that means that John O'Keefe went in the house, absurd.
Major Poner, maybe.
66 turns to 61.
Depends on when it is.
48 unanswered calls from the defendant. He's not in it.
48 unanswered calls. He's happy to be dead after that. Like, oh my God, stop. He probably ended it all. The Squid says, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we've proved to you with 53 phone calls in one night that Karen is a stage 5 clinger. We all know that crazy bitches are guilty and that bitch is crazy. Quote Hank Brennan. That's a direct quote. Oh my God. Could you imagine 53 phone calls? Like, stop calling now. Stop calling me. Thank God he was dead.
He's not wrestling.
If he wasn't dead, she'd be dead after that shit.
If he's in a fight, his cell phone would be moving.
What?
There'd be healthcare data. There'd be steps. If he got
Healthcare
into
data.
the house
He didn't dodge that left hook.
in 20 seconds,
Whew.
and his cell phone is found under his body the next day, and how would he get back outside? There would be more steps because this phone is working. The data is the data. There's nothing wrong with it. It's registering everything. The temperature, the movement. He doesn't go in any house. He can't go in any house. His phone never
Yeah, he also
moves
can't
again.
slip a jab from what it seems.
Voicemail number 3, please. Listen to this.
John, I'm feeling a fucking kid. Nobody knows what the fuck you are, you fucking pervert.
Did you hear that? Nobody.
You fucking pervert. John is slipping it in. She knows it. She's pissed. That was the plan that night, and she said no. He's like, we got to work on us before I can do this. I'm sticking with it.
Objection, Your Honor. The Commonwealth is talking about facts, not in evidence, much like their micropene.
Sustained. The Commonwealth needs to get a micropene reversal. I also sentenced the prosecution to eat Kurt's casserole and then use their vomit to cream my cannoli.
How Japanese are you with that comment? No. No. Next nuke's on your house.
Knows where you are. It is 12:59. John O'Keefe has been on that lawn for about 27 minutes. She hasn't called anybody else, hasn't spoken, has no information.
The first 27
Nobody's
minutes
called her.
of peace he's had in his
You'll see her
entire
phone
life.
records. And she says, nobody knows where you are? She knows.
Nobody knows where he is.
She knows. Nobody does know where he is. Except her. Except her. Why
Well,
is she
his
asking
two
nobody knows
kids-
who you are? She is starting to get panicked.
Were his kids texting
Because she
people and
knows
asking?
She hit him. I'm not suggesting she meant to kill him or for him to die, but she knows she hit him, and now he's not responding, and she's getting nervous, and she's getting anxious, and she's leaving call after call after call. He's not answering. He's not calling back. He's not even picking
So she
up the
didn't
phone.
try to kill him
And we
again?
know
Like
what's
she
happening
did
at
or
this
she
point.
didn't? Which
Panic,
one is it?
Drunken denial. It's setting in. And so then we see the healthcare data from Miss Reed's phone. She doesn't move after a little after 1 o'clock. She could be sitting. She could have fallen asleep. But she doesn't move for a while.
She could have drank a bunch of vodka.
But she wakes up. She wakes up early the next morning. You can take that down, please. And when she wakes up,
Usually
doesn't
you don't know
call
that she doesn't move. You know her phone
Jen
didn't move.
McCabe and say, "Where's John?"
That's
She
different.
doesn't call Brian Higgins. Has his number. Has been texting with him. Hey, was John at a party with you? Did you see John tonight?
Were you trying to bang John by messaging me? Did it work? Did you guys bang? You a fun guy? I'm a ton of fun. I'm a lot of fun.
She knows exactly where she is, and she's frantic. So she wakes up Kaylee, that young girl at the time, and she says she's panicked. She can't understand what she's saying. Call Jen McCabe. Call Jen McCabe. Why is she calling Jen McCabe? She calls Jen McCabe. You know what she doesn't say when she calls Jen McCabe? When did he leave the house? What happened last night? No. She calls and says, I left him at the waterfall. I left him at the waterfall. See, now it's gone from panicked to self-preservation. I left him at the waterfall. And Jen says, left him at the waterfall? We saw you in front of the house. Click.
Holy shit.
Hangs up. Hangs up. So then she calls someone that she doesn't know very well. She calls Carrie Roberts. But now she has to pivot because someone has seen her in the exact spot that John will be found soon. Whether she's the first one there or somebody else, John will be found. Maybe Lucky missed him. It's a snowstorm. You can't see. But someone's going to find him at some point. So she calls Carrie Roberts. It's no longer she left him at the waterfall. She pivots. And she calls, Carrie. John's dead. I think he got hit by a plow. Why do you think she chose those words? Why did she choose those words?
Because she thought he got hit by a
knew
plow.
that there was a collision with a large motor vehicle, and she had to substitute her 6,000-pound Lexus
That's
for another
ludicrous.
big vehicle.
The more
he got hit
likely
by a
outcome
plow.
is that she thought
And so
a plow
now
didn't
we
see
have
him
the
in the
introduction
giant
of
blizzard
Jen
and hit
McCabe
him.
and Carrie Roberts. Phone calls that they probably never, ever wanted. A worse nightmare to get a call like that. For what's going to happen, what they're going to see, what they'll never be able to forget. But because the defendant is John O'Keefe's girlfriend, they wake up in the middle of the night in a blizzard.
Oh man, they woke
Out
up
of
in a
their kindness,
blizzard.
Their loyalty, their devotion to John O'Keefe. And when she calls them and tells them that she wants them to come out, this soccer mom with a perfectly normal life gets drawn into this whole farce. And she answers that call. She gets out of bed. The spirit and kindness she displays to put herself in that position because someone
Talking about
asked
Jen
for help,
McCabe.
because that's what good people do. Kerry Roberts didn't know Jen McCabe. They both knew John. They met each other once years before. Kerry Roberts, separately at that time, answers the call.
Both knew John.
Gets out of bed.
So
Rides
did all of the
to go
ladies, it
help,
appears.
because they have a common denominator, a common bond. John O'Keefe.
Ladies of Canton, though, y'all's
And so you hear and see at 5:07 the defendant leaves.
y'all's
Meadows.
legacy of
She leaves.
hot guys is really in
I'm
jeopardy
waiting.
because of this trial. Because it
And you
is.
see her back up, and Judd Welch just showed you all of those demonstrations where you could see the unsettled snow in the back, and after the bump, you can see the pieces missing. No taillight. There's no taillight on the ground, all the white snow. There's no crack, there's no break. It's a nudge. It's a nudge. But the taillight has already been broken because when you look at the video, not one little piece, it's still framed, little angle with the light, the brakes are.
Just for a second. Again, ladies of Canton talking about these hot guys. Like this dude. Okay. I guess. This guy, Brian Higgins? Whew. In my opinion, y'all need to step your game up.
You take a look, you'll be able to slow it down. You'll see the
And John is an
exact
absolute
same
dog
piece
from
is
all
missing.
accounts. This
Because it's
man
back at
is
Fairview. That's why it's
crushing
missing. It's not there,
randos
it's back at Fairview.
like crazy.
And then she leaves at 5:07. She gets to Jen McCabe's about
He's pulling tail like a 4-year-old at the animal shelter.
5:35. 28 minutes. It's about a 10-minute ride. Where does she go in 28 minutes? Where does she go? We don't know. We don't have data for that. But we know when she
Hillbilly
gets to
Nitrous
Jen
says if you
McCabe's
looked in
house,
the mirror
she
lately there, Nick.
is
I'm not out here
panicked,
claiming to be a dog
frantic,
banging all the chicks.
out of her mind, screaming, waking everybody up. Jen McCabe comes down. Can't understand her.
You look
going
hot.
over to the car to try to console
Thought you
her.
were hot.
Why is she so frantic? Why can't she speak? Why can't she say a word? Because John went out and had a drink and fell asleep on a couch? Because John would maybe be cheating on her? What is causing this extraordinary
Sometimes your
stress?
jokes make no sense. What jokes?
stopped and went
That
on
was
the way
all
by.
just serious.
Did she just see death?
All the like the quote unquote attractive people in this case
Kerry
are
Roberts comes, take charge kind of
very
person.
mid.
She pulls him behind. She sees the broken taillight in Jen McCabe's driveway, and she decides she's going to commandeer this. We're going to the back to Meadows. You're going to follow me. Leave the car. I'll drive. At this point, Jen and Kerry don't know each other. They've only met once. And they go back to Meadows. They obviously don't find John because he's back at 34 Fairview. And then they start their way towards 34 Fairview. They start driving towards 34 Fairview, and they're looking. And you heard from Kerry Roberts, Jen McCabe, they're looking out the window. They can't see a thing. The snow, the blizzard,
You just
the
can't.
weather, the darkness, they can't see anything. And they're driving, and they decide they're going back to 34 Fairview. And this is remarkable. This is remarkable. When they start their way past towards 34 Fairview, they get close.
Oh, there's so much of this left. There's like
When they get
30
close.
minutes left of this. You're fun though, right, Nick? I'm a ton of fun. I'm a lot of fun. I'm a fun guy.
But the defendant screams, "Stop! Let me out!" And they look around and they say, "What? Let me out! Let me out!" She does not see John O'Keefe. She knows where he is. She knows exactly where he is. She knows where to find him. She knows where to expect to find them because she knows where she left him. She tells us. Slide 13, please.
Driving Jen's in the passenger seat. And I described this to everyone, so you probably know this before, but John looked like a buffalo on the prairie. It was just a lawn and a heap that it wasn't a bush or a hydrant or a dog. It was a weird shaped lump at that time in those elements. And I was looking to find him on the side of the road. I was expecting I'd find him.
a weird shaped lump in a blizzard, and you equate that to John O'Keefe? A weird shaped lump, not like a bush, and that is John O'Keefe? She tells us she knows where she left John O'Keefe. And so they go over to Mr. O'Keefe, Kerry and Karen, and she's upset, there's no doubt. I am not for a second trying to deprive her of the unrest and the trauma that is happening at this scene. Doesn't change what happened before, but I appreciate the trauma. And they're trying to help him. And guess what happens when they first move him around 603, 604? Ian Whiffen, data. The cell phone battery gets the cool air, presses on the battery, the cell phone battery drops. Healthcare data, he has not moved since that 22nd. Hasn't moved.
Hasn't moved.
They start shaking him. You're going to see, when you look at the records, that healthcare data starts to move. He's been there all night. All night. She chose to drive back.
Hold on, my
Road.
bad.
And Jen says, left him at the waterfall.
That was my mistake.
The cell phone battery gets the cool air, presses on the battery, the
Just
cell
trying to see.
phone
There's about
battery drops.
25, 30
Healthcare
minutes
data,
left.
He has not moved since that 22nd.
I'm just trying to make it end. Like, I'm just trying to make it end.
You're going to see, when you look at the records, that healthcare data starts to move. He's been there all night. All night. Nobody else. Her.
Her?
So when they try to help him, she says something that is remarkable.
John O'Keefe's last description is a weird-shaped lump. Your Honor, what was Kurt's micropene doing on the lawn?
Come on now.
She says, there's a piece of glass stuck in his nose. And she plucks it out. And she says when she plucks it out, blood spurts out. We'll talk about that in a couple
No,
minutes.
you can only have one of these at a
Remember,
time. If you
piece of
don't
glass,
have one scrolling.
Pulls it out, blood spurts out. That's what she says. As they try to help John, Jen is calling 911. They would like you to believe there's a conspiracy. That the glass that's found in Mr. O'Keefe's body is somehow from inside the Albert House.
No, they don't want you to believe a conspiracy. They just said that you didn't show where the glass came from. You can't match it to the tail light, or you can't explain how it got there.
The glass, well, you will hear in the clips if we don't play it.
You're
You'll
hearing
have
the
all
clips.
with you.
The clips.
She talks about the fact that he took her watch.
Notice it's always in the clips, right? Everything is about what Karen Reed said at the end of the day. He's sitting there trying to tell them, oh, no, our stuff was fine. But it all comes back to what Karen Reed said.
He took the glass.
He took the
She
glass.
says it. So the Albert House, they don't need to give glass. He already has the glass with the straw that's later found on the street, by the way. That's what happens on an impact. Things move. The glass comes with him, lands near his body. Debris field moves past him. Shoe, hat, straw.
Shoe on head.
Jen McCabe makes a call to her sister, and they say because it registers 29 seconds, a Cellbrite record is not the same as a call detail record. There is no evidence. It was a conversation. No lights go on. There's no conspiracy. You can call somebody. It can ring. It can go to voicemail. They have no evidence, none, that there's a conversation between Jen McCabe, the person who was ripped out of her sleep to come help, and her sister for some grand conspiracy. And so what happens next is traumatic. Kerry Roberts and Jen McCabe see their best friend prone, lifeless, frozen, on the ground. And they're living this torment because somebody brought them into this. When they're trying to help John, there is not one suggestion from anybody that John ever went into that house. There's no reason to go into that house because John was never in the house. Not one time does anybody say, what time did he leave? I thought he went in there. Not even a whisper of it because it never, ever happened.
Ever.
When they find their friend John, he's not 20 feet off the side of the road like Mr. Rentschler or Mr. Wolf thinks. He's right there by the side of the road, close by the curb. Could we have slide 14, please? You can see there's Kerry Roberts' vehicle. And then on the left, you can see where they're working. Right off the road, that's not 20 feet. That is a clip, a stumble, and a fall. And remember, when John O'Keefe fell, there wasn't snow. It was just the beginning of a dusting. It was the cold, hard ground. Remember what Dr. Isaac Wolf told us about cold, hard ground? Causes this type of injury all the time. All the time. If we could go to slide 16, please. Remember the
Violet, yeah, I think I was the first lawyer to have Turtle Boy on to talk about this. He's super nice. I'm hoping his legal woes are going well.
Found the glass that he took from the car.
Maybe on Monday we'll watch his trial
And then exhibit 195.
if it's being broadcast.
Glass. On February 3rd, the matching piece of glass was found on the street. The matching piece of glass, the glass that was found with Mr. O'Keefe, was found on the street. He didn't fall back 8, 10 feet from the road. It broke, and then it shattered and went to the street. I would suggest to you it broke at the time of the collision, and he carried the glass with him, leaving the evidence behind, a trail to memorialize what happened to him that night. Remember the straw I asked you to take a look at that picture and leaving the waterfall at 1212, the black straw in the drink on the street. Collision, glass, nose, straw, back, hits his head.
Nose and straw? What?
Can you play the clip on the left, please? 59.
Do you have any plans to have Turtle Boy on the show? Yeah, I talked to him just the other day. Would love to have him on, but what just happened? Oh, he's kind of in the middle of something at the moment.
So John's laying there, his left and his right, and I approached John from the left. That's where the street is. And he had a piece of glass, like, perched on his nose, like, just wedged like a splinter would be. And it just pulled it, and as soon as I pulled it, it just gushed blood down his face.
Thank you. 911's called by Jen McCabe. She's not hiding from anybody. She's trying to help. She's bringing attention.
Saran, I didn't watch. Oh, you mean the jury
When
instructions
911 comes, we have
stream
first
yesterday, I
responders.
guess?
These people are heroes.
I don't
Some
know.
of them.
It was
You've
just
heard from
boring.
Some of them. They were born to help people. That's what their life is about.
They were born to help. You can hear the heroic music in the background. They were born to help people. Where were they that fateful night?
The detail on all their mechanics of getting to work 2 hours early in the middle of the blizzard so that you're there on time so you can help people. These are the core of our community. Mr. Nuttall, this is what he does. He rushes to go help. He's the first person on his knees. He doesn't know this person from anybody. But to him, it's another human being. This is his passion. Katie McLaughlin, first responder.
McLaughlin.
This is not just a profession, it's her life. Yes, she knows Caitlin Albert. Do you think she went there that night at a party and set up a murder and came back? And so they tell you what happens at the scene.
It's not about setting up a murder.
Some things people will never forget. When you're in a traumatic incident,
I almost think that
sometimes it's something
he
you'll
should be
never,
objected
ever
to on
forget.
that. There's no
Anthony
evidence
Nuttall
that they
remembers
set up the murder.
speaking to the defendant. I hit him. Remember, he's on his knees. What happened? I hit him. I hit him. She is now coming to terms with the moment. Her fear is realized. She hit him. She clipped him. She didn't think he was mortally wounded. She panicked. She can't come to terms with it, so she has to bring people with her to face it. And now she's facing the reality of what
Where
she's
is
done.
all this? Where's this coming
Her
from?
emotion is overwhelming. I hit him. I hit him.
You have
She speaks to
no
Miss McLaughlin.
psychological
I
analysis
hit him.
in evidence.
Not that I hit him. Could I hit him? Perhaps I hit him. That was earlier. Now she's recognizing what she did. I hit him. And these people are making it up. Anybody that says anything adverse or inconsistent or inconvenient is a liar.
Yes. If it's inconsistent, then they're a liar. And it's because it's inconsistent with what they said before. So one of the things isn't true. They're lying then or they're lying now. Which one is it? And that's the question they're asked, and they never seem to have an answer, do they, Hank? Is it because you called and personally talked to all of them and specifically emphasized 3 times her saying, I hit him? Is it because you were involved in jury tampering or witness tampering and intimidation? Did you threaten those witnesses with perjury charges? Did you threaten them with the exposure of secrets? The exposure of secrets that seems to be the main focus of the cover-up that framed Karen Read. What did you threaten the witnesses with, Hank Brennan? That made them all, every single state witness, change their story from the first trial to this one. What was it that you scared them with? What charge did you put on a piece of paper and put in front of them?
Or a perjurer? Or in on a conspiracy? Or is it that these good people went there for a total stranger to do their duty to help?
They didn't go there for a total stranger. They answered a call. It's their job. It's like saying, oh, yes, the plumber went there for a total stranger to unclog his toilet. Well, yeah, the guy called him and said, hey, can you come fix it? The pizza guy went and he just brought food to a total stranger. Fuck you. You're stupid.
Happen to remember that she admitted what she had done. I know that doesn't reconcile with the boogeyman Proctor and the bad government. I know it doesn't reconcile with no DNA on this piece or that piece. I know it doesn't reconcile with everybody setting up the girl. I know that doesn't reconcile. But the reality is you have independent, core people who hear her say, I hit him. I hit him.
But none of them said that the first trial. And they couldn't explain why.
That's a liar. But you don't have to rely just on these good people, although you should. You should. You don't have to, because we have a guide, and it's Karen Read. Slide 17.
We have a guy, and that's Karen Read? Is that what you just said?
So I must have said was, did I hit him? I've always said I hit him, but did I really say this many times as law enforcement is claiming I said it?
Thank you. I know it doesn't fit the theme, the theory, the story, but she tells you herself.
Yeah, it doesn't fit your theory or story because there she's just like, wait, did I really say that as much as law enforcement says I said it? Well, the answer is no. No, she didn't. There weren't witnesses for that until Hank Brennan got involved and started calling people.
She endorses those good people exactly what they had heard.
No, she didn't.
She tells you herself she hit him. It's undeniable. It's unmistakable. It's inconvenient. But the truth has a way of...
Yes, it's inconvenient because it doesn't match the actual facts. It doesn't match the actual thing. Her being retarded doesn't make her guilty. Her in an interview going, why did I say this on that fateful night? I mean, did it actually happen or was it just me going crazy? Doesn't mean that she's making an admission. This is what is so gross about state prosecutors. They all do this. That's not an admission. It's not confession of guilt.
Seeping up to the daylight. It can be oppressed and suppressed and pushed down and covered and twisted, but it rises. It rises. And it is not a coincidence. There's no coincidence that Mr. Nuttall and Ms. McLaughlin hear exactly that. She tells you. And Jen McCabe, when she's sitting next to or standing next to Ms. McLaughlin, she tells you she saw or heard the same thing. Remember what happened to her on the stand when she had the audacity to say, I heard her say it? What happened to her? This woman who never even wanted to leave her home that day, pulled out into a storm to see her best friend dead. What happened when she had the audacity to say that? And now we know that the defendant herself said the same thing. And the funny thing, the ironic thing is, you will see in a photo when Ms. McLaughlin, firefighter, was speaking to the defendant, Ms. McCabe was next
Pastor
to her.
Flash, we're going to do more cooking with Kurt after this, yes.
Protect her.
I don't know how long.
Trying to shut her up. Don't talk. You're upset. Stop saying crazy things. The villain of the story was trying to help the defendant.
Who did you just point
from
at?
incriminating herself.
He just pointed at not Karen Read, who's behind him. He just pointed that way. He's like, the villain of the story. Who's the villain? Who's he pointing at? That person should be on trial.
The irony. Could we have slide 9, please?
9.
This is the battery temperature.
Oh my gosh, it's all they've got the battery temperature on the phone, but it doesn't actually say what they wanted to say.
The 29, 12, 13. You know, even the waterfall, 82 degrees, 12:22. In the car, 77 degrees, 12:37. About 3.5 minutes after the defendant collides with John O'Keefe, it started to go down to 72, 12:45, 66, 12:53, 61, and you see it drop and steady off at 1:36. Remember, cell phone battery under him. John O'Keefe either struggling for life or he's passed.
He wasn't struggling for life. He's dead by all accounts very quickly.
Under him. Doesn't move again until 6:06. It drops down 7 degrees because the women are pulling on him. The cold air is hitting the battery. What happens at 6:15? You're going to see the video. You've seen it. Still photos. Kerry Roberts goes over, picks up the phone. Not only does she pick up the phone, she puts it in her pocket, and then 20 minutes later, the next reading, the temperature rises. That's not convenient. That's not a coincidence. That's fact. That's data. And then the phone is passed, but the warm environment, and it raises up. 6:15. How can someone conspire to pick up a phone on the side of the yard that was under Mr. O'Keefe's body at 6:15 and know the battery temperature was then going to rise? And not only did the battery temperature rise, when you look at the healthcare data, at 6:15 when she picks up the phone, you know what happens to the healthcare data, right? It starts to move. It's data. It's data.
It's data. But where's the injury?
So, while they're going
Where's
through
the
this
evidence that he
arrest,
was hit?
the defendant asked Jen McCabe for yet another favor. Look up hypothermia. Find out how long it takes for someone to die in the cold. And there's Miss McCabe in her winter jacket, soccer mom, trying to help. She has MS. Her hands aren't working. She's trying to type in what's happening during that time. It's a frantic scene. She tells you that. The defendant then wants to run back to the ambulance, so she goes with her, never finishes or completes the input. And then she tries it again. At 6:23, at 6:24. That's what this woman did that night, that morning. Not only for her friend, for her. For her. That's what she did. And what happens to her after? Because the timestamp, when you open the timestamp, it's at the time it's open, and she's in bed at 2:27 looking up Hockomock Sports because she is so interested in the kids' sports, and that timestamp stays open. And she goes to that tab the next morning when she puts in how long to die in cold. And that is being portrayed that she's in a conspiracy. She gets vilified as a murderer, a soccer mom who came to help. It took Ian Whiffen 5 minutes to show you a live demonstration on how simple that works. That she's not deleting anything. Jessica Hyde told you it's automatic deletions over time. You usually can't delete that information. That's not a click and swipe like the good Dr. Wolf from Arca knows how to do. This can't be erased. But they still hold on to this. As they argue to you and all the injustices that have been done, they tell you, they want you to believe, or take a flyer on the fact that she looked up how long to die in the cold at 2:27. It is an absolute contrary to the science.
No.
There's no basis to support it.
It's contrary to the science that someone would look up something that kind of looks like they're a murderer. Anti-Flag and Crust says, how's the micropene count so low? Only 5. A little disappointed in the chat. I expected much more by now. Well, I haven't really focused on it. It's kind of losing its mustard or whatever. I think that's the expression. But I mean, as long as people keep telling the jokes within reason, then I'll keep updating them. But I do think we're overdue for something funnier at some point.
I stand here in front of you. Why? Because
But it still makes me laugh pretty much every time. So I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong on that.
every time they say something like that, you look the other way. Don't look at her. Look the other way. 227. Look the other way.
Shrinks, a sad we know but nothing. Pity laughs
Hold on.
echo. Micropene. I wrote a haiku. Kurt's tiny prick shrinks, a sad we know but nothing. Pity laughs echo. Micropene.
There we go. Thank you. Thank you. I guess that puts us at 7 on the micropene counter. Haiku. Hold on, let me read. Kurt's tiny prick shrinks. A sad wee nub of nothing. Pity laughs echo. Micropene.
If
Hard to
you go
argue
lick
with
the
poetry.
cream out of my cannoli, you'll find my micropene. I call it my litty clitty.
See, I feel like that should only be one of them. I think that's cheating. But I'm giving you credit for both. But I feel like that's like giving you extra credit in English class or something. I don't like it. I'm uncomfortable with it. Oh my God. We're getting there. We're getting there.
Don't look at what she did.
Don't look what she did.
Former Trooper Proctor, look the other way. Don't look at her. Every time they make those eyes, oh, she got the glass from inside the Alberts. Maybe in the basement. Look the other way. Don't look the other way. Look at the facts. Look at the data. And it all leads to one person. There's no grand conspiracy. It leads to one person, the defendant. And it's not just the data and facts. It's her herself. Let's talk about Mr. Proctor. You were invoked with this emotion early in the opening that this is a cancer. That's a tough word. Trying to evoke that primal reaction, disgust. I'm not saying you shouldn't be disgusted by the text messages. You should. You should. They're not defensible. I don't stand here and defend impropriety. I don't. But that doesn't change the physical evidence, the scientific evidence, and the data. He was terminated. He paid a penalty. He was held responsible for what he did. He should have been. He should have been. But that doesn't give a free pass.
Wait, what are we talking about?
It doesn't change the facts. It doesn't change the physical evidence. It doesn't change the science. It's unfortunate. It's distasteful. It's dishonorable. Remember, Trooper McKennick was asked, was the investigation with honor and integrity? And he said it was. Was Trooper Proctor's effort honor and integrity? And he said it was integrity. But he never said.
Whoa. He said it was integrity? How can we know? Proctor was clearly not acting with honor and integrity in his investigation.
The micropene jokes have lasted longer and provided more satisfaction than Kurt's micropene ever could.
Kurt's micropene gives my cannoli the best 6 seconds of my life.
Okay, that one was funny. See, because that incorporates the current meta of micropenery.
Said honor. That's a man of honor. Military service, dedicated to his country, highest level of clearances to the President of the United States, now a state trooper. He would not say that Trooper Proctor was honorable. Because he wasn't. He wasn't. But that does not change. It doesn't create a conspiracy. It doesn't invent a dog. It doesn't make somebody in a house something they're not.
Invent a dog? Where's the invention?
Read those text messages. They're hard to look at. It's unfair. It's unfair.
They're not hard to look at. They're kind of funny. The Squid says Hank believes in the science and data so much he was forced to not bring back Aperture for rebuttal because his case got fisted harder than Sasha Grey in her prime. Wait, was she? I don't know if fisting was her. Meaty Actor says, I would believe. Wait, I was reading Twitter. Sorry. Completely. Meaty Actor. Disgusting.
And if there's a penalty more than being fired, well, maybe that penalty would be deserved. But it has nothing to do with.
Well, the penalty, no, the penalty is deserved, and the penalty is the sanction that this trial cannot possibly be based on a biased investigation that was insufficiently done and obviously targeted with the purpose of framing and placing the blame onto Karen Read and not investigating the other likely suspects involved. The sanction is freedom for your defendant. That's it. That's what needs to happen. That's the deserved outcome of those dishonorable texts.
Not one piece of evidence, not one that we can look at and say, this was tampered with. This was planted.
No, it's that he didn't get it. He didn't gather it at all.
Remember when we introduced the taillights at the beginning? I didn't introduce the taillights, but then the defense did, so I put them in. Those were taillights that were only found by Trooper Proctor. I did not put that evidence in. understanding those.
Yeah, you are trying to hide the low quality of the investigation. Gates of Above says, isn't it weird in Massachusetts the defense goes first for closing arguments? Super weird. Really disturbing. I hate it.
Text messages and appreciating the disdain one might have for his comments.
The defense has to defend what they don't know is about to be used to attack them.
But I didn't put that evidence before you because we didn't need Trooper Proctor in this case. We don't need Trooper Proctor to
How?
put this case beyond
How do you
reasonable
not need
doubt.
the lead investigator who
That's
gathered
why
the
I
evidence that
didn't
you're
use
relying on?
evidence to you.
No other case on earth is someone like, you know what, we don't need the lead investigator. We don't need him at trial at all.
Now, there's been a lot of talk about planting of taillight. We know the taillight wasn't planted because Trooper Buchanan and Mr. Proctor did not go down to Dighton to see Miss Reed until later in the afternoon. We know from the 507 video.
This
we've
guy's
seen that.
chin
We
is
know
so
the
massive.
taillight was already missing when she's leaving the driveway.
It's like Jay Leno had such a Johnny Bravo.
Detectives went to do a wellness check to care for those young children, and they went to the house inadvertently. They didn't even know it. The dash cam captured the back of the car. The taillight packed with snow is missing. It's already gone. It can't be planted. At this point, Trooper Proctor's still in his pajamas. He's not even on the case. He's not even on the scene. He hasn't been near the car. And in the Dighton videos themselves, when you close it, you can take it at an angle and it moves, but if you get the right angle, you can see it's missing. It's gone. Can we have slide 18, please? .507. Play anything you want, but if you look at this angle, it's gone.
He's gone.
You know, plant is already gone. You know where it is? 34 Fairview Road, on the Reedfield. January 29, 2022, 823. Look at the right-hand side. Look at the left-hand side.
Wendell, about
Packed snow.
10, 15 minutes, something like that.
It's gone. And the same thing when you do the videos, it's a different angle, a little smaller. If you play that and watch the lights go up and down and slow it down, you'll see it expands. It's gone. So when you have Dighton Officer Barrows come in here and try to tell you what he saw in the salad bar, couldn't have been it. You got to ask yourself, what interest does he have coming in here in this case? A lot of attention on this case, a lot of people watching. Comes in after, of course, driving all the way out to the defense attorney's hotel to meet in a conference room so he can get a subpoena. He spends 2 hours driving up and back
Subpoena.
so that he can conveniently get a subpoena that tells him to appear, which he could have got by fax or in the mail. And so when he comes in, what he says is, that's absolutely not what I saw. Absolutely not. And then he claims at the last time he testified, he had made the same statement. I showed him his transcript. And did you see the redness creep over his face? He never said this before. In fact, he testified to the opposite. And so he sits on.
Did you see the redness creep over his face?
Your Honor, I move for immediate mistrial with prejudice. This closing argument has been vacuously devoid of facts.
Overruled because then the Commonwealth would lose the case again.
Oof. Truth.
On the stand with a new story after a meeting. We don't know why. But then I showed him that bottom right photo.
I showed him that
With the
photo.
missing, and I say, is this the way it looked? That's, of course, before the snow melts out in the salad port so that you can see it unexploded. And he says, yes, he had to agree. This taillight was gone. There's no boogeyman. There's no plant. There's no Higgins at the salad port. There's no one tearing out pieces. In fact, remember I played you a clip and you'll have it where the defendant says, I was picking out pieces, it was crashed in, the bulb was showing, when I was showing Kerry and Jen, when they went back to Meadows. If you don't remember, listen to that clip, you'll hear it. Unfortunately, there's no ring video when they go back to Meadows. There's a ring video when she leaves, there's no ring video when she gets back. And so, now when we're trying to look the other way, we want to find a dog bite. So enter Dr. Russell. Dr. Russell, according to her, nice woman, nice doctor, very
Nice woman,
accomplished.
good
I
dog.
respect that.
Yeah,
She's
yeah,
the
yeah.
only dog expert in the world.
That's
Thing
not
is,
what
we
she
know
said.
no idea what that expertise means. She volunteers for the job.
She didn't say she was
wants
the
to
only.
be here.
This motherfucker.
On her profile.
She did not say she was the only dog expert in the world. She said she was uniquely qualified to comment on this case. That doesn't mean that there aren't other dog experts who could qualify, who could talk about that case also. She's just uniquely qualified in her way to talk about the case. It's an abject misrepresentation of what she said, and it's disgusting. This guy sucks.
But she can't explain methodology. What are
I
you
hope he
looking
gets his
for in
dick
dog
stuck
bite?
in a
She
blender.
can't tell us. It starts a year ago that it's claws, it's teeth, and then it's claws, then it's teeth, then it's I don't know. And then when you look at each
Claws
of the different
and
parts
teeth, that's
of
what
the
she said.
abrasions, she says, well, I can't tell if I look at each one of them, but all together it's a dog bite.
Yes.
Dog attack.
Yes, everybody looking at that knows that that's a
is
dog bite, including you.
Masterful expertise that the defense
'Cause it looks
is
like
bragging
you're
about bringing to
after
Dr.
your wife's
Russell
through with
telling
you.
Because she says this is a dog bite. She has never been in a forensic situation where she's looked at a wound and identified it as a dog bite before. This is the first time, the only time she's ever done it. And what she says is these are not
In a forensic situation, but she's identified dog bite wounds in several situations her entire career. Don't lie.
punctures. Punctures means it goes into the skin, a wound. There's no punctures. And she's sure because she's an expert, so you should rely on her because she's coming in saying she's an expert and she's being presented. Yet, after saying there's no punctures, Dr. Laposada comes in and she sees punctures everywhere. It's an animal attack. It's a dog. How is it?
Yes.
No method, no methodology.
That's
no
not
history
true.
of this, no prior testimony that we know of other than arbitrarily what she says. And
The defense is seething right now because they just want to let him go without making an objection, but this is such bullshit.
she says the exact opposite of Dr. Russell. Why is that? How does that happen? So obviously there is no science to looking at an abrasion and saying where it came from. They give us no detail. They give us nothing that we should rely on. They contradict each other. It's just to get you to look the other way. And so we have now the issue of the defense has said over and over again, there's no collision. There's no collision. There's no collision. And they had a number of witnesses come in to try to say that. And they point to Dr. Scorti Bello, who works at the medical examiner's
Bello.
office. She tells you
And
that
above.
she doesn't see injuries consistent with a collision. She's looking at this case for 90 days. 90 days. The evidence in this case did not stop. It continued for 2 years. She knows nothing about.
She looked at the case for 90 days and found no evidence consistent with a collision. It's not like suddenly there was, oh, look at this new evidence. You have a corpse.
The data, nothing about the black box, nothing about the interviews of Miss Reed. She doesn't know about the DNA. She doesn't know about the shards in the arm or in the clothes. Strike that in the clothes. She knows nothing about that. So in 90 days, she didn't see any lower body injuries. She didn't see any lower extremity injuries, which are very common in car collisions. But that doesn't mean it didn't happen because she, in 90 days, saw a fraction of the information. A fraction.
But not a fraction.
And we
She
know
saw the
now-
right fraction. The fraction about his
Argument back
body.
and forth for days about lower body injuries. The suggestion is a car accident can affect everybody differently depending on the angle, the scope, the speed. Some people can get plowed over by a car and have no injuries. Some people can get touched lightly and have more injuries.
Blitzen says, actually, the x-rays were new. They weren't in the first trial. Do we need an x-ray to find out that his arm had no discernible injury outside the bites? Do we need an x-ray to see if there was no fracture of his arm that would be caused by a 6,000-pound fucking SUV towering down on it like Vesuvius? Are we kidding here? His arm would have been bent at a 90-degree angle. He could have used it as his own back scratcher, sitting there like, no way. She had 90 days of data. So while she didn't have these x-rays, everybody, like, no one who looks at this body goes, oh, yeah, his arm's obviously broken. No one. It's like, well, she just didn't have the data. Come on now.
Injuries, and there was the debate about no lower body injuries. Well, ARCA dispelled that in their dummy test that you can have a collision with no lower body injuries. They did that for us.
Yeah, when you have that collision, the arm shatters, you retard.
Thank you. And so the idea that at the time in 90 days that she doesn't have enough information to say consistent with a car accident doesn't mean there's no car accident. Let me talk a little bit about ARCA. I don't want to waste too much time with them.
I don't want to waste too much time with him. Eric Ragnarsson says, great to see you back, Nick. All love to you and your family. This is more disturbing than Rittenhouse in some ways to the prosecutor. Why would anyone do this? I don't know the motivation.
I didn't think it was possible, but I might hate Brennan more than I do Binger.
Binger sucked, but Brennan, I think, is dirtier. I do think Brennan has surpassed Binger in dirtiness. And this closing argument's real nasty.
What expert who's supposed to come to you, they're not the arbiter of truth. Their opinions weigh no more than yours. Your common sense has more value than an expert's opinion. Their job is to assist you, to explain what their expertise is so that it's a tool for you so that you can make a decision. That's objectivity. We've heard words like confirmation bias, objectivity.
No, it
So
isn't.
we'll on the stand.
The Squid says 3 medical examiners say John wasn't hit by a car, 2 of which say there's dog bites. 2 experts in physics say John wasn't hit by a car. But yes, Hank, all of them are liars and unreliable.
Before we even started, you
5
have
of
to
them are
ask
hired by
yourself,
you.
What expert has a court order for text messages and then deletes the text messages?
This is exceedingly improper. Right here, this is gross. Oh, this is disgusting. Holy shit. That was nasty. That gets my blood up. That is nasty.
What expert, what objective expert uses Signal, an encrypted app?
Me, I'm an expert in all kinds of cool stuff. And I use Signal all the time. I use Signal to text your wife and your mother, Brennan. They're very nice people. That guy's chin in the background is so big.
To communicate about the case. Never used it before, hasn't used it since. And so when he...
Yeah, because the person he was talking to on Signal stopped talking to him. It's not a big deal. Not everybody uses Signal. So you're like, hey, do you use Signal? I use Signal. I like to have privacy in my communications. What about you? No, I don't care. I just use Messenger. Oh, okay, fine. You should use Signal, though, so I can send you nudes.
He did his tests.
I only say that to guys.
He used a lower weight arm. Wasn't trying to bash him, wasn't trying to insult him, tried to get him just to recognize that a 9.38 pound arm is less weight than John O'Keefe's metric, which would be 11.8. That's all, and because it's a lighter arm, it takes more speed to create the same damage. I don't know science, I don't know math very well, but that's basic.
No
It's
kidding.
basic. And he fought me over and over again.
That's because you don't know science and you don't know math, and he does. Of course he fought you. Everybody should fight you on that. Oh my God, do you know how to use a clock?
Did he seem
I met your soulmate the other day.
objective that he was trying to help you? Because Dr. Rexel came in the next day and said, well, you have to adjust for that. That's all I asked him for an hour about adjusting, just like Judge Welcher adjusted. Do you adjust it? And he tried to talk to me like...
You adjust the data that can't be adjusted. You said data cannot be adjusted. It's just fact. It's just data. And then you're talking about adjusting it right now. God, you suck. Ah!
Making something up. His own colleague had to admit
Getting the
it.
vapors.
Now, it's funny, he admitted it before he got through his credentials. No sequestration order violations. Nobody was coaching him, but he knew enough to come in at the beginning and get right on that point. And speaking of sequestration, remember Dr. Russell on her limo ride over? If Brendan asks you a question, make sure you ask for a transcript. Impede the progress. Slow down the questioning. Interfere. Sequestration orders is so there's fundamental fairness for all witnesses, not just some.
He's almost
And
done.
so what happens
He's
to
almost
Dr.
done.
Russell, we don't know.
So
But we do know he comes in here
so
and
ready
tells
for
you
him to
that
be
he's
done.
not getting information that was helping him the last time he testified. He insisted.
Don't you hate when someone just looks you in the eyes and lies to you? Like, can you imagine doing this to a jury? The worst part is we don't know that his career is going to be torched over this, and it should be.
I asked him 5 times, was he getting information that would help him in his testimony? Not from the defense, from his former employer. He said no, no, no. And at the end of the examination, he reads his transcript, and it's yes, yes, yes. And he tells us that he's independent and objective. I asked him about a luncheon, not a big deal, just ask him about it. And he says, I have a sandwich and I stand in the corner until I remind him that we got video footage from a documentarian and he's in one of the scenes.
I really hope
things change.
they levied their
When you talk about
objections
objectivity and who to trust, they can
in
come
advance
and
outside the
say,
presence of
Judge
the
Welcher
jury.
said this and that. It doesn't make it so.
If they levied their if they got a copy of his closing argument outline, and he provided a copy, and they provided a copy of theirs, and then each one they stipulated to file objections so that they would not object and interrupt the argument, but they would object and let the judge rule on the objections, or just preserve the record of their objections and have the judge overrule them. That would be great. Like, I hope they did that, and I hope they're not just letting this go. Because there is some stuff in here that is just blatant misrepresentation of fact and law, and that's gross.
Judge Welcher, Dr. Welcher, never in any report, in any presentation, in any testimony to you, ever suggested this is how it happened. This was how his arm was. This is how his feet was. He was trying to show whether or not orientation. Could this happen with the angle, with the height? That's all that test was. It was no more. But what they do is they reposture it, repackage it, and say it means this when it doesn't, and we're going to show you why it's not that, therefore we win. That's all that is. It's semantics. Judge Welcher.
No, it's not semantics. It's every single expert saying, no, this could not have been done by a car. All of them. Only all of them, though. Eric Ragnarsson says he's working for the state, so does he even care? No, he'll never be prosecuted because or dealt with because he works for the state.
This motherfucker pointing fingers about sequester when their entire witness list suddenly came up with, I hit him this trial. Fuck this nigga.
Not only that, but Jen McCabe admitted to meeting with other witnesses and comparing and sharing notes. The FBI chick admitted that she was given information after the fact that disproved her firsthand knowledge of what happened. That information, of course, came from her superior officer who was saying, do the right thing, when she was on her way to testify. But that being said, you know, like, the sequestration order is an absolute joke for the Commonwealth. It just only mattered for the defense, like always.
Dr. Welcher never suggested that. And his work on TechStream data, unassailable. And so what
unassailable, why?
Inevitably, is we have...
Dr. Welcher's work on TechStream data is unassailable. What are you talking about? You brought in Shannon Burgess, who assailed the shit out of it. You brought in an expert that assailed it. And specifically said, no, everybody else got it wrong. Just me, without the degree, got it right.
A timeline that never moves, data that never changes.
Except when you brought in Shannon Burgess and changed the timeline and the data. The fuck is going on here? What is happening?
Evidence that can't be put in that spot without a collision. We have, inevitably, proof, without any doubt, that on January 20th...
Did you see Hank just breathe out right there? Or not Hank, Alan Jackson? He just breathed out a whole fucking horse. He's like... He went monkey face on this motherfucker. He's like, he wants to object so bad. They had to have stipulated this out. The Squid says Aperture did no scientific tests about the collision, but claimed in their report they did biomechanical analysis and accident reconstruction. Of course, ARCA did proper tests in rebuttal, of course. But then they moved to have ARCA's tests excluded.
2022, Miss Reed was with Mr. O'Keefe, and she got drunk. She drank. She was 2 to 3 times over the legal limit.
She was
and
not.
Went to a party, an after party.
She was not 2 to 3 times over the legal limit. You didn't get that into evidence. That didn't happen, I don't think. Did I miss that day? Did I miss that day where they're like, oh yeah, she was a 0.16 to a 0.24? I don't think so.
And they were fighting. It was a relationship in decline, and he got out of the car.
How do you know it's a relationship in decline and not just a relationship where 2 people are fighting? Some people fight and their relationship isn't in decline. They're just having a fight. Sometimes you just got to yell at somebody. Most of the time, it's me.
He had a brief window of life left.
It's because I'm a jackass.
He got out, and she drove
and I'm a
away.
lovable jackass.
She couldn't let it go. She got drunk. She hit him. She left him to die. It's that simple. We don't know exactly how this collision happened, but we have a good idea from the physical evidence, and we know that it happened. Can someone have a collision without lower body injuries? Could I have slide 19, please? You bet they can.
Island says they took her BAC at the hospital and extrapolated backwards to determine she must have been 2 to 3 times the legal limit 18 to 20 hours earlier. No lie. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. That's not testimony about what she has. That's not data about where she was. They have no idea how intoxicated she was 5 hours before they took a test. And it's fucking insane to think that they did. In every state, I believe 2 hours is the maximum they're allowed to go back because it's insane to say otherwise. Oh yeah, we'll just estimate how drunk you were.
We don't know if this is the body position. We don't know if this is the exact speed, but what it tells us, this is viable. Look at the debris field. Look at his turn. Remember his sneaker on that curb that got lodged against the sneaker? Mr. O'Keefe then falls back, hits his head, counter coup, left to die.
Hank misrepresented this. Hank said we saw that there would be no injuries to lower extremities, yet that tire just ran over that right leg, which is in fucking Egypt as far as flexibility is concerned. I mean, my man is going to be having some pulled groin muscles after that twist and turn, but his right foot got clearly run over, flat on, perpendicular to the tire. Likely would bust some bones or at least cause some bruising. We don't have any evidence of that. Hank Brennan represented that that this dummy in this crash test has suffered no lower extremity injuries, and that's just not true. He's a liar. He's a liar, and the state lies all the time, and nobody does anything about it, and everybody's just like, well,
Ladies
the
and
state
gentlemen, there
lies.
is no doubt what happened that night. There is no doubt who did it. You have a very difficult task ahead of you when you consider the evidence.
You don't have a
consider the
single
law.
person who can
Very
actually
difficult.
put her
There are
in the
3
car
charges.
hitting him.
There's second-degree murder. Ms. Reed, when she chose to drive.
Eric Ragnarsson says, and you are a guy, but what the fuck? Who doesn't leave their phone on a table or anywhere when they're drunk, really? Yeah, I mean, she could leave her. She didn't move for 2 hours. But how do you know? Her phone didn't move. That doesn't mean she, didn't set it down. Actually, I find that, well, at least Lady Raggets, she sets her phone down way more than I do because I have man pockets. Man pockets are for man hands. Women pockets are for bullshit and show. You can't shove a phone in most of these chicks' pockets unless maybe they're over 250 pounds. But if you're a normal sized person or a Karen Reed sized person, there's no way a full size phone is going into a pocket on a pair of jeans that Karen Reed's wearing. It'd be bulging out harder than a baseball player's cup. What are we talking about here? It's exceedingly likely that she would set her phone down on a counter or an end table or a couch or a chair or the floor or the toilet or wherever she wanted to, and then move around the house on her own.
Drive back at Mr. O'Keefe in that night with a 6,000-pound Lexus. In that anger, 75%, whether she meant to hit him or not, didn't mean to kill him, she hit him. Strengths, it is a plain and strong likelihood of death. You would never back down your driveway if your kids were at the end of the driveway. You would say, what, you're going to kill somebody? You would never do it because you would expect, if you drove at them at that speed, that someone would die. That's second-degree murder. OUI manslaughter, she's drunk, she was reckless. She doesn't even have to know she hit him. She doesn't even have to know she hit him.
This is such a bullshit move by the state. I hate this.
She left a man
Lesser included are
who was
garbage.
kind and generous.
Yeah, that really makes sense. If she didn't even know she hit him, she left a man who was kind and generous to die. If she didn't know she hit him, as you just claimed, then she didn't leave him there. She didn't know. The Squid says, wait, did Hank just say they don't know how the accident happened? That means they didn't prove it, but why are we still here? Exactly. Oh, this is so frustrating.
And thoughtful, she left him alone. She left him alone to die. Could I have slide 22, please?
You know, even fat women pants have skinny woman pockets. See? See? This is what I'm saying.
He is not an it. John O'Keefe is not a body.
Not a good one.
John O'Keefe is not a buffalo on a prairie. John O'Keefe was a person.
What the fuck? John O'Keefe was not a buffalo on a prairie. You are in a metropolitan area. What are you talking about? Buffaloes on a prairie. He's a lump in a suburban yard.
and he was murdered by Karen Reed.
Oh, he didn't even say thank you.
Take that, thank you.
Take that, thank you. She was saying take that picture down because it could eventually prejudice the jury, right, to just have that picture sitting up. Okay, there we go. I hated it. I hated every second of it. I thought it was disingenuous, dishonest. I think it was garbage. I'm incensed. I'm incensed by what I just watched. It is a travesty of justice. Every fucking time these guys get up there and talk, it's a travesty of justice. But this in particular, this is worse than other ones we've watched. Is dishonest to a fault. Watching him say the opposite of what the testimony actually said. What his own experts said. He just stood up and said that they said something different. That's insane. And the defense doesn't get to say anything back. And for some reason, the defense had to go first. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. Oh, he's quoting Reed from from her interview with the Buffalo thing. Fine. Still stupid. Shouldn't have done it. I don't think it's a good callback to the interview. I don't think it's appropriate. I think it was a mild attempt at levity, and I don't think that's appropriate in the closing argument of a prosecutor prosecuting a murder charge. I just don't. I think that was wrong. Wrongly done. Well, there you go, guys. There's the two closing arguments. I'll put up a poll for who had the better close. Best closing argument, Hank Brennan, Alan Jackson. Should I add me in there? No, I won't. No, I want to go away. My personal opinion, Alan Jackson's was way better. Hank's was infuriating and full of lies. And that disqualifies it right away. But it wasn't even good narratively compared to Jackson's. I thought Jackson's was more succinct, and I thought it had a better story arc to it. That being said, I need this in my life. And so do you. Don't try to deny it. You can't deny it. I'm a fucking rider. Wanna fuck with me.
Worcestershire sauce was more for the meat, but I just put it as part of the egg to uniformize the flavor.
The Worcestershire sauce was for the meat, but he put it in the eggs. To uniformize the flavor? What the fuck? What are you do? What are you talking about? Why? If you would have put it in with the meat, maybe, just maybe, you could have reduced down the Worcestershire sauce and concentrated the flavor onto the edge of the meat. You could have maybe saved the fact that you have no Maillard reaction on any of that gray bullshit. And you could have, I don't know, added a little bit of enduring flavor. But instead, you just washed it out in eggs. Oh, I was going through Kurt's, man, this is 2 years ago. He has so many community updates. They're like crazy. I was going through, I'm 9 months ago on his thing. 9 months back. I want to know if anybody can find the post on Uncivil's page. I don't want to sit here and scroll through this. I want to watch the video, but if anybody can find the post of Kurt talking about or showing anything about his date with, his encounter with 3 of his female fans to do dinner and stuff, God, please send it to me. Send it to me on
I could not the other way
Twitter,
around.
send
I
it
knew
to
I
me
was
on
going to
Instagram.
drain the liquid
Either one.
from the pan when I drained the grease. So I didn't want to put the Worcestershire sauce in with the meats. Because
drain the pan first, then put the Worcestershire sauce in with the meat. If you're going to do it that way, you shouldn't do it that way. You only needed about like 5 squirts of Worcestershire on there. You did not need to put a whole bottle in, you disgusting mutant. Oh my God.
Because then most of the flavor would have been drained out, which is like not what I was trying to do. So I put it with the egg. So that's more for the meat than for the egg.
Then why'd you put it with the egg?
We're not starting to clean soon. We'll be fine. I'll clean up when I'm done.
No, you won't.
I've got some nice kitchen cleaner here. I cleaned up the kitchen before I started cooking. I'll clean up after I'm done. You know.
He cleaned up before he started cooking. We've seen this kitchen. It did not look clean.
No.
Pastor Flash says, does Kurt have a cannoli cooking video? Not to my knowledge. There's stains on that stove from before he started. Those stains go deep into the metal. I don't know how he could do it. The smile as he reads the chat is so disturbing.
Thanks for the super chats, as always.
Yeah. What's it say?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Got some nice Lysol kitchen cleaner. You know, I sprayed everything down before I started. Who taught me this recipe? I kind of just...
I met a man at a crossroads in Georgia, and I offered him my soul, and he said, no, you keep that, and here's a gallon of canola. Go to work. Boxfort defendant says he's retarded, right? Allegedly, no. Allegedly, this man is intelligent.
Just by reading various things on the internet.
Oh, that's...
I'm not sure I ever saw this particular recipe. I made it up.
You think? You think you didn't see this particular recipe? What recipe? Did you just go on Better Home and Gardens and they're like, okay, start with 4 pounds of ground up room temperature meat. Just start there and we'll go. No. I've never seen this recipe online. Yeah, no kidding. It's disgusting. I missed a super chat and a member chat. Okay, let me, oh wait, I can get rid of this tab. Yeah, sorry, I had the, Bush McFadden says the evidence doesn't corroborate Hank's claims. True. Eric Ragnarsson says the worst thing is that is insane from the outside. Well, the worst thing is that we're now on Kurt's cooking video, in my opinion. It's good, but it's also bad.
I made it up. Basically.
No way. This had to be in Betty Crocker's book. Emerald Lagasse, Naked Chef.
I saw a variant of it one time with just like egg and meat, and then I was like, oh, like, but the recipe I used before didn't.
No, you didn't. You did not see a variant of the recipe that you just used with just egg and meat. That's not true. Nowhere out there, maybe there is. I don't know. If there is, my fingers need to go in those Chinese finger traps, and I need to have to pee really bad. So I can't like get them out. And so I'm just sitting there going, no, I don't want to piss myself. That's what has to happen to me if that recipe exists. If someone can find the recipe, the analog to this, that is just eggs and meat, because that's what he said, I will put my fingers in Chinese finger traps and try and get myself out before I urinate myself.
Call for Worcestershire, didn't call for bell pepper, or onion, or garlic.
Just meat and eggs.
So I just kind of made it up. And then the heavy cream I just happened to have, which was nice.
Yeah, so I just threw it in there.
I could also have thrown in some barbecue sauce. That would have been good.
Come on, not with heavy cream.
Have you seen the compilation video that Kate put together, the L&D crew dancing to Uptown Funk? I have not seen that. No.
Funk you up.
Someone will have to send that to me.
We got to rewrite Uptown Funk with like Kurt cooking, right? Like this here, my rice is cold. Got a can of Rotel. It's 2 weeks old. This here, my rice is cold. Got a can of Rotel that's 2 weeks old. I don't even want to figure out the rest of those lyrics. I get depressed. Oh, he rubs his eyes like a toddler. I'm tired.
How come I don't use my soundboard more?
Don't.
No particular reason.
Because soundboards sound dumb. Who is he smirking at? Wipe that smirk off your face right now, young man.
I don't know really the answer to the question why I don't use the soundboard more.
Because it sounds
I don't really have a good
juvenile
answer
and
to the question.
silly. Your show isn't silly. This is what bothers me. Kurt isn't silly or funny, and he shouldn't try to be. I told him this a million times. I'm like, hey, Kurt, don't try to be funny. You're not. He's like, what? And I'm like, no, those jokes aren't good. You should just be like really sharp on the Constitution and unconstitutional law. That's what you're good at.
That nigga is full proof that tism is real. Can't cook a fucking meal, but practices law. This is why I represent myself, motherfuckers.
The meetup was fine. We had a good time. It was a good event.
The meetup. The meetup. The meetup is what you call your casserole.
I'm happy with my style. I'm happy with what I've got. I was talking to Nate.
Loving is what I got. He's happy with his style. His style is, I'm going to stretch out the collar of this shirt. I stole Philip Seymour Hoffman's hair after he died. And then the rest of me is just a horrific mess with an Apple Watch. It's great.
About like changing the way it's organized, like internally. Because Nate has basically modified the IRAC format from law school, issue, rule, analysis, conclusion, that we were all taught in law school. And he's basically modified that format slightly for his channel.
Great.
And so we were talking about that because Nate and I talk a lot. Nate and I talk like probably at least once a week, and more realistically 2 or 3 times a week. Nate and I are really close. We're the closest. Well, let me put it this way: he is my closest friend within the LawTube genre. So I can't speak to his relationships with other people, but he's my closest just by the amount of time we talk. So Nate the lawyer and I are really close, and we talk like 2 or 3 times a week about strategy and YouTube and things like that.
You should talk to those 3 ladies.
And we were
3 times a
talking
week
today. I was
instead.
talking about some of the stuff behind the scenes that I've shared with you as well, about how I'm using like ChatGPT to help me create modifications of YouTube titles to try to get better titles, and how I'm trying to use ChatGPT to create image prompts for Midjourney, and having some success with that. And
I love using GPT for image prompts. I think I'm having some success with it too. I didn't notice any of like Kurt's stuff having ChatGPT generated content in it. I need to go watch for it now.
so we were talking about that a little bit. And he was talking about, his format that he uses and how he really gets a lot of
It's riveting.
Sponsorship deals that are very valuable to him. I'm like, well, I need to get me some of that, but I'm not getting the kind of traffic he is.
No, you're really bad at doing videos
analytics
the
are
way
not
Nate
as
does
attractive
them.
as his analytics. His channel's also been growing.
Yeah,
where,
Nate's
like, the
really
rest of
good at what he
LawTube has been
does.
flat or declining.
You're not.
Like, we were taking a look at everyone.
Like me, I'm not good at what I do. That's why my channel's been shrinking and shrinking and shrinking for years. Nate's really, really good at being Nate. His videos go viral all the time. It's crazy. Makes a ton of money doing it. Yeah, you should definitely try and figure out how Nate is Nate, but you have to be Kurt. You're not Nate. You won't ever be. You can't tan that much, man.
One's numbers today, except for DUI guy, whose numbers have been increasing, which is interesting. But everyone.
I can't watch any of these people's content, even the people I like. I just don't. I can't do it. It's not good. Like, this is the only stuff. This is my favorite show on television right now, is Cooking with Kurt, but it's the only thing I can watch.
Everyone else's numbers have been declining, you know, either in terms of subscribers or in terms of views or in terms of live chat or in terms of super chat or in terms of everything. Like everyone else has been going down or stagnating. You know, Joe Neer.
Because that's when I stopped doing trials. That's when I stopped doing trials. That's when all of you stagnated. Isn't that fucking weird, Kurt?
Has been stagnated for a long time. Andrew from Legal Mindset has been crushing it and really pushing really hard. And he's really struggling to hit 100,000. I think he will hit it based on the way that his growth is right now. But he's been like, he's having to like fight really hard. He's having to like really crush it to fight whatever it is. And he's having a real hard time getting there. But, you know, so he's been having to fight this trend. Emily D. Baker's numbers and like her total viewership numbers are way down recently. Nick Rakita's numbers are down.
That was my bad. I was doing a bunch of drugs and I could not care. I was in a really bad spot. My life was kind of a mess personally, and I was trying to just not live in it. And that came across in the streams, and then I stopped doing them so much, and I just was barely able to even do anything. So yeah, my numbers went down, but it wasn't a lack of interest in YouTube or LawTube or anything like that. It was because my show content went to garbage because I stopped doing the work. That's my fault. I have all sorts of reasons, but they're not like excuses though. They're just what happened. And I started producing a show that wasn't good. It was lazy, and I would just drink and drink and drink, and I'd do a bunch of coke and stuff to try and get through those shows. That's why my numbers went down. What's your excuse? Hold on, I got a little one here. What do you want? She'll be back in a little bit. Oh, well, I don't know. She's probably just in the garage or something. Okay.
Donnie Andract like isn't growing very fast right now. I thought she'd grow a lot faster. Her numbers, to my mind, are underperforming for what I think should be happening.
Yeah, Danny is hyper talented, and she's charming, and she's funny, and she should definitely have more viewers than she's ever gotten. But sometimes that's how YouTube goes. They're very talented people whose channels will never explode because it's there's a whole bunch of formulas that go into it, and mostly it's ad suitability for the particular demographic given reliably at various times. And if people want to catch on to that and they haven't listened to me for the past several years talk about that specifically, if you want to grow a YouTube channel, release the same content consistently at the same time every day and get the 18 to 35 demo locked down, but get the 35 to 65 demo locked down, particularly with women, and you will, if you deliver it at the same time every day, 5:30 p.m. Central Time or whatever, 6:15 Eastern Time, and you do that and you tell YouTube where it can serve a bunch of ads to a bunch of middle-aged, moneyed decision makers who have the purchasing power in the household. If you can do that reliably all the time, they will put ads on your channel and it will explode like crazy. And it doesn't matter if you're doing live streams or short videos, although short videos tend to do better for that. I can tell people how to do this all day. I would do it, except I hate doing that. It's soul crushing. I just like talking about what I talk about. But Doug TenNapel did it. He cracked the code. He's really good at it. And he knew exactly what to do. And he figured it out. He's like, oh, they just want to figure out where to sell ads. And if the YouTube algorithm can figure out where to put a fucking ad that's going to get viewed by someone who might click on it and who might buy something from it, then they're going to do that every single time, because that's where their money comes from. Not your super chats, not live views, not YouTube Premium, but those ad sales. And those ad sales are worth millions to billions of dollars to YouTube. That's the money. Figure out how to show them. I will deliver those ads to people who want to buy. Figure out how to show them that. But the way you do that is you make the same content that's consistent to a specific demographic and a specific subject, so the algorithm knows what you're going to put on there, so it doesn't put the wrong ad on your content. And if you want to make something different, like a cooking video or a video game video, do it on a different channel, dummy.
So I thought that was really well. I was your first super chat thoughts about why, not in particular. I'm glad that you did. Nate is really the only one who's had any sort of growth on his channel recently. Do we get more traffic during trials? We certainly got a lot more traffic than the Depp trial, that's for damn sure. Which I massively mispredicted that one.
Yeah, you all did. Because you all went with Legal Bites, who is barely conscious most of the time. Second of all, was a quote unquote mean girl who was dumb, which I figured out the second she was like, I want to do the Depp trial. I want to claim the Depp trial. And I was like, claim it all you want. I'm doing my own. What the hell am I listening to you for? And people kept going to her show, which is great.
Of Rumble. I don't think that's the reason. So, like, and Rob's numbers have also been stagnating, declining a little bit. I mean, not huge, but still, like, he's even suffered from some of this. So DUI guy has been bucking the trend, and Nate the lawyer has been bucking the trend, but everyone else seems to be kind of down.
It's because their content hits very
So I'm not sure what that's
specific
due to, but it seems
tastes
to be
that
my
are not
read of the
mine.
analytics. And as I've said before, and like for my own channel, this has hit me less than a lot of other channels. My numbers have been very good compared to a lot of other channels in this domain. So like, I've been incredibly steady compared to a lot of these people. And I'm not sure what that's due to, but my numbers have been, I've had more of a stagnancy problem, where other people are like declining. And so like the numbers haven't seemed to have impacted me as much as some of my contemporaries, which is also really nice. So like there are a lot of channels that I think are arguably better than me, but have had this problem hit them worse. So it's interesting trying to like tease all that out and try to figure out what's going on behind the numbers.
Oh my God, I could just tell you.
But Nate and I talk numbers a lot. We talk about a lot about like trends and what's happening and stuff like that.
Nate knows this. Like, just listen to him. Nate's really good at this thing that you're talking about.
Nate said that he wanted to try to get me hooked up with Donnie on. I was like, well, Nate, that's very thoughtful of you, but she's already married, so I don't think that's gonna work. He's like, damn, I thought she was the one for you, Kurt. I was gonna help a brother out. Like,
wait, Danny? Hold on. Did I just hear what I thought I heard?
It's interesting trying to like tease all that out and try to figure out what's going on behind the numbers. But Nate and I talk numbers a lot. We talk about a lot about like trends and what's happening. And stuff
My brain
like
is
that.
now remembering what I just heard. I don't know if you guys know this about me, but so my brain works in a really weird way. It takes snapshots of what I encounter, see, hear, whatever. And then as I'm going through, I will process things and I'll actually like, I'll be analyzing the snapshot in my head of what just happened. So I was re-listening internally to what Kurt just said. And oh boy.
Nate said that he wanted to try to get me hooked up with Donnie on. I was like, well, Nate, that's very thoughtful of you, but she's
oh boy, I wonder if she knows that this video exists. Oh God, that's funny. Yeah, she's married. She's been married for like ever. What are you doing?
Already married, so I don't think that's
Just
gonna work.
missed the bus on that one.
He's like, damn, I thought she was the one for you, Kurt. I was gonna help a brother out. But thankfully, that
aren't compelling or don't have the
be
it
available.
factor. This fat blob is one of them. So is Keanu. I mean me. Me am smart.
I'm not typing any messages. Leave me alone. That's the funniest thing that could have happened today. Right there. Whoa. Make that smile. We have such good legal knowledge and chemistry.
It was the thought that counted.
Thank you for bringing this to the world. Oh, God.
I'm surprised she's only at 8,000 subs. To
Why?
be honest.
Why are you surprised?
I thought she'd blow up a lot more.
Why is
We're
that?
not cleaning soon. We're waiting for the food to be done.
Why would we
We'll
clean?
up later?
Yeah. Clean up after you have
It's
your
not so much
coronary.
cleanup, to be honest.
No, just the meat mountains you left on the burners. Yeah, the egg you sprayed all over the floor and the counters. You know, just that. There's gems in all these videos. There's just hidden gems sitting there waiting. They're waiting for us to find them. Nate was going to hook me up with Donnie.
I'm pretty happy, all things considered. I wish my numbers for my edited videos were a little bit better. I've been
At first, I thought he meant Donnie, like a YouTube rep or something named Donnie, like a guy. I didn't realize he was saying Danny. That's just amazing. Here's the dilemma of YouTubers, and this is an honest moment. You find out that doing these highly edited videos, they're really hard to motivate yourself to get started doing them because like you put in a bunch of work to edit them and make them like really crisp or whatever. And then you put out some barely clipped video that says lawyer screams at biased judge. And that thing goes way better than your edited video that you put a lot of time and effort into. And it becomes this weird, judgment call each time. Like, do I bother putting in all the extra work or do I just generate more content and wait for something to go viral? I mean, some of these videos that I put out 2 years ago or whatever, like the Theodore Edgecombe expert witness video or the Dr. Spiegel video from Johnny Depp, like they'll randomly pick up 5,000-10,000 views out of nowhere. And so they'll pop up into my little thing like this video is performing high. It's like, what the fuck? I released that years ago. But all of a sudden you look at it and the amount of views that they get is an overtime thing, but that's the critical part is finding out how to make these videos hit over time and not be these short instant hit videos. And that's what Nate's really good at. That's what Attorney Tom is really good at. It's called evergreen content, and having a cycle of that content that's just going to get re-picked up by the algorithm every now and then is really, really important. But it's hard to justify like putting together a video like I Hate Him, but Legal Eagle has a great production team, right? And that production team puts together a solid fucking video, and he gets these 2 million view videos all the time, and it's great. But if you do that or I do that, we're not getting 2 million views on those videos. That's not happening. And so you put in all this extra work, or you like, heaven forbid, you hire an editor like Ryan to try and put in all this extra work into the video. And then there's all for naught. And then you clip something out and it gets up with 900,000 views. Like the Dr. Spiegel clip that I have is his cross-examination or whatever is something like 900,000 views. That video's made over $5,000 over the course of its life. And barely any work went into it other than just clipping and putting it together and clipping out dead space, right? But there's not like a bunch of fancy transitions and citations and like infographics coming up. It's just Dr. Spiegel being a complete douchebag in the Johnny Depp trial. It was great. But you get stuck in this YouTuber's dilemma of like, do I make high quality content or do I make high volume content that people want to see, and what goes viral and what takes off? And it's a tough choice.
I'm a little bit disappointed with the numbers on my edited videos, sometimes only getting a couple hundred or low thousands. The daily morning live streams have been really good though. 250, 300 people watching. We've been getting good memberships from people. People buy memberships. Been getting good super chats. People seem to like them. So the morning stream is good. And also it's good to have a regular thing. So I've been a little bit disappointed with the edited videos and their performance. Some of them will get like 3,000. I think occasionally like a 5,000. But the numbers are not anywhere where I'd want them to be. You know? So I'm
Just
not
keep
sure what
making
that's all
stuff.
about.
You got to just keep making stuff. Make it. My video from a couple days ago, me
But we keep
screaming
trying
at
to do different things. We
Canoni,
keep trying to like
did well. It's like 20,000 views.
make it better.
We'll see how it goes, you know, as time goes on. I don't know if it'll keep trending upward. Things on my channel have been kind of capping out around 20,000 views lately. That seems to be
They're
the
not as
ad buy
produced
that
as
YouTube
some of
sells.
the other videos that some other people do. So maybe that's the thing. Maybe.
And so then
maybe
what I
it's just
hope
'cause
for
the
is that
editing is not
they'll catch another ad buy and
as
another ad
flashy
buy.
and not as produced with the transitions and stuff like that. If I had to put it on anything, it'd probably be due to the simplicity of the edit for my channel. But I don't have the money to pay for an editor because those guys want like $50 a video, and I
Yeah.
can't swing that. I'm not bringing in that kind of revenue,
Oh my gosh.
you know, to afford it. So
How are you doing this then?
it's not that you're not worth it; it's just I can't afford it. And like it might be one of those things that if I
You can't look at it as like, oh, they want $50 a video. My videos don't make $50 each, because it's about the cumulative effect of having these videos coming out and doing it again with consistency, and a consistent art style and a consistent vision really helps. Consistent titling. And you have to balance that out with who you've hired. Of course, Ryan's terrible at it. He's fired from everything. But yeah, yes, they want $50 a video, and then some videos might make $20, but the overall impact on your channel is positive.
paid for it, that maybe it'd bring in more people, but I can't.
But 50 a video,
I can't
I
bank
mean,
on it. You know,
if you can't find someone who will work for
take that
less
kind
than
of
50 a
risk,
video, what are they doing? Like, what? How complicated are these videos?
Maybe it's the edit. It could also be topic selection. Nathan and I were talking about this because I hit a lot of these hard law cases, and I discuss
Yeah,
US
nobody
Supreme
cares.
Court cases.
Nobody
And
cares.
like I'll post about all Supreme Court cases, which is interesting to me, but not very interesting to a wide audience. Like Sackett versus EPA is interesting to you and me, but your average person
Well,
on
you.
the street doesn't care about Sackett versus EPA.
Right.
Their average person on the street doesn't care about, you know,
Correct.
the woman with her house in Michigan.
Why not?
They care
though?
about like abortion. They'll care
Why
about
can't you make them care about the woman with the
the
house?
college admissions thing when the U.S. Supreme Court inevitably says there can't be any race-based admissions anymore. But, you know, the ones that
So
like have
watch
cultural
me.
impact at the Supreme Court are kind of far and few between.
No, they're
Which is
not.
also somewhat like the dirty little secret.
It's
I
just
think
your
also of the
inability to
Supreme
message
Court,
them.
That a lot of what they do is fairly mundane. I mean, by like mass population standards, mundane. You know, a lot of 9-0 votes, a lot of esoteric stuff. There was one that was so esoteric I couldn't even understand it. That I actually had to skip on because it was so in the weeds. And that's something I'm like, I don't even know what's going on. I mean, I'm sure I could have figured it out if I put my mind to it, but I couldn't figure it out in the time interval.
Kurt, do a bunch of cocaine and get arrested. A lot of people will pay attention to you then.
That, you know, when I'm bouncing from case to case, I'm like, it was too hard. So maybe it's topic selection. Maybe it's just not enough pop stuff. You know, I should have
Yes.
done a story on the.
But also, no, your audience is a bunch of weirdo nerds like you who like your nerd analysis. So you have two things. If you want your growth content, you have to do short videos that do have popular culture impact. But make SCOTUS SCOTUS is the most important, probably 9 people on the entire planet. And you can't make that interesting for people, even though you seem to know quite a bit about it. Come on, yes, you can. But if you... Other than that, yeah, I guess pick some popular topics, usually from SCOTUS. They talk about guns, they talk about Trump, they talk about anything, but you just have to frame it and stop trying to frame it in a neutral way. Frame it in a real way that people give a shit about. Have an emotion.
Should have done a story on the, you know, prince and princess with their high-speed chase with the paparazzi.
That's not your content.
You know, I should have done like, you know, that stuff that's more pop oriented. But it's not really for me, because what's there for me to say about it? There's nothing for me to say about it. From my perspective. You know? So, it's tough sometimes.
It's very difficult. Even the best
Oh,
fall
thanks. I'll
down
check out the
sometimes.
Discord message later.
Come on, do something. Talk, do anything.
Although the plus side of discussing a lot of Supreme Court stuff is that it hopefully will endear me
It's a close
to
time.
the academic class. So maybe it will increase the probability that...
Oh my God. Hopefully, the Supreme Court side will endear me to the academic class. Just go get your LLM and do academic content if that's what you want. But my God, that was embarrassing. May I never say a sentence that horrible in my life.
that some law professor, some dean out there will see my stuff and think it's good and want to hire me as a law professor.
Yeah, they're just gonna see your YouTube stuff and they're gonna go, you know what we should do? So we should extend an offer letter, unprovoked and unsolicited, to this person who we don't know actually wants us to hire him. Oh, and he looks like Shrek after a fucking bleaching.
So having the academic
Why would you
stuff
think this would happen?
where I'm
Just
discussing
send
the
out
Supreme Court
resumes.
stuff and trying to explain that hopefully demonstrates that I'm a good teacher. And maybe it will wind up in me.
There's no evidence that you're a good teacher. There's some minor evidence that you can explain some things involving the Supreme Court. Oh my gosh, there's so much of
to
this.
the academic class. So maybe it will increase the probability that some law professor, some dean out there will see my stuff and think it's good and want to hire me as a law professor. So having the academic stuff where I'm discussing the Supreme Court stuff and trying to explain that hopefully demonstrates that I'm a good teacher. And maybe it will wind up in me getting a job as an academic professor. That'd be cool.
This is the most unreal chain of thought I can imagine having.
So maybe...
Yeah, I was on YouTube and
maybe that's what the payoff is.
figure maybe
in the end.
maybe someone will
opposed
see
to,
me and hire me as a
YouTube channel.
professor at a law school. Kurt, I've watched you
We'll see.
drink 15 shots of
Maybe
liquor.
the Attorney General. Maybe the Governor of Texas.
Okay, I was going to make fun of this, and then I realized that the Libertarian Party of Minnesota did ask me to run for Attorney General. Speaking of people who should be Attorney General, Hey, man. How you been?
Awesome. Oh, I got an
Good.
echo. Hold on a second. Did that fix it? Nope.
Oh, you know what? I bet you're gonna have an. Hold on. This is on me. Let's try now. How about? Do we have an echo still?
Test. Yeah, I do.
Shit. I've got. The way I have my audio set up right now is what's causing the echo. I wonder how I can fix this.
If I talk faster?
So hold on just a second.
My laugh sounds even more maniacal.
Okay, I know how to do this for now. Let me just turn this to that. Okay, that should have eliminated the echo.
Check.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, now that's weird. Hold on, let me see.
Let me close all my other tabs here. Make sure it's not me.
It's almost guaranteed to be me. I turned on echo cancellation. Maybe that'll help.
Check. Oh, now I can't hear anything.
That's on you. You should be fine.
Okay, let me see.
Man, how'd you hear me then?
Oh yeah, I can't hear me. But I can hear me fine. Okay, perfect.
That was weird.
I got confused like a stupid dog. I should start a YouTube channel.
Oh man, so many such cases. So what have you been up to, man? Still just crushing the whole like federal judges being weird pieces of shit?
I've been grabbing this YouTube thing by the throat and beating the F out of it. I've been doing like 3 shows a day. We rebranded my YouTube channel to the Andrew Branca Show.
Okay, good. I like it. Because law of self-defense was good and explanatory for when you were talking about only self-defense, but now you talk about so many other issues.
Well, I'll still be doing law of self-defense. We'll just it'll be a different YouTube channel.
Oh, okay. So you're going to separate out the channel and not just like this is a show on the Andrew Branca channel.
I'm not dropping law of self-defense. That's still a business. I just acquired a second job. I'm like a Jamaican. I just picked up another job. That's all.
Yeah, it's like with every job, you also sell weed. It's perfect. Yeah, man, I deliver.
But all I do is scream about commies and judges, all day, and people seem to like it. So I think we just said 224,000 subscribers today. So
nice.
I just keep plugging away. I'm a shameless grifter, of course. So.
Right. Well, as one should be. If you're not self-promoting, then you're not going to survive on YouTube. Like
I'm in it to win it, man. I'm not here to waste time.
It's really any sales job. Like the whole concept is you always be closing, right? Glengarry Glen Ross, always be closing. And then the other thing is AIDA, which can be summarized as show where the value is added. So we bring you entertainment and news and all that stuff, and sometimes inappropriate jokes.
Yeah, a lot of the time, actually. I got one.
So I've been doing this thing that is really great. I found my favorite content on YouTube, and I've been watching it with the chat. Like we do the trial stuff, but then there's like a lunch break of an hour, and so my favorite content is Cooking with Kurt, and it is uncivil law, and he is doing cooking videos, or he did a couple years ago. He's got these cooking videos out there, and then like right now, so I've been watching this one here, and we'll get us off. And he has made a breakfast casserole, which is one of the most disgusting things I've ever seen go into. And he's just waiting for it to cook now, and he's just spending time talking with the audience. And it's these long periods of silence as he reads the chat, but he always says something just horrifying. It's amazing. But that's what I've been up to.
So is it like day 286 of this Karen Reed trial? What's going on with that?
Closing arguments were this morning.
Okay.
So each side delivered their close. Each side had an hour and 20-minute close, which was it was crazy. In Massachusetts, the defense goes first on close, which is, I don't like that at all. I think that's weird. That the defense
takes care of the rebuttal.
Yeah, there's no rebuttal. The defense goes first, but I don't like the idea of the defense having to defend that which hasn't been presented yet for the attack. And so that was strange to watch. Karen Reed's attorney, Alan Jackson, had a much better close than Hank Brennan, which I think was to be expected. The Commonwealth, so one of the most dramatic things that happened is it's like the next to last day of witness testimony, and they have this doctor on there whose degrees, her degrees are older than me. So she's been a medical examiner for 45 years, right? And she's recently retired, and she just runs a medical examiner consulting firm now. Right. But she testifies, and it's on cross-examination, and he's like, yeah, but did you consider the car's going 24 miles an hour? And she goes, it doesn't matter how fast the car was going. There is no possible way that SUV made contact with John O'Keefe.
Well, that's pretty good.
He was like, oh God. And then you start to go through the trial, and you realize that not a single expert, not one, testified that SUV hit him. And yet the state is still pushing the theory. They're like, he was obviously hit. It's like he has no injuries at all, 0 injuries that are consistent with a motor vehicle collision. No expert says so. No medical examiners say so. In fact, they say the opposite. And the state's still up there like, yep, she hit him. It's crazy.
And she could still get convicted.
And she might because what I said at the beginning is still true through the end. His entire close was about her words. Either in the interview,
I hit him.
Yep. I hit him. And then in the interviews, the consciousness of guilt stuff came in. Oh, she moved evidence away. It's like she got in her car and drove. Like, that's crazy. And they tried to say that, her blood alcohol content must have been 2 to 3 times higher than the legal limit, even though they obviously didn't test her till 5 hours later, and they can't say she wasn't drinking or anything like that. So it's just a mess. But there's reasonable doubt all over it. The question is, the jury is a compromise option with manslaughter as a lesser included. And Brennan is up there and he goes, we're not even trying to prove that she knew she hit him. We don't even know if she knew she hit him. We just know that she did hit him. And if she did hit him, then it's manslaughter. And it's like, wait, your entire case was murder too with malice. And now you're saying you don't even know if she hit him? To me, that's just injustice. I hate that. I don't like lesser includeds.
No. So what's the argument? It's reckless manslaughter, that she was just drunk and driving and just, yeah.
Yeah, so she's charged with second degree with malice, and that's intentional striking with the motor vehicle. And then they have DUI assisted contact resulting in the death of the person. So DUI related death, which would be like a manslaughter charge, but they have manslaughter as a lesser included to the second degree also. So they don't have to prove out the DUI if they can prove out that the SUV made contact with them. But there's no evidence that it did. So the jury would have to be brain dead to suggest or to say this was presented to us, because it never was.
Are there what's the victim's name again? I forget now.
John O'Keefe.
John O'Keefe. Are there any memes of Karen Reed like looking across the bar, John O'Keefe saying, "I'd hit that"?
No. So she was texting him. One of the last times you and I streamed together, they were in this back and forth texting for all day. She's texting him. She calls him the night that he's murdered. Apparently, she calls him 53 times.
Right. I remember the exchange.
And it's like, and she left a couple voicemails where she's screaming at him. None of this is consistent with a murderer. Like, unless you're saying she has the forethought, and she doesn't. I'm not saying she's dumb, but she doesn't seem to be a conniving schemer in the way that she would have this malicious forethought to leave voicemails to cover up a murder. That's really thoughtful. Like that's a lot of work.
She doesn't seem that smart, to tell you the truth.
That's
I mean,
one
I
thing.
remember interpreting that whole text exchange as her just feeling like she was getting sidelined by this guy, not getting the kind of commitment from him that
And
she
she
wanted.
was.
Yeah.
So after you left, some other text messages came in that are my favorite things in the world. But she found out the other day, shortly before he died, she walked into a hotel lobby with him, or where he was, and she knew he was there. And he's making out with a chick in public in the hotel lobby. And so she then starts messaging this guy named Brian Higgins, who's an ATF agent. And in the, like, they're having these flirty conversations. And the flirty conversation is literally Karen Reed saying, "Please bust me open." And him going, "I'm a ton of fun."
I'm back.
Oh, welcome back. So yeah, she's like, "Get past the pearly gates," right? And he's just saying, "I'm a ton of fun. I should come over there." And he never does. He never seems to close the deal. And it's like the wildest thing, because all she's obviously trying to do is like, I want someone to get revenge. Like, I want to have a revenge fuck with some guy.
Right,
and
right.
this Brian Higgins guy he's a dog. It's obvious. And then the best part is Brian Higgins is like, "Yeah, and I keep everything private." And she's like, "No, you don't. John told me about you." And so it's like, oh my gosh, she wants to have sex with him just so he'll tell John on his own, because
Right.
it'd be super humiliating. And that's what she's trying to do, is get revenge. But it doesn't.
I remember hearing about that. It just sounded like one of these guys who relentlessly talks himself out of getting laid.
I had the AI write a song about it, and then
I
someone
saw that clip.
did it. It's so good. But yeah, and he does the whole time. She's like, "You should have come over last night." He's like, "What would have happened if I came over?" She said, "We would have hooked up." He's like, "How do you know?" She's like, "What are you talking about?"
It's like an autistic Lothario.
Dude, it was so funny. That guy's my hero. Like, I want his skills on text messages. I would be never involved in any relationships ever. It'd be perfect. No, it's just the trial, though. The trial was it did get really long. The experts, of course, were so bored. Like, they've got to do something about the CVs of doctors, right? CVs of doctors are like a day of testimony, and it's stupid.
Right.
There was a great moment also. This guy named Shannon Burgess comes in from Aperture. Aperture is who the Commonwealth hired to do the accident reconstruction. And this guy like found some cell phone chip where there was 8 more megabytes of memory. And then they found this time discrepancy. It was really dumb. But the defense starts asking him about his CV. And this guy had listed that he had a bachelor's of science in biokinetic engineering, but he didn't. He never graduated. He had an associate's of science, and then they changed his CV to say currently pursuing. He was pursuing his bachelor's degree for 17 years. So they just shred this guy on the stand for like an entire day about lying on his CV.
I think I caught some of that. Was the defense counsel the kind of autistic guy?
Yeah, unless
Right.
it turns out he's
Okay.
he's hard of hearing, and he's 68. He doesn't look 68.
Oh, no kidding.
But
Wow.
he's just hard of hearing. That's why he yells at everybody like
Okay.
this.
All right. I didn't know that.
But yeah, he's the expert assassin. He cross-examined almost every expert in the case, and he was lethal to all of them. He was great. In the end, the entire defense team did really, really well. Like, I only have the one complaint from early on, and I think they mitigated it enough with just having the experts come in and say, this is not possible. He couldn't possibly have been hit. He had no injuries. His arm wasn't broken, and they're talking about an almost 30-mile-an-hour collision with his arm or elbow with the back of an SUV. Like, there's no way. His shoulder would be torn, his arm would be shattered, very serious injuries, and he had none. So the state's theory is all out of whack, but they each spent an hour and 20 minutes on close, and I wanted to eat a bullet myself at the end of that. That was way too much. They need to knock these closes down to like 30 minutes each.
Well, so what was it? A 6-week trial, 8-week trial? How long did it end up going?
It was 8 weeks, but the defense's case in chief was a week and a half. Like, it was the defense's case in chief was just a couple experts and And that's it. They brought in a couple experts, and then they had a couple of people come in and authenticate text messages, and they just introduced the text messages into the record. They didn't they read some of them, but like this one text chain that they have between Detective Proctor, who is the original inspector who got fired for saying that Karen Reed had a leaky balloon knot, and saying he couldn't find any nudes on her phone yet, but he was still looking. That guy's fun. But they introduced, the text chain that he has with they're all high school friends who are all cops. There's 38,000 messages, and so they introduced all of those in without going through them individually outside of just a couple for authentication. But then in close, Alan Jackson's like, look, pick up the text messages in the jury room. It's exhibit number 216 and read them. Read what the investigator wrote, and you find out if there's any possible way that this investigation was done without a hint of bias. And that was really powerful. It's like, we don't even need to show you all these text messages. You guys got enough, but pick up this 40,000 messages and start reading. You're going to be disgusted no matter where you are. And I thought that was really good.
I have to say to all the prosecutors out there, if you ever put me on a jury for 5.5 weeks on what essentially is a drunk DUI hit and run case, I'm voting no guilty. Not guilty. I don't care what the facts are.
Dude, on
If you take
principle,
5.5 weeks of my time on bullshit, I'm voting not guilty just to punish you.
Oh, the chat's asking me if you know about this one witness, Kelly Deaver.
I don't think so.
So Kelly Deaver works I think she worked for Canton PD. She was really low rank at the time of the first trial. I don't know what happened to her, but this happened. She looked at a video and she sees Brian Higgins, the guy from the text messages, and then Brian McAlbert, who's the guy, the homeowner where John O'Keefe died.
Yep.
She sees them both go into the Sally Port where the car is being stored just out in the open. They have full access to it. And she says that she saw them in there for a quote unquote unusually long time. She couldn't figure out why they were in there, what they're doing. It's just those two in with the evidence. She gets talked to by a superior officer who says, that's not what you saw. Now you need to go in this trial and do the right thing. And that she testifies that she was made aware that what she saw couldn't have been possible. But when she was first made aware that it couldn't be possible, she went to the FBI about it, which is why the FBI started looking into this case. But then she would not testify to that on the stand. It was really, really nasty to watch. But she's sitting there and like she got real combative real quick. And Attorney Jackson was hammering on her, but she held her ground. She never actually said that, she was specifically asked to lie. But it was pretty clear that she was. And it's like, this is bad. Judge Cannoni issued just terrible rulings throughout the entire thing. There were two obvious mistrials that should have happened, and they should have been granted. You always people call for mistrials a lot. They a lot of times it's like, okay, well, you preserve it for appeal, but this shouldn't have been granted. This one, at least one of them, really should have. And that's when so they had this sweatshirt that John O'Keefe is wearing all night, right? And the medical team who's trying to resuscitate him, they take the shears and they run 2 cuts up the sweatshirt and cut it off. And they run a cut up each sleeve. The criminalist later, for whatever reason, cuts 2 or 3 large holes in the back of the shirt. They enter the front of the shirt and the sleeves into evidence, but the state never enters the back of the shirt into evidence. On cross-examine of one of the experts, Hank Brennan grabs the shirt, holds up the back of it, and says, can you explain these cuts in here? If John O'Keefe did not get hit by the car and did not make contact with the ground, can you explain where these came from? He just blatantly misrepresents the fact that they know, the state knows that the criminalist made those cuts. Right. And he does it in front of the jury. And Alessi, he moves for an immediate mistrial. And it should have been granted. There's no way you can undo what he just did. And they planned this. They went through their entire 6 weeks of case in chief without introducing the back of this shirt. And he holds it up for the first time to a witness in front of the jury and says, explain this. And Hank even gets up and he says, well, it seems I made a mistake, Your Honor. And they got a state prosecutor to say he made a mistake. But I mean, it was a flat out lie. That was crazy. Like, that was one of the better moments of the trial, because it was like, whoa. But it should have been a mistrial. And all she did was offer a curative instruction. Her curative instruction didn't even say the state criminalist is a person who cut these. We know this for sure. The state agrees to this. It was a She didn't do any of that. It was just this weird little, she gave a Bowden instruction, which is like quality, the sufficiency of the investigation or whatever. But she never really gave a proper curative instruction. They even motioned for a model instruction. I don't think she ever gave it. It was a mess.
So is the jury in deliberations now? They've been instructed and
they have been sent home for the day, but they are in deliberations. They were sent home at 5 o'clock Central-ish, so that 3 hours ago. And then they'll return on Monday for deliberations. But yeah, we should have a verdict in this thing pretty quick, I would assume. I mean, they're going to go home and talk to their spouses about it. And then they're going to come back on Monday and they'll have made their decisions. And I think the interesting thing about this, and tell me what you think, if you're sending a jury home over the weekend, it doesn't matter about sequestration. Even if they're perfect at sequestration, they don't see anything about it. They're sitting there thinking on their own, without the pressure of 11 other people looking at them, and they're going to actually formulate probably rather strong-willed opinions. I think that this leads to a hung jury again. I mean, I think she's not
to do it again. You get to do it again, Nick, a third time with Karen Reed.
I think that she is not guilty by definition of the rule. Like
Sure.
the state just never proved the case. But I think the jurors going home and having 2 days to ponder this on their own, unchallenged by any other statements, any competing ideas, or any pressure from other people in the room, will cause people to solidify and lock in on what they believe the answer is, and they'll be much more willing to be a holdout. And I think it leads much more likely to a hung jury this time. But that's my opinion.
Yeah,
on it. But yeah, man, that's what I've been up to. That, and like I said, look at this. Can you believe that this exists? It's gold. But but that's it. That's what I've been up to.
All right. Well, I miss hanging out with you, man, but I would not have been able to endure this trial.
It's honestly been tough. I had to take a couple days off because I had stuff to do, and those breaks were kind of welcome. But I know you messaged about Courtney Clenny. If she goes to trial, I am 1,000,000% on it. If you see any other trials that you're looking to cover, especially if they're just a couple days, because I hate that every trial has to be these 7-week endeavors. It's like, you did the one Chris whatever.
Sure. Yeah.
Right. And that was only like 4 days.
A week or so. Yeah. Something like that. I think it was maybe a week and a day or a week and a couple of days of deliberations. I don't forget. People don't know, but folks, most murder trials are like a day or two.
Yeah. Well, there's usually not, 15 witnesses, and they usually don't need an expert, because it's like, no, I saw that guy pop that guy. Like that's it. Right. There's surveillance video of a guy, and that pretty much seals the deal. Like, you just identify the shooter in the video as the defendant, and then it's not that hard.
Yeah, the Courtney Clenny case. I mean, first in my head, this killing happened like 10 years ago. I mean, it seems like it's been taking forever to get to trial. And they did. I saw you covered a hearing they did. I guess one of the prosecutors did something wrong and was in trouble or something. I didn't catch all of it, but like a year or two ago, they did. Her lawyer, whose name I forget, a big Florida lawyer. He was trying to get her released on bail, and the state didn't want her released because she's got all this OnlyFans money and she could flee to the Bahamas or something and start up a OnlyFans business, whatever it was. But basically, it was almost like a self-defense immunity hearing. It's like a mini trial, several days with all the police witnesses, the detective, the forensics guy, all of that. And it didn't look good. I'll say that. I mean,
it looks like she murdered this guy.
Yeah, it sure does. It looks like she had an anger management problem. There's lots of video of her beating this guy up. It's not even the first time she stabbed him. I mean, she stabbed him once before and put him in the hospital.
No prior bad acts testimony here, Andrew. How do you get stabbed by your girlfriend and like stay with her after being in the hospital?
Oh, it's the
Like,
money, man.
that's
It's
what's
the
dangerous.
money. She
That's-
was making so much money.
Yeah.
I of course have never watched OnlyFans, so I don't really know what kind of content they have on there. But whatever she was doing, she was making lots. I will say one thing: the makeup industry is the work of the devil because I saw the pictures of that chick from like her screen captures from when she's all made up. She looks cute as F. And then you see her in the courtroom without the makeup. It's like, oh my God, that's the cafeteria lady.
The one thing I'll give her credit is she seems to have really nice hair. That seems consistent. But yeah, I agree with you. She looks way different than her OnlyFans content. I've literally never watched OnlyFans at all, but I have some friends who are on it, various types of creators. I mean, I know a couple couples who are on, well, Fansly, which is like OnlyFans, and then I know some individuals who have their own thing, and the amount of money per viewer is shockingly higher than anything like YouTube. And so, you know, you're talking about really core dedicated people who are paying for really intimate access. The amount of money that some of these people make it's catastrophically high.
Yeah.
And they don't need to all look like, you know, like some sort of Greek goddess. Because a lot of people have fantasies about people who look like them rather than having fantasies about supermodels.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
well,
I don't know.
Being a supermodel myself.
Right. So you have fantasies consummate to your own level of attractiveness. Obviously, how this works. But no, there are tons of people who again, a couple of the creators that I know who are couples, like a lot of people would not consider them conventionally attractive, yet they pull in share numbers with me. I'm like, oh my God, you guys are killing it. And that's amazing.
Yeah. She made millions of dollars. The apartment they were living in Miami was like a penthouse on the ocean. I mean, they were living large for sure.
Right. And so I'm really curious how this all meets out. She seems to have thought she got into a bubble where she would be like that. The money insulated her from any of her behavior. I wonder if
she's a woman, she's a girl. She never got in trouble for any of this other stuff. I mean, there were times she was throwing furniture off the balcony of her penthouse, and the cops are called, but nothing ever really happened. She stabbed the guy. Nothing ever happened to her, and she stabbed him this time. I think she didn't. I don't think she imagined, because it was not a big knife. It was a relatively small knife. I don't think she imagined she could kill him. She, of course, what happened was she nicked his heart. Yeah. And then he explosively bled out, like a fountain all over the penthouse. But I think no one was more surprised than her than when it happened. Yeah,
she was slapping him effectively, just with a knife in her hand that shouldn't have killed him, which is insane. But also, she did, like you said, she'd done it before. There's no consequence for her, and this is where that leads. And
this was a big guy. This was
he's jacked.
Yeah,
and that's another thing. There's no concept that she's going to swing and slap him, and he's going to care that much.
No,
emotionally maybe or whatever, but he's not gonna be reeling. She's not going to knock him out. It's not this isn't a girl power movie where Uma Thurman is beating the shit out of some.
No, it's real life.
Right.
You've probably seen the video of her smacking him around in the elevator, and he's just he couldn't care less. I mean,
yeah, he weighs
it may as well be a child.
80 to 100 pounds. It's okay, what are you doing? But yeah, so it's that one's going to be great. That'll be a really interesting trial. I want to watch that. I want to watch. Everybody keeps asking me if I'll do Carmelo Anthony's trial. It's well, that's going to be a while. I think it's still a year out, probably. Before they take him to trial.
Yeah.
And then Kohlberger's coming up. That sounds like one of those that's going to be everybody thinks it's going to be super interesting, but it's going to be a really long and probably boring trial.
Is that the Utah one? Idaho, right?
Killer, yeah.
Yeah.
But a lot of people
Carmelo Anthony, how long can the trial be? I mean, what the hell happened? He just stabbed that guy in the heart.
Yeah, but for whatever reason, like they'll drag out the pretrial and it'll take a year to bring this thing to a trial schedule, which is insane. But I think trial will go really fast on that one. But I do think that that's going to be like a flashpot case. I mean, it's got, it's got self-defense questions, I guess, even though they're not great. It's got racial tension questions. It's got it ends up with a murder, right? So it's automatically scandalous. But I think it's got a lot of potential to be really interesting. But yeah, man. Well, I was just about to head out when you messaged me.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
glad
cool.
that you did.
I just took my tie off and was finishing up for the day, and you popped up on YouTube, so I thought I would check in. I see Steve Gosney's in the chat. Hey, Steve, man, how you doing, brother?
Hey, brother.
I hope everything is going well. Steve,
Yeah.
Steve, I think is hauling in the loot in his civil litigation career. So kudos, man, and happy birthday, Steve. Happy birthday to you too, Nick. Before I forget.
Well, my birthday is in December.
Did I say birthday? Happy
Yes.
Father's Day. Sorry,
Oh,
happy
thanks.
Father's Day is what I meant.
You too, man.
It's been a long damn day.
If I don't talk to you in 2 days, happy Father's Day to you, of course. Give all your love or all of my love to your family for me by proxy, of course. And yeah, keep crushing it on YouTube. And we have to get together and like plan out like some subject and stream on it and laugh at judges and laugh at rioters or something. I mean, there's always something insane going on.
Man, I would love it. Yeah, there's no man, what a golden age we live in the age of Trump. there's always some. Did you hear him today with the Israeli-Iranian stuff? The press asked him, and well, weren't you trying to make peace with the Iranians? He's like, yeah, but all those guys I was talking to before, they're dead.
We were trying to make peace, but all of those guys are dead now. So who cares? he's so funny. And then he and Musk get in this slap fight, right? And they're back and forth bickering on Twitter like a dissolving couple, which is so funny. And then like 2 days later, Musk is like, "I'm sorry," and Trump's like, "I forgive you, my son."
It reminded me when I was a kid in elementary school. I had his best friend. We spent all our time together. One time we got into a fist fight with each other. I don't even know how it started. Nothing really happened. We were just throwing fists at each other. And 2 days later, you forgot all about it. I was like, oh, I was Elon Musk, I guess.
Because it just doesn't matter in the end. But all right, man. Well, I got 2 super tips to play real quick, which I can play while you're still here. Sure. And then we'll see. We got oh shit. Hold on. I got to do this.
The talkie thing?
Yeah, I got to turn that back on. 1 second. I don't think, well, the audience, could you hear that at all?
No, I couldn't.
Okay. So there might be a slight echo for just a second, but we'll do these. It's only for these 2. Where do we go? Here we go.
Like me, I showed multiple pictures of my butthole to my 7 OnlyFans subscribers who are paying me $9.99 a month. That's more than Gino makes selling knockoff Foreman grills.
Damn. Can you imagine $70 a month and your starfish is just out there? That's great.
Well,
hey, money's money.
That Kurt is contemplating creating a micropeen OnlyFans account.
No, he isn't. You liar. That's of course the Ronnie O'Neill voice, which is, I mean, that guy was such a treat. I mean, he was a horrific murderer, right? But man, his screaming at the jury has been my delight for years now. But all right, man. Well, guys, law of self-defense. Well, wait, you said you rebranded the channel, so now it's
go to youtube.com. It's the Andrew Branca Show.
Go to the Andrew Branca Show, subscribe, make sure you're still subscribed. YouTube didn't pull a bitch move and unsubscribe you or anything. Check out his show, especially if you want to hear all about what's going on in the world of politics and the world of law. And always a great guest and a good friend. Anything else you want to say, man?
Nope, that's it, man. Have a happy Father's Day. And yeah, let's collaborate on some stuff. I'm happy to do that. I got to be honest. The full day trial streams, I may be aging out of that. and I gotta tell you the truth. My YouTube channel took a beating. And that week I did the Christopher Shore trial. It was
Yeah. Well, it's way different content than what you do. And
Yeah.
so YouTube's algorithm is suddenly like, whoa, this is 180. So no, I think separating that channel out from a live commentary channel is really, I think that's a good idea.
All right, brother. Have a great
Right.
weekend. Have a great weekend, everybody. Stay safe and yeah, have a good time. Have fun. Take
Peace,
care.
brother. All right. That was my good buddy, Andrew Branca. Nice to see him. It's been a few minutes since we talked. With that, guys, it's late. I didn't expect to be streaming this long. Thanks for hanging out with me. I'm going to go hang out with Lady Rackets and the kids, and we'll figure out some content over the weekend. I've got some short videos that are coming out today. We'll be getting those hammered out as soon as I can, as soon as I can hire someone to get reparations by whipping Ryan's ass into gear. I'm just kidding. He's already done all the work. It's my fault. But we'll see you very soon. Hope you have a great day and more pizza. We're going to finish this breakfast casserole soon, very soon, my friends. Talk to you then. Have a good day. Peace. Peace.
Oh, he drinks a fair bit, but you realize that it just helps get his noggin jogging along. With his glass by his side and his kids asleep tight, we'll hear some lost-plaining tonight. With his microphone muted, we'll laugh at this boomer until he explains it's all part of the plan. Watch his face become redder as he becomes meta, raging at idiots from Twitter and Erland. From the white shores of Maine to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, his lady is fair, and she handles herself with the grace of one who has borne many children. As the wife of a lawman, she makes sure that he has the time and the place to provide for them there. So pour out an Ardbeg, a Balmore, a Lafroig, the spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the T-post on Twitter as we hear lost-plaining tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, the guests are all plentiful, from Dante to Drexel. They bring their perspective and spice to the mix. But the reason we're here and the one that we cheer is the one who is showcasing us his career. So pour out an Ardbeg, a Balmore, a Lafroig, the spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the T-post on Twitter as we hear lost-plaining tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law